Mobil 1 and Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for 2021, the 99th running, and back again, he just can't keep away. Jeff Swart is with us. Hello, Jeff. Long time since I've spoken to you, my friend.
Yeah, same here. It's good to hear your voice as always. I always hear it in the background of so many things I'm involved with. So it's awesome to see your face. And sorry you can't be over here, but I just rolled off the mountain myself, so it's all good.
I have to say I can only apologise for the amount of times you have to listen to me, but trust me, I'm having fun. I hope you still are as well. Jeff, let's go back to basics here before we talk about the mountain itself. How does a lad from Long Beach, California, end up doing a couple of decades and more on the race to the clouds? What was it that brought you literally to Pikes Peak into Colorado for the first time?
You know, my fascination with rallying and rally driving, you know, in America, you were kind of on an island with that. You know, there wasn't a lot of interest in it and everything. So, you know, moments of Michel Moton and Ari Vatanen going up this dirt mountain in Colorado and seeing the visuals that came from that, because I've always been kind of a visual person that relates to my filmmaking and photography. It just seemed like that was such an amazing combination. And so naturally, when I did start driving in the U.S. Pro Rally Championship in the late 80s, my goal was always to be, you know, some sort of part of that mountain. But the real opportunity came along was really my timing in Pro Rally Championship. In 1990, I was open class national champion. And then at that point, it was also the same year that Porsche introduced the Carrera 4 rally cars, or Carrera 4 road car. So we had a four-wheel drive version of the 911, and I always felt like if I could do something with a Porsche in rallying, and the kind of the rest is history, because in 1994, Porsche Motorsport said, "Oh, you're doing well in rallying. Why don't we go to Pikes Peak? We'll loan you a single turbo motor out of the IMSA series." And I ran it there, and I won in that year and in the open class. And I just, I was captivated by the place because, like I said, I'm a visual person, and you can't, if you took Pikes Peak, the road, 12 and a half miles long, and laid it on a flat surface, it would be the most interesting road you've ever driven on. Then you combine that 156 turns with climbing up a mountain and finishing at 14,115 feet. It's like, whoa, I mean, it's amazing.
Didn't you start, am I right in saying, Jeremy Shaw always tells me this, because you know what he's like for his...
Yeah.
Didn't you start in Formula Ford?
Yeah, I did, actually. I ran the Jim Russell Pro Formula Ford series out on the West Coast. So I started in that, and I loved it. And it was interesting for me because obviously I was a photographer and I was working constantly in that world. And I could always really qualify well. And I loved driving the cars, but that racecraft of grabbing real estate all the time and diving under people and everything, it didn't come as naturally to me, but the racing part was so attractive. So then when I was given the challenge of racing down dirt roads you'd never been down before in a rally championship, that was like perfect.
Of course, when you first came to the mountain, it was still unpaved, all unpaved.
That's correct.
The debate rages on about how that has changed the character. I won't ask you to say whether it was better or worse, but it is different now, and it is a different challenge now, isn't it?
It really is, and that question is really probably one of the most common questions of, which did you like better and all that. But the dynamic is totally changed, and I think that people, it's a little bit of a misnomer that saying, it's paved now and it has guardrails, it must be a lot safer. Well, the dynamic from a car sense, just the car sense, is that in the dirt days, we, rushed a corner, we, under braking, rotated the car, then we drove the car on throttle. But as soon as it went into slip, it released the energy of the car. Yeah. And then you drove on the throttle around the corner. So that kind of energy that you were dealing with was something that kind of just rotated around you all the time, but it never really went off in a big way. Now, when you think about it, we are driving absolutely to the max adhesion of a racing tire on a 2-lane road. And when, hopefully it never happens, but when you do realize you're not where you think you are, and you have to turn in tighter or do things, and the car goes into slip, there's a lot of energy released. It's just a different thing. So the dynamic is a lot different. And then if you were just to take it purely on time, it's the same length of race, 12.56 miles. It's got 156 turns, but in the dirt days, I was like 12 and a half minutes plus or minus 15 seconds. And now I'm one of the few people under 10 minutes. So it's kind of like watching a movie and fast forward in a way.
Plink, plink, plink. You're wearing your Porsche gear again this year. Latterly, over the last few, see, I think of time moves differently, doesn't it? But I think it's not that long, but it is actually when I've just realised how long you've been involved with Porsche now. So you are inextricably linked with Porsche now, and back this year, but not driving this year, Jeff.
Right. I'm in my 4th year of coaching the Pikes Peak Trophy class, which is based on the GT4 Cayman, or the 718 as it is now. And it's basically a spec class because everybody's running the same car. And, we generally have a celebrity in the class, and then, people who want to join up and go through the experience of training and everything for the class. So this year we have Tanner Faust, we've had, Travis Pastrana, and we had J.R. Hildebrand. So we've had a lot of great guys go through it, but there's been this core that just loves coming back every year too to compete. And I treat it as this moment of pulling back the curtain to my process at Pikes Peak. And honestly, people always talk about superstitions and racing and things like that. But I guess that my side of it, in 1994 and today, I approach Pikes Peak exactly the same way. My discipline of the types of, the way I approach the day of practicing and the sections I do and the routine in it in the week, all of that thing has remained the same. So I take people through exactly my process, and it's really been fun, because the funny part is that my last win and race was really 2015. And then last year I had the, real honor of driving one of the new Porsche 935s at the race. And it sort of been 5 years since I'd been there. But through this coaching process, I felt like I probably knew the mountain better through coaching than I did as actually a driver. So breaking it down for everybody and answering people's questions of the nuances of it has actually clarified it.
It's great to me that next year we'll be celebrating the 100th run. Le Mans is 100 years old in 2023. And although I know they're totally different events, you and I both love Le Mans and Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
Because of that technology, this has been about proving the motor car right since the very first runnings of those two massive global events as they are now. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. To follow up what you were saying, there will be new technologies, and whether it's endurance at Le Mans or how fast do you want to go up the mountain, surely that's exactly the pioneering spirit that those guys 100 years ago, wherever they are, whatever they're doing, if they're looking down now, don't have to look too far down, of course, on top of Pikes Peak, but I think they'll be nodding in agreement and be quite happy with what they're seeing, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. And, Pikes Peak ticks so many boxes. It's hard on you as a human being to operate at 14,000 feet. Most of the drivers wear oxygen. That's it. That part of it is a whole dynamic of what goes on with you personally operating at that altitude. But then you take what the cars have to go to through brake cooling and aerodynamics, and then the engine management itself to run at something that's gaining an altitude of almost a mile in altitude change. It's phenomenal. So that showcase, and then to put it in this beautiful setting that is so visual that, as I said in the beginning of the show, it was Michel Moton, it was Ari Vatanen going up there, roosting these huge plumes of dirt, going up the mountain that inspired me to be here. That's pretty cool.
Climb dance. That's all I'm going to say. If anybody who's watching this hasn't seen that, don't tune away now, but go and find it. It's on all the video sites. And if you want to know what Jeff's talking about there, sit yourself down for about 8 or 10 minutes, and I've got actually goosebumps just thinking about it. 8 victories for Jeff in Porsches down through the years, including that time attack victory that we talked about. Jeff, great to see you again and speak to you. Hopefully, I'll bump into you at a track sometime soon. Thanks for joining us on Mobil One coverage.
I hope so very soon. Always glad to join you. And thanks, Mobil One, for your support to all these kind of events. And it'll just be great. We look forward to everybody tuning in to see this event.
Well, I'm delighted to welcome along to our Mobil One coverage of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, J.R. Hildebrand. Welcome along, J.R. You look well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good, man. Yeah, excited to be on with you.
And we were hoping to see your name on the entry list again for 2021. Hasn't quite happened, but let's put that to one side at the moment because I want to talk about the project. You've been up there once in a Porsche, in a GT4 Cayman Club Sport, and you were buoyed by that in 2018, and you want to do it again. So you're going to take something else up.
Yeah, that's the plan.
An IndyCar. Are you mad?
No, man, I think, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people who, follow the Pikes Peak Hill Climb since it's been paved have been waiting for a proper open wheel car to get up the hill. And, this kind of latest iteration of the IndyCar with the aero screen, makes a big difference, kind of a big leap in just the safety criteria to be able to meet the Pikes Peak rule book, and maybe some little additional tweaks required. From that perspective, I think a lot of people look at, what we look at the mountain, maybe are unfamiliar with the event and kind of how the whole thing works, and just kind of think, oh, well, why does it matter? Like if you're going to fire it off the side of the cliff, what difference does it make? But the reality of it is, and I think this was really coming from the experience that I had driving the Cayman GT4 car there, was, it's just like it's a road course that's 156 corners up a hill at this point. There are a lot of things that are different about, about the hill climb and about the circuit from a traditional road course, but it's almost like, it's like going to the Nordschleife and just having it be point to point in terms of, the prep that you go through and understanding the track and memorizing the corners and all that kind of stuff. And, the reality of it is, when I went up there in the Porsche, we weren't doing anything crazy to the setup of the car. We weren't, it's like you take a setup that you might run at Sebring or something and you stick it on and you go. So the first thing is just, I think, recognizing in terms of how you'd set the car up and what the circuit is like, it's not that different. I mean, there's nothing completely insane from that point of view. And then from a safety perspective, yes, there are some places on the track where you just can't have a problem. Talking to Romain and other guys that have driven fast cars up the hill, you kind of just gain an understanding that it's like, okay, there's a few places on the track where you're just not going to drive the car at 10/10 the same way that you might on a normal circuit.
I love the way you're being so matter of fact about it, JR. I've been up there, I've seen it, and it scared me to death. Just going up there, actually coming down was worse. Going up was okay. Just
down is kind of weird, isn't it?
But coming down when you can see all the way back down to Colorado Springs and it's 6,000 feet below you and it looks like a little Lego town. That did my head completely. We'll come back to the IndyCar in a moment.
Okay.
Let me take you back to 2018 then, and the first time you went up the mountain in that club sport. First of all, it's a completely different way of going motor racing because you don't get to practice. How did you get? Well, you don't get to practice the whole thing in a contiguous way. Sometimes you might start at the top and then do the bottom and then do the middle bit. How did you get your head around that from somebody who's used to going around a track, either an oval or a street or a road course, and doing 5, 10, 15 laps at a time? How did that work with the GR Hill?
No, that definitely was the hardest part about it. It made me really appreciate. So I was sort of teammates with Travis Pastrana that year, and a stage rally kind of like most of his four-wheel experience doing rally stuff. It actually really made me appreciate how doing stuff like that might prepare you better for something like this, where you're just not really in the same flow like you mentioned. Not only is it just a lot more to take in, there's a lot more corners. I mean, I'll tell you, when I got the call to come up and do it after all of the pre-event testing was already done, so I didn't have the chance to do any of that. So I was just going to show up for race week, and race week is, like you said, it's broken up into sections, and it's like you're up there on the mountain you're probably strapped into the car for like 3 hours every morning for maybe 3 runs on one section that's like 2.5 minutes at a time. It's not a lot of reps. To start with, though, for me, it was like just about learning the track. I was going to be driving a car that I had never driven before at a place that I was totally unfamiliar with, kind of knowing that this is all a little wild in terms of the way the whole thing works. So I found there's a game called Dirt Rally that has just Seb Loeb's 205. That's the only car you can drive. So it's like the fastest car up the hill. And I got to tell you, I got in the thing and was just thinking, I don't know, you do this. I learned tracks this way in video games before. You just get in and you start to drive and you kind of figure it out. I had driven in this game for like an hour and realized that I didn't even really know off the top of my head the first 4 or 5 corners. Like, it was just so much to take in, and you're trying to like figure the whole thing out. So I honestly, I started by like, all right, I'm just going to run the first 4 corners and then I'm going to reset the game, and I'm going to like really get to know the first 4 corners, and then I'm going to do the next 4 corners, and then I'm going to kind of start slowly adding all of this together, and got to I think the thing that really saved me from just not being completely out of my element when I first showed up was the fact that before I ever got there, I really did know the track from bottom to top. And so from there, then it's just about, all right, how do I now I need to get used to the car. I need to see it in person and all this stuff. But to your point, it was by far the most extreme and just different sort of track learning experience that I've ever had. And I think that's the kind of stuff with Pikes Peak that I think as a driver, either you fall in love with it, just the challenge of it kind of right away, or it scares the hell out of you and maybe you never come back, and it definitely was something that I just enjoyed the whole process of it. I'll say though, the first day in the car, we were in the middle sections, which is kind of running up through the W's from Glen Cove up to Devil's Playground. And I was just so sketched out by putting the car, anywhere near the edge of the road to start with. It's like, okay, these are places on a normal track, like nobody ever crashes on the straightaways, but just the whole, how totally unfamiliar this whole setting was to me initially did definitely catch me off guard.
Let's finish up with the big question. So 2022, it's the 100th anniversary. There is a target out there that Romain Dumas set in the IDR, the Volkswagen full electric, that was, and I wrote it down over here, 757,148. That was the year that I was there. I saw that extraordinary thing going up the mountain. Genuinely, is that what you're aiming for?
I guess I would say at this point, we frankly don't have a super clear idea of where our target can be right now. And so if we're just being totally honest, I think our point of view is with the IndyCar is obviously rear wheel drive compared to the 4-wheel drive car. It's internal combustion, as opposed to electric. There's a lot of differences between these two vehicles. When we look at the overall performance of the cars, just on paper, you kind of sit there and go, all right, well, we're going to be in sort of the same window in terms of power. I think we can get in the same window in terms of downforce potentially. The 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive thing is quite a difference. We're potentially quite a bit lighter than that car was, not having the thing full of batteries. So we just don't really know. I think from our perspective, getting into that kind of window of the few fastest cars that have ever been up there, certainly trying to beat the next quickest, rear wheel drive only car, which is kind of around the 830 mark.
Yeah.
That's definitely, we would feel like we've got to consider that our target. And then as we go through the testing, we'll see how close we think we realistically can be to the outright record. You can't show up at Pikes Peak in something fast and not have that on your mind. Sure. That's certainly true. But, for us, we're going to go through the process and see where we think we're going to start shaking out. And I'll say this for sure, though. I would be shocked if the IndyCar in the spec that we're, sort of talking about isn't right there with Romain for the first part of the track. Yeah, certainly. And then, we'll kind of see what the top of the circuit looks like by next year. They're talking about some repaving and that kind of stuff. That to me is probably the biggest bogey. When we were talking about showing up there this year, just because the top of the track has gotten quite a bit bumpier and wavier just since 2018, I think we kind of thought, okay, we're probably just on those grounds alone, it's going to be hard to be in that same sub-8 category. But, for next year, we'll see how it looks.
And the road to 2022 and the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for JR Hildebrand and that IndyCar project clearly starting right now. JR, thank you very much indeed for joining us on our Mobil One coverage of the 2021 edition. We wish you well. Whenever you're next in a race car, race well and race safely. Good to speak to you, sir.
Cheers. Of course, John. Thanks, man.
Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is not just about the technology and certainly not just about the drivers and teams. It's a huge undertaking by the organising committee and by everybody, including the people who try and cover it and take it to the rest of the world, like us here on this Mobil One show. And I'm delighted to say that joining us is Larry Chen, who for many years has been the official photographer of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and with a huge body of work behind him as well. I want to talk specifically, obviously, about America's Mountain, Larry. But first of all, tell me a little bit about how you got into photography in the first place and why automotive photography has been such a passion for you.
Well, first of all, it's such an honor to speak with you. And it's weird to speak with you because usually I'm hearing you, your voice, just blasting throughout whatever race I'm at, whether it be Sebring or Le Mans or whatever, we're just blessed with your voice while I'm on the sidelines kind of thing, but that and in the media center. But Pikes Peak, as it is to me, as it is to a lot of people, really kind of that halo event, and it's such an honor for me to be tasked with capturing this race for generations to come. This is going to be the 99th running, right? And then next year, the 100th running. To think that there's been so many generations of official photographers before me to capture all of this material over the years, and I get to see it, and it inspired me to get to this point. It really is something else. It really is an honor, and I can't just say that enough, really. And I have a great team behind me to help me with this monumental task every single year.
It has its own issues, of course, because it isn't like a normal race circuit, because first of all, it's not a circuit. It's a road that goes up, and then obviously you can turn around and come back again. But you can't do that during race week, and particularly not on race day. You have to get in there half an hour before you go to bed, it seems to me, and then you pick your spot, and that's it. You're there for the duration, for pretty much. There's not much moving around, is there?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This race, out of all of the races that I've done, I mean, I've shot every 24-hour endurance race in the world, right? I've shot so many different things, Baja 1000, you name it, I've at least had a hand in it. And in terms of physically demanding, Pikes Peak is pretty much up there because of the fact that you're limited on oxygen. At the top, it's 40% less than at sea level. And of course, it's the crazy hours that you have to deal with. On race day, sometimes we have to wake up at 1:30 a.m., which is, it's really, really, really hard to try to fall asleep at 5 p.m. the day before. But we manage, part of it is that we just kind of get in that cycle, right? We're just on a different time zone for the whole week. But it is really physically demanding. And on top of that, it's really weird every single year. We have people come in and out of our team. We actually have to get a lot of winter clothing in the middle of summer. In Los Angeles, it's really hard to find winter clothing because what people don't realize is sometimes when we're up on the summit, or if we're up on the above the tree line, above 12,000 feet, it could get down to freezing, and there could be a hailstorm, there could be a snowstorm in the middle of the summer. There's just, who knows, anything. It's like the mountain will let you up if she wants to, and also she will let you have good pictures if she wants to. It's pretty insane.
So, Larry, I've done Le Mans. It's 8.5 miles around. You've been there. We've not long since been covering the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, 15 and a bit miles around. But you can move. You can, get on a bike or get your boots on and walk around. How do you choose where you're going to shoot Pikes Peak? Because, as I said, you're pretty much stuck there.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, for example, what you mentioned with the Nürburgring, there's just certain corners you have to get every single time a 24-hour race comes along, right? You have to go to the carousel, you have to go to Flansgard and Flipflats and, all of the famous corners. It's just typically the same thing with Pikes Peak. But what I've found over the years, I had a chance to shoot the last year of the dirt, right? Since then, I've been shooting Pikes Peak. Every single year, no matter what, if I go back for testing, if I go back for special projects like Climbkana with Ken Block, or if I go back for filming, for whatever reason I go back, there's always something new to shoot. There's always something different to capture. And just to give you an example, this past test day that we shot with Romain Dumas in the Champion Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport, I found a shot that I've never shot before at Pikes Peak, and it was icicles coming down that were hanging over a corner because the snow hasn't melted yet, and there was icicles forming. So I just stood behind the icicles, and then I shot the car going in front of the icicles.
Wow. Fantastic. I can't let you go without asking about the vehicles that you have. I've browsed through various websites with your work on, including your own. And by the way, if you haven't seen Larry's work, why haven't you? It's phenomenal. You've clearly got a great interest in all things motorsport, but some of the smaller Japanese cars, that kind of culture, that's obviously caught your eye. And some of the work that you've done with that, by the way, I think is beautiful. I really mean that, beautiful. So what's in Larry Chan's garage, please?
Quickly, just to touch on the small Japanese car thing. Sorry, I love doing sidetracks. The thing is, when I'm traveling and when I'm uncovering these things, these stories in Japan, it's amazing to me because a lot of these times they ask me, why are you even here? Why is this interesting to you? But what they don't realize is these guys are trendsetters. And what they don't realize is that I'm actually so lucky to be able to share these stories with the world. But with that said, I definitely like everything, right? I love off-road. I love on-road. I love Japanese and European cars. But my own personal collection, it's more kind of like, I wouldn't say they're anything special, but it's more just things that I aspire to collect over the years. I'm lucky that we have a shop here at my house that we're able to work on the cars. But just a couple of the highlights. My favorite car and the one that I'm most well known for is my 1970 240Z or 240Z, as you would call it. That's a Datsun Nissan. And then I've been building a 996 Porsche Turbo for a couple of years now, and it's just, for me, it's kind of like one of the last few Porsches that you can actually work on yourself,
correct,
right, without having to take the whole rear end off. But yeah, there's just a couple vehicles here and there that I've been building, and it's not double digits yet, which is bad. Once it gets to double digits, then it's going to be really bad. But yeah, they're all fun for me.
That's when you look at properties and you look at the potential car storage before you worry about how many bedrooms it has for your family, and that is a dangerous time, my friend. That's exactly a very dangerous time. Larry, thanks for joining us. Brilliant work. I really implore people, go. I've got the website up here. It's larrychenphoto.com. larrychenphoto, all one word, .com. I guarantee there'll be something on there, at least 2 or 3 things that you'll go, ooh, I feel your emotion, and that's what you're trying for, I think. And I really I'm getting caught up in so many of these pictures.
Yeah, and for those people who visit, feel free to download anything you want. Everything is in 4K resolution for you guys to use for desktops, for personal use. I want everybody to enjoy my photography because that's kind of the point. What's the point of me just keeping it on my computer, on my hard drive? I want everybody to share them and use them and enjoy them,
Official photographer of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, Larry Chen, joining us on our coverage of PPIHC for 2021. Larry, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined by Bruce Jones for the next many hours as we race to the clouds. But unfortunately, as predicted by many weather forecasters in this part of Colorado, the snow has hit, the summer snow, and therefore, ahead of the 99th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, we have a delay, I'm afraid to say, but All cars will still run at this stage of the day. We just have to wait a little while for the mist to clear. Very, very foggy indeed at the very top of Pikes Peak right now, and also quite a bit of ice as well. Those with recent memory will know that 2019 suffered quite a bit of a delay as well for the same reason. But Bruce, what this leaves us with is a chance to look forward to a number of just spectacular cars across 6 different classes. And this is one of those events where the rule set is so simple. You can build a car, and as long as it's safe enough, make it as fast as you like, get to the top of the mountain as quick as possible.
Yes, I think really one of the revelations in recent years, Johnny, has been that word safety. Every single car, even a production class car going up, has to have the roll cage crack tested for security, for clear reasons, because anybody looking at Pikes Peak for the very first time will notice there are no handrails up the side of the hill as it climbs sort of more than nearly 4,725 feet. From this point, we can see on the screen, which is the start line, where it's around 8 degrees Celsius, which, let's do it in Fahrenheit, it's 9 degrees now. So it's 48 Fahrenheit, but it gets up to close to freezing, about 3 degrees Celsius at the top of the hill at 14,115 feet. Translate that to 48 degrees, at the bottom, and 27 degrees at the top. But it's the mist, Johnny. It's not mist, it's fog. It's proper thick stuff. And so those who got up hyper early to go and watch higher up the mountain, they'll be a little chilly while they wait for the action to come their way.
You make a good point about a crowd, though, because sadly in 2020 it was firmly behind closed doors, but fans are allowed back again onto the course, which is great to see, a sign of us steadily getting back to normal. Although, interestingly, this event did still take place in 2020 in amongst all of the chaos and madness. And that means that we're up to number 99, big year next year. But this race has actually happened since 1916 because of various breaks in World Wars I and II for, again, obvious reasons. But I mean, the ability to continue to hold this event, almost come what may, is impressive.
Oh, it's extraordinary. So we've got another 10 cars over last year, and so many people still can't travel. But one thing I really want to highlight, Johnny, the altitude is something that's really tiring for the drivers. The cars have to be specially tuned to achieve their performance in the top stretches. But also think of the technology. It's hard enough at a regular race circuit to get all your cameras and radios to work. Think about it with people operating up in the mist we can see at the top, getting the kit, all those signals for the broadcaster, come back down to TV center to then be boomed around the world. It really is a mechanical and technical masterpiece. And they say the mountain decides here, often decides if it all works. And certainly with high wind buffeting some years, ice, you know, when it goes down to freezing, it's amazing how battery life on cameras, microphones, they just die so quickly. So the technical crew, they've been preparing, crossing their fingers, hasn't quite worked yet. The kit's still working, but the weather is making it very, very difficult indeed.
Obviously, depending on your engine technology, how your car makes its power, that is significantly affected by altitude as well. And that's why the EV cars are, well, obviously it is the word of the moment to be able to be electrically powered. But that's also an advantage because it isn't affected by altitude. Also, the electric vehicles favour the now all-paved section. It's 12.42 miles. Was fully paved in time for the 2012 running. And, you know, you need somebody who's been coming here for a few years to tell you about the dirt sections that used to exist. Of course, it was dirt the whole way through when it originally happened.
Yeah, I mean, we've got people here who've competed for nigh on 30 years. We've got 13 rookies, so clearly they haven't done any running on this before. But what we have, a whole host of people, of course, Colorado Spring, the local city just down the mountainside. So many people come and base themselves in Colorado, drawn in by the allure of this race. And while some of them might have done 4 or 5 climbs up this hill climb course or 4 or 5 visits, they'll have come as spectators over the years, often with their parents, often making their parents drive right across the continent to come and see, well, the madness, the wonderful madness that is this extraordinary climb into the clouds. It is exquisite, and I can really understand how it gets under people's skin. A lot of people think they'll never, ever compete in it, and then somehow their racing careers take them towards it. And then when someone says, would you like to do it? Well, the answer is very seldom no, is it?
I think you're right that you need to visit the venue, take part in it, and then it really has got you probably for the rest of your life. I know Rob Holland plans to come back, having first competed just a handful of years ago, but has planned at least the next 2 decades to continue to attend. There's nothing quite like this, and various world manufacturers have tried to tackle this event as well, some of which have come a cropper maybe in the first year, or although if you're Peugeot and if you're VW, they had very successful first visits. But a lot of people say you kind of need to get that first year out of the way, the first run, learn all of the mistakes, and then you've ironed some of them out, at least for the next time around. That's kind of what you were saying earlier on. Just little things like if you're taking generators up to the 7 mile point to start, even the generators aren't going to heat your tyres quite as much as they would to sea level. And these little tiny tweaks that you have to make year on year.
I think the modus operandi is assume nothing. You just have to come and learn. And that's before you put the driver in the car or on the bike or whatever they choose to go up the mountainside on. And then, of course, you think around a circuit that's traditionally about 3 miles. No driver will ever be happy with any particular lap. But think about the scope over the full course here, 12.42 miles with, let's say, a little more, how should we put it, opportunity to make mistakes. But then you want to keep that very limited because of those huge drops. There is no such thing as a perfect climb up here. We think Romain Dumas may have done it, but I know Romain in that astonishing VW, the IDR a few years ago, will be thinking, no. When I got up to, Devil's Playground, it was going well till there, then I ran wide. But they're all competitive people. So, of course, nothing is ever spot on. And truly on this mountain, nothing at all ever can be, can it?
That Dumas time, which was set 3 years ago, a 7:57.148, as Bruce quite rightly says, in the VW IDR, on all of its 156 turns. And a lot of people say if you do go for the 100% pace lap, you are going to come a cropper. You've almost got to deliberately drive within yourself, although people like Romain Dumas, like superheroes, really, because he'd probably be game to try a time even in the current weather conditions. There have been times in the past where, you cannot see your hand in front of your face, and yet a car is waved off and boom, it's gone at full pelt because it doesn't seem to matter about visibility. Some of it can be done, I suppose, to muscle memory. Then again, prior to today's run, nobody's had a chance, as far as I know, to do the full course. The practice sessions are done in segments prior to race day.
Keeps them keen, Johnny. Keeps them on their toes. Keeps them to go. The one thing I've been thinking about, to succeed here, I think you need to be a certain sort of driver. Either your surname has to be Unser, and of course they have won this event in droves from Louis onwards down through Bobby and Al Jr. and Robbie. But you also have to be calm. You cannot have a hot-headed driver coming here and hoping to succeed, because they will be the ones who overstep it. But you take someone like Romain Dumas, supreme driver, but he's always had this characteristic of being cool, calm and collected. And I think that really, really pays off, because you will make mistakes up, but you've got to be able to put them behind you and keep your focus, keep as close to 100% as you dare. And I think I just do not think that someone who's a young gun or even old gun, perhaps with a fiery temper, will do really well here.
Yeah, I suppose that ability to, as you head up the mountain, if you've made a very slight error, you have to just forget that, because the next 2 or 3 corners require your ultimate attention. And if you're still 2 corners behind, you are going to leave the road and potentially to the scene of a massive accident. So it's that ability to departmentalize, I suppose, and to kind of fully focus on the matter in hand, worry about the road that's still to come. And it does take, to be able to be fast, but also to have that kind of mind control is a very rare thing, Bruce.
And another thing, of course, particularly once you get above the tree line for the top third of the course, you've got that element called wind, which isn't something that really affects people enormously on a circuit, but wind on a mountainside with no barriers around the outside edge, it's a very, very concerning thing. And it might even just be pushing you deeper into a corner when you're trying to do braking as much as hitting the nose of the car as you're accelerating. So it really is a factor. You can't always tell at first, and you've lost all visuals when you get up above the tree line. And that is one of the things that makes it so exciting here. It is almost like a lunar landscape at the top reaches.
So we are waiting for the weather, as was the case a couple of years ago, with lots of mist very high up. Well, basically this mountain heads into the weather itself, and fans of this event over a number of years will be no stranger to that. Also, some heavy snowfall was predicted late last night and early this morning. That is less of an issue, but it's more the ice on the road surface, on the paving itself, and also visibility, which clearly is crucial, particularly when you get up to the 16, 17, 18 mile marker and beyond. So bear with us right here on our broadcast. We are bringing you all of the runs live here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Stick with us for a little more content, and we'll be back soon.
So, you know, how much are you willing to take chances? And, you know, are you willing to go 11 tenths and take that risk that maybe it might not work out? If I did take a risk, those are the ones that I did, you know, knowing I could get away with it. But it's kind of scary. I mean, it's like, wow, I don't know if I would do that again. You know, there is no pressure like Pikes Peak. 99% of it is a head game. It really is. I mean, you have to control your emotions. You have to be aware of what it is that you're trying to accomplish. You know, you got to sort of put all the pressure aside and just finish. To finish first you have to finish. On the start line is probably the cruelest thing you can do to a driver. It's not a sense of relief at all. It's a sense of even more pressure, just because, you know, how could you possibly screw this up? Some people sort of feel sick to their stomach and they're like, ugh, I don't really want to do this, or I want to get this over with. That can mess with your head, and so, you know, I've learned to just chill. I don't know, as I've gotten older, I've found a way to just completely calm my nerves and, you know, focus on what I'm about to do and not dwell on all the drama.
This really began with a desire to put a track test together for the GT2 RS Club Sport and the 935-19. To do so, you've got to wrap the GT2 RS Club Sport. That car is delivered with the expectation that you'll wrap it, so some parts of the car are just raw carbon. But it really wasn't a race car. It was a purely editorial project for a cover shoot. We decided to reinterpret Rare Shades into a race car. Rare Shades is a series of events held across North America that celebrate rare and unusual Porsche colors.
So with Rare Shades, we designed everything to really celebrate color. To do this car, we wanted to take that same approach, and we wanted the car to just sort of be this kind of expression of this sort of color. So the art car sort of came up on an editorial meeting. It was sort of intended as a editorial art project, basically. We had talked about doing a race car in the years prior, and like suddenly, boom, hey, we're doing a race car. I poured through hundreds of liveries, you know, maybe thousands, I don't know, and just kind of got a sense of what people had done and you know, kind of pulling some ideas. You know, I started looking at the Rare Shades art and I'm like, yeah, you know, let's do this hybrid of 000 Rare Shades art, you know, and like kind of put it on this badass 911.
Once we knew that we wanted to do an art car for an editorial project and put this colorful car on the cover of the magazine, we started to think about what's the ultimate photo location. And that's Pikes Peak, without question. So we got in touch with photographer Larry Chen and Pikes Peak International Hill Climb and worked to see if we could secure the road for a photo shoot. And along with the road came David Donner. We went to Pikes Peak. We knew the backdrops would be incredible. And when we were up there with Larry and David and everybody else, it kind of occurred to me as I was outside of the car at one point that this is sort of the ultimate tease, that we've made this editorial project car that looks a bit like a race car, but really is an art car. And I realized that when people saw the photos, they would wonder, where was the car at Pikes Peak?
You know, in photo shoots, they have you sort of get close to the edge, and, you know, if you're not familiar with the road, it would be uncomfortable. So I said, yes, I'd love to drive the car. And we went down there, drove both cars. I mean, it was a real treat to be able to do that. And I was saying goodbye to the crew and heading out, and they caught me and they said, oh, David, are you running Pikes Peak this year? I went, no, I haven't run for 4 years, and I'm really not interested unless it was a really cool car. And they're like, what do you consider a cool car? I said, well, that one, which is the car I'm driving. Their eyes just sort of lit up and went, wow, this could happen. Michelin and Meguiar's and Chopard and Huberger Motors and Champion Porsche funded this photo shoot. And so we went back to these sponsors and we started coming up with an idea of, let's run this car in the hill climb and see what happens. This all happened within 3 weeks, which is unheard of because other teams have been working on this since a year ago. You know, it's the first time I've ever driven this car. Getting the team familiar with the car, set up, you know, adjusting things. You know, it's not all about driving. It's about engineering and tire selection and car setup, and it's just, there's so many moving parts. We came into this way behind the 8 ball. I would say extreme underdog, just because, you know, you're dealing with other teams that have high advanced racing backgrounds. They know what they're doing. They've been testing, and, you know, it's not really easy to make up all that just by driving fast. That's what sort of lit me up to tackle this, was that it was a challenge. I mean, this is sort of the ultimate car. It's, in a sense, like a Porsche 911 race car, but it's got an extremely powerful motor. So it was a unique opportunity to take a car that's from the factory as is and go up and, I mean, I am actually shocked with how quick the car is. I mean, it's, you know, all these teams fight themselves trying to develop equipment that will go this speed, and, you know, this is a car just off the line that just goes right there. You know, it's got everything that you'd want for Pikes Peak.
David Donner follows up next, the 000 car, the last American to be crowned King of the Mountain. 25th year of competition on Pikes Peak.
Just getting word that there is a driver's briefing taking place at this time of the morning. Now, the plan, we understand, for the event is set to change fairly shortly. Still going to go ahead, by the way, but there is some talk that the course for this year's running of the race, purely because of the weather, will be shortened. We will get official word on at which point it will stop. We think we know, but I just wonder whether this driver's briefing, Bruce, is going to add further information. But yes, an interesting gathering right now taking place in the paddock at 7 Mile.
Interesting and crucial. I mean, we'll wait for full notification of how much down the mountainside the finish has been moved to. Our understanding at the moment, Johnny, is it's down to about the 16-mile point, so just south or just below the Devil's Playground. Still plenty to play with, but it takes about 3 and a bit miles off the course, but we'll get full notification. But up the top, we know we've got the mist, the fog, ice, and overnight snow, no doubt wind to go with it, but eminently sensible. And again, it's a movable feast. A feast it still will be, but for the drivers, having the briefing now, every bit of information on a course that is so potentially perilous has to be lapped up, has to be received.
16 mile you just caught a glimpse of, in fact, with all the course vehicles parked up in readiness to move the finish line to that position. And I assume that's what's being communicated to all the drivers right now, just that they are fully in the picture. And we won't be, therefore, able to reference the absolute best time set by Romain Dumas in 2018, because a significant chunk, as Bruce has mentioned, through Devil's Playground, Bottomless Pit, Upper Gravel Pit, won't be tackled in this year's event. But there's an awful lot of technical corners along the section that we will be utilising. Still a bit of mist at the very top of even up to 16 miles, so a question of allowing that to clear as well, and certain segments of the paving to defrost. But actually visibility up at 16 mile isn't too bad. Staring away at the road that continues up to the summit of Pikes Peak. How would you feel about tackling that, Bruce, from 16 up to 17?
Very comfortable in the commentary booth, thank you, Johnny. I'd love to go and see it, but when you get up above there, it really goes out into the wide open spaces. And I think one of the big problems is everyone down on the start-finish line, there's a 20-degree Fahrenheit difference between that and what they have at the top of the mountain. Down at the start point, of course, the visibility is pretty good. It's so difficult to read the conditions the whole way up, and it needs a lot of monitoring points to pass those messages down to race control at the bottom of the hill, and the drivers have to visualize it. And for those who are rookies, I think they're probably very happy the top 3 or so miles may be lopped off this course. There's more than enough to remember going up. The full course, of course, 156 turns, and very few of them less than significant. So I think absolutely from their point of view, it's probably a slight sigh of relief, much of course, as they'd like to say, yeah, well, I took on the full-blooded whole length of the traditional Pikes Peak course, but you have to run on this mountain what is put in front of you, and what's being put in front of the drivers is the latest information, of course.
The terminus at the very top of the climb for the Cog Railway is under snowfall, as predicted, that far up. When you're talking at 14,110 feet, that is to be expected way up in the clouds. So I think you can understand from an official point of view, it's not likely to improve at all over the next few hours, and therefore unsafe to continue to the summit. But we are going to at least get to the 16-mile point, which is pretty much 12 and a half, almost 13,000 feet. So we're shy by just over 1,000 feet, but otherwise it's still the same Pikes Peak, and it's exactly the same challenge, bar the final couple of corners. So this is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, chomping at the bit, rather, to get going, but unfortunately the weather is in control at the moment, and the mountain decides who's going to be fastest today. The mountain also decides when competition will start in earnest, and we are just waiting for the word from race control, from the organisers, as to their plans. But the track has been shortened slightly, and that is the plan that we're going to continue with for the time being until we are told otherwise. Bruce, 6 different classes. They will be ordered in the second batch by fastest first, and that is purely to give the fastest cars in practice the better track conditions. That was more of a moot point, I suppose you could say, during the dirt track era. However, when it was paved, it's been down now for very nearly 10 years. And in the braking areas for some of those tight hairpins, what the asphalt is doing is almost buckling, creating these horrendous bumps in places. And that in itself, although it's paving, is proving to be its own challenge.
What they didn't expect is what has happened, of course. And they thought, hey, we're providing you bit by bit. We'll gradually work our way up to the highest point on the course with a smooth surface. But one thing, so you get those bobbles in the braking area, but you also, it's slightly narrower. They didn't tarmac the whole way to the edge of the course. So there's a little less, you've got more grip, but little less space in which to play. So it's quicker on the one hand, potentially safer on the other, but then again, you might be going that little bit faster, and therefore, if you do overrun, your accident is going to be, your potential accident is going to be all the more concerning. But down in the lower reaches, they're well used to the amount of tarmac, and you run through the trees for the first 2/3 of the course, really, but gradually you get to see more and more sky. But I think, for a lot of people, maybe it's taken a little bit of the mystique away, but then you suddenly got Romain Dumas cracking in these incredible sub-8-minute times, and the magic definitely is right back with Pikes Peak. And I think we've stepped up from the field we had last year, 45 cars or so. This year we've got 55. Next year, hopefully with the pandemic behind us all or under control, the numbers will definitely go up, because the fascination in this event is eternal. And let's face it, if next year is the 100th running, it's got to be something super, super special. And you and I, Johnny, we think back over the years and the decades when we've watched this on the television. What I love is the sheer diversity of machinery that goes up. And of course, there were periods when you had the likes of World Rally champion Ari Vatanen turning up in his Peugeot 405 T16, something different, another way of stirring the pot. And that in turn is replaced. And the manufacturers, we've touched on this, Johnny, they do like to come and play, particularly if they've got new technology to display. And there's nothing better than coming with something fairly standard, like Bentley a few years ago with an SUV, and making people's jaws hit the floor when they saw the sheer performance, the likes of many-time winner Reese Millen could wring out of it. It's great in any form of motorsport when something makes you go, really? And I think Pikes Peak is a great place to do that.
Well, the great time capsule that is there for all to witness regarding Ari Vatanen is his 1988 run, which is encapsulated in the Climb Dance film, which I'd heartily recommend researching if you've not already seen that. As you say, with the Peugeot 405 Turbo 16, and things have changed a great deal since the mid to late 80s, but brilliant that this event continues on pretty much in the same vein. Yes, okay, you could say it's been calmed somewhat because of the carpet of paving that is installed all the way to the top. As I say, there's then this secondary problem now with vibration, which to some extent, if those cars that have been home built are having to be fine-tuned year on year to make sure that they're in one piece when they get to the top. I'm looking at the quick times, though, that will present our order later on today. Romain Dumas is in that top 5, but of the 6 different classes on display, 4 of them are in that top 5, with 2 open wheel cars fastest, the Paul Dallenbach PVA 003, the Dallenbach Special indeed, and then the Ford Open for rookie driver Cody Varscholtz. We got the Pikes Peak Open class for Raphael Asler, the Frenchman with a Porsche Turbo Cup car. Robin Shute, who is from Norfolk in the UK. He runs in the Unlimited class with the Wolf chassis. And then you've got Romain Dumas, who's actually in the Time Attack class. So really, looking at the classes, that doesn't necessarily tell you how quick the car's going to be, because they are all sub 4 minutes, Bruce.
Oh, it's the diversity that gets me as much as the mountain, Johnny. It really is a treat, because it's not just mildly different way, it's entirely different ways of trying to achieve the same goal. And even if one type of car is quicker lower down the mountain, who knows when you get to the upper reaches. So diversity, we've talked about this many times over the decades, Johnny, we love it in motor racing, that broad taste. But I think at this point, we also need to sort of look at the people who've helped us get this show together. O'Reilly, for the first time, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Cloverleaf cam, the Clover cam, is bringing us up close and behind-the-scenes action. Not only that, if you're listening to me now, and hopefully you are, head to pikespeakgiveaway.com for limited edition giveaways exclusively from O'Reilly and Mobil. And there are many other things, Johnny, we'll be announcing through the course of the show, the giveaway. So do stay on board with us, and we hear the pace car will be heading up the mountain in just under 20 minutes. So there are sort of ripples of movement that will lead to this event starting to take off. But keep listening in to us, and certainly give your support to all the technical crews up the mountain, because they've probably got freezing fingers and they're trying to get you the pictures for when the cars go up. So do give them a little bit of love.
Yeah, we obviously be able to bring you this broadcast is a challenge in itself, and the weather just adding an extra layer there. But to be able to bring you shots from the very top of Pikes Peak with the Cog Railway and its station which would normally provide a great view of the finish line, but unfortunately not this year, A, because of the visibility, and B, because the finish line has been moved to 16 Mile. But as you say, Bruce, there is some activity at 16 Mile with various personnel putting the pickup trucks, the service vehicles in the correct position so that the timing loop is now installed there. There's probably a split at 16 Mile anyway, so that's a relatively easy process to do. But as you say, the course is being cleared now and ready to welcome maybe our first runners in the next hour or so. Keep our fingers crossed for that. There are corner workers, marshals, all the way up the mountain to this point, and they will be constantly reporting back to the organisers to give them the latest state of visibility. But the problem with heavy cloud and mist is that it changes a great deal. You may have a clear spell very briefly, and then once again it will descend. So got to make sure that there's a prolonged spell of good visibility before we start to release the first car.
In some ways, I sort of feel it's my fault. Just 2 weekends ago, of course, commentating on the Nürburgring 24 hours, we lost 15 hours to fog. And that's over a 14, well, actually a similar length to this course here, but through a forest and all fairly much at one level. But fingers crossed. But again, I think praise to all the technical crews that have to be light on their feet, move around, move the equipment. And so you have to arrive at this event, if you're running it, with a huge series of plan A, plan B, plan C, and they're moving fast to sort it out. And fingers crossed, when that car, the pace car, goes up the mountain at hopefully 8 o'clock, it'll have a clear view the whole way up.
This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. That's Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer, and we are waiting for the latest news that should emerge very shortly from the driver's briefing that has been taking place in the last few minutes. May still be the latter stages of that, actually, just to make sure that all of the information is put across and understood, which is the crucial thing as well. And then we will have 8 exhibition class cars released onto the mountain first of all, followed by the 4 entries in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. They're all set to go. They just need the OK from those that are governing proceedings. Down at 7 Mile, though, things look very pleasant indeed, if a little chilly, I'll admit. 9,160 feet where the garage area is for the very large paddock, and great to see a number of you fans wandering around, something we really dearly missed this time last year. So peering from 7,000 feet up to about 11 or 12,000, still the cloud is hanging low and proving pretty stubborn to clear. Whereas I understand in not too very far away, there are record-breaking summer temperatures as in highs, but not here on the mountain where the summer snow showers have really hit with a vengeance.
Well, Johnny, while all is a little quiet, other than the driver's briefing, let's mention track to street with Mobil 1. Mobil 1 engineers see the racetrack as the ultimate laboratory, taking lessons learnt at the track to your daily drive. Not solely presenting the live stream, the Mobil 1 brand also returns as a technology partner within the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. That's the second group up today. And what a technology partner. Well, every engine in the division relies on the same oil, off-the-shelf Mobil 1 ESP X3 0W to 40, available at Porsche dealers today. So what they race is what you can buy.
Cars still being moved into their correct positions at 16 Mile. They are the cars that are carrying all of the crucial equipment that will be beaming the information back to the garage level. If you're a Porsche owner, by the way, Mobil 1 has something very special for you. You can enter your VIN and you'll be eligible to receive a Porsche owner exclusive, the Pikes Peak Hill Grind coffee kit from 4 Coffee. So only 156 will ever be made. That's a fairly obvious number considering the number of turns at this place. Based on the traffic on the stream right now, so they're not going to last long, crucially, because 156 viewers. We will have far, far more than that, Bruce and I wish. That's pikespeakhillgrind.com for our Porsche owners. If you're listening into the vicinity of the PA, perhaps on site or around the world, if you have your VIN handy to enter, then you can join it back here and be in with contention of getting one of the 156 Pikes Peak Hill Grind coffee kits, courtesy of 4 Coffee, and big thanks to them for their support. So the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb souvenirs are also readily available, including a very smart T-shirt. I noticed that the back includes Romain Dumas' record lap time from 2018, the 257, that would be incredibly quick, 757.148 that he set in 2018. And they are available on site as well, right next to one of the many Pirelli trailers. Pirelli not the only tyre manufacturer, though, on site. As I mentioned, Porsche running as the Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama, which is for Cayman GT4 Club Sports. And there'll be 4 of those, but of different vintages, heading into the clouds very shortly, from way back as old as 2016. And then the very new 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sports as well. They will be in the opening batch, due to get going very shortly indeed.
Having just seen sight, Johnny, of the O'Reilly stand there, the stall, there's a special offer from O'Reilly. And while champions race up Pike Peaks, why don't you race over to your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store? Because when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Advanced Synthetic Motor Oil, you receive a $10 gift card. This offer is only available, though, until this Tuesday. So the race is on. Get on down there to O'Reilly. And as with all special offers, terms and conditions apply.
The latest word, Bruce, is that the pace cars are going to take off on the hour. So in 11 minutes' time, 10 minutes' time now, at 8 o'clock. And that will be the first car onto the course, of course, ahead of then the 8 exhibition runners that will follow suit. So Ansted will be piloting the Acura TLX Type S pace car. And that is in 10 minutes' time. So not too long to wait now, folks. The Acura actually just moving into position with the Gran Turismo visor, ready to get cracking. And it's the pace car, I suppose, that will provide the true test, Bruce, because Ant is going to get clearly a driver's eye view and then can send information back to the officials to make sure that he thinks it's safe and they can agree.
Absolutely, Johnny, but it's not just what he sees, it's what he also has to look out for incoming, because it's one thing if it's clear while he's there, but if there are more clouds coming, say, from one particular direction, he's got to be able to report those. And of course, the camera crews and the course officials all the way up the mountain will be constantly sending back comments and observations about how conditions are changing. Down at the start point, it all looks absolutely fine. It's sitting at around 49 degrees Fahrenheit, so a thin jacket rather than a thick jacket. But up at the top, well, the original top, it's only 28 degrees. So a very, very different conditions up there. But for Ant Ansted, who's hosted so many TV programs about cars, just loves them hugely. What an honor for him. But he's got a doubly important job today as he blasts his way up the mountain. Carefully, of course, but principally looking for the weather conditions. There's been ice, there's been fog. Hopefully both of those are cleared.
Yeah, so the final details are just being settled as far as the pace car is concerned. Maybe a couple of extra cameras added to the nose of the Acura as well around the splitter, so that maybe we can get some more footage as far as the road condition is concerned. And the ice will definitely be a problem further up the hill towards towards 14, 15, 16 mile, where the new finish is being assembled. But Ant Anstead comfortably positioned in the Acura TLX, and we'll be getting the signal to start the ascent in just 8 minutes' time. This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And as I say, the Acura TLX Type S with the Gran Turismo branding, looking resplendent in a sort of copper type colour with the peaks down the side of it, the Type S emblazoned on the doors as well. Very smart car indeed. And it will be the testing the water, really. The first run from 7 mile up to 16 mile. And I'm very interested to see what Ant's time is going to be as well.
I think as much as he'd love to set a competitive time, that's not really the aim of the game here. It's check those conditions, report back constantly.
Yeah. Green flag is being held, so we are very close indeed to that being unfurled. But a reminder that the delayed start is all because of the mountain deciding for the 2021 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Any Pikes Peak veteran knows the old mantra, the mountain decides. Well, we still plan to race today, but the weather must comply with our will. And it has meant about a 60-minute delay because of the heavy mist and also the ice at road level too. Temperatures always struggle. The air quality is very, very thin as well, and that's the reason why normally aspirated, even some turbocharged cars can struggle a little bit when they get to the top. They will be panting as they cross the line at 16 mile. Not an issue for the electric vehicles and the type that Romain Dumas set his record time in 3 years ago. But all of these little things about, well, whether your tyres are up to temperature, you're possibly going to lose tyre temp the higher to the finish line you get. Final adjustments being made to the Acura pace car. And just 6 minutes away now, Bruce, from the green flag being waved and the 2021 running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb will get going. So, Bruce, I'm getting my appetite is really rather ravenous now for cars to begin the ascent as the weather slowly clears. This is still going to be a big challenge, though, isn't it? Particularly for the opening runners.
Oh, entirely. Just talking of appetite, I feel as though I arrived at the table ravenous and I've had to wait an hour until the first car would go up. Can't wait to see if they've got a forward-facing camera in there and we can get to see the course as he goes up, because being nosy people, we always want to see exactly what's coming our way. But I really am so excited about this year's Pikes Peak. It's the 99th. You could call it a rehearsal for the 100th next year. And let's hope the weather is all super clear. But let's hope this course has got the visibility that is required to take it up to the new lowered finish point that we think is just below Devil's Playground, so just around the 16-mile point. And let's see what Ant Anstead can show us in that Acura as he goes up, probably departing in, yes, a handful of minutes from now. But fingers crossed, the mist is blowing away.
You may have seen the news, by the way, that the Mobil 1 brand is back, bringing more for fans this year to Pikes Peak Live. If you were with us last year, well, thank you again for tuning in 2021. The whole team at Pikes Peak and us here at Radio Show Limited, the Mobil 1 team, listened to your comments last year, and we want to know what do you think of our new show. You can tell us the comments, tell us about your favourite parts that we've added this year. It is one of the new bits is the O'Reilly Clover Cam, but also live timing, the drop-in interviews and the new giveaways as well. We're listening, so drop us a line with your comments and we will warmly receive those and of course consider them for 2022 and beyond. Clover Cam now live with yours truly inserted into top right corner, and the green flag is there next to the Acura. With that's for a few final photographs, but we're just 3 minutes away now with all of the very important organisers, the timing staff, ready to wave Ant Anstead in the Acura onto a live stage, or it will become live courtesy of this pace car. And then we look to Sean Bassett in his exhibition class Datsun 240Z from 1974 to be the first competitive car up to 16 mile. So rear passenger doors open as well. I wonder whether Ant's got a couple of very lucky passengers indeed to take with him.
Probably a pet meteorologist, I think, might be a good idea.
That is a very good shout, Bruce. No chance, unfortunately, to get out and do any weather testing, though. Working out the wind direction and how likely the ice is going to continue to be a problem. You would think that the bulk of that has gone now if the officials are happy to send, well, effectively a road car up there. And it will be helped by the fact that we have reined the finish line back by 3 and a bit miles. So clearly they worked out that higher than 16 just wasn't going to thaw out in time. And therefore, we should be relatively okay for this run up to pretty much the start of the 4th leg. And remember, during the practice sessions in previous days and weeks, each car has only been able to use one segment at a time, one leg at a time. It's split into 3 parts, and you get a chance to use the middle and the upper section, but never together until race day itself. So you have to have a very long memory indeed. And of course, there's no telling whether any of the weather conditions will correspond to what we have today. Final radio checks being done, I reckon, Bruce, and we are just a minute away now from the rescheduled time of 8 o'clock for Ant Anstead and his run to 16 mile here at Pikes Peak.
Well, he's got a serious job to do, and all the officials. But think of all the drivers, starting with Sean Bassett, who are probably almost lined up. They don't know when exactly they're going to start, but imagine their nerves. It'd be bad enough anyhow, but when you've arrived at an event, you're geared up for starting at originally an hour before now, and you're held back. The butterflies, it must be a real case of mind control for every single one of them, but most notably those who get to kick off the running in that exhibition class with Sean Bassett with his 1974 Datsun 240Z. I cannot wait to see that. I think it's probably slightly less than original. That will be going first, but yeah, the nerves will be absolutely monumental.
I think the major concern right now is to ensure that everybody is in secure radio contact, and that's what everyone is doing down on the start line to make sure that the various corner worker posts are reporting back correctly. As a partner going back to 1934, by the way, the Mobil One branded products have had a proud heritage of performing in the extreme conditions only Pikes Peak can deliver. In fact, Louis Unser, who Bruce was mentioning earlier on, his first win was secured with conventional Mobil motor oil. And Jeff Swartz's latest records came under the protection of Mobil One advanced synthetic motor oil as well. That's a little bit of why the Mobil One brand is presenting Pikes Peak live today.
Yeah, it's a proud connection, and I really think any manufacturer or supplier, if one of their goods in the form that they sell it to the public can succeed at something as extreme as this, it's a massive feather in their cap. So watch out for the brands going up the hill. But Mobil One's such a proud long history here at Pikes Peak.
It's the Pikes Peak live presented by Mobil One, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. Very smart new BMW, I think GT3 car sitting alongside the Acura TLX, which is being driven by Ant Anstead. And there is the green flag. So this year's event for the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is underway for 2021. They call it the race to the clouds. Well, it couldn't be a more perfect beginning for Ant Anstead because he has a lot of that white, fluffy stuff away in front of him. But at the moment, the road is nice and clear and full of spectators, I'm delighted to say, in sharp contrast from last year.
Yeah,
So
the drivers
Ant is on
always
his way,
appreciate
Bruce.
that. Yeah, the drivers appreciate seeing people up the course. You know, they're very intense in what they're doing, particularly on a mountain climb like this, but it just adds something to the mix. And the good news, Johnny, as Anstead set off, my view up the mountain, I could see more than I could when we had that long shot about 10, 15 minutes ago. So let's hope that's going to be true for the entirety of the course. And the fog at the top does just blow away, or at least go to 13,000 feet. Then we'll be fine, because the finish has been moved below that.
Yeah, good point. It can still be there, just a little higher than where we are planning to finish. So the
And I think it's worth pointing out, Johnny, that if anyone's just joining us thinking, oh, I've missed the first few runs. No, you have not. We're running effectively an hour behind original start time, slightly more because of ice and fog at the top of the mountain. So you have not missed a single one of the 55 runners who are going to go out and do their runs. They will be going up, hopefully, very soon indeed.
Yeah, it's perfect timing on your part, in fact, if you've decided to join the broadcast right now with Ant Anstead in his pace car, the Acura TLX Type 5. Brand new piece of kit, this, and sounded glorious as it set off from the start line. And the next batch of cars then will be the parade of, parade of champions to come after this, with Matt Mullins in the 2021 BMW M4. So I was right that that car that Matt will pilot was parked right by Ant's Acura, and in 12 cars' time will be manoeuvred into position for its run, as well as the starting car, the Parade of Champions car, ahead of the really quick machines, the first of which will be driven by Paul Dallenbach in his 2006 PVA 003. As the pace car then, in the hands of Ant Anstead, heads through our shot there. Not very far away. That, I think, is the run towards 10 Mile. Maybe a little short of that, actually. It's on towards the Horseshoe. And we will catch a glimpse in a moment of Ant as he works his way towards 10 Mile. Again, with a number of spectators littering the inside of that turn. Clear road in front, and a joy, really, to be piloting a brand new Acura TLX with the road to himself. 2:27.5. It's academic, I realise, Bruce, but we are getting the time nevertheless from the pace car. And the times, of course, will tumble an awful lot through the course of the day, particularly with that opening batch. Car 13 down to, well, really 30 or 31 when we've got some most impressive times. And, of course, the chance to improve as well. They are merely qualifying times to set an order. And it would be a brave person to try and guess which of certainly the fastest 10 cars from practice will be the quickest by the end of the day.
Absolutely so, because, of course, weather conditions can change, but we're optimistic that they will improve. But Ant Anstead, driving that pace car up the mountain, will be getting first sight of how things are improving, if indeed they are. But to my eye, from the various camera angles we've been treated to up the mountainside, it looks though the cloud base is lifting, but it has to keep lifting until it's sitting at about 13,000 feet. We're going to be having the course end just below that at about 12,500 feet. So what's 500 feet among friends? It's fine as long as you've got a 500 advantage, not a 500-foot deficit. But let's wait and see as Anstead powers up the mountain. There he comes through the hairpin. Nice and neat and tidy, but he's not going for a time. He's just going for a look.
Still not really hanging around, though, Ant Anstead, and he will have had a little bit of practice, maybe watched several videos as well of onboard footage to know which corner we'll be heading to next. And even those that have been up this mountain 15, 20 times still say that there are certain bits, I suppose a little bit like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Bruce, that look uncannily like other sections. And it's not until you realise, oh, I've got the wrong bit, when it can go very, very wrong indeed. So you always have your wits about you.
Oh, 100%, Johnny. And also, don't forget, corners look different in different degrees of light, morning, evening, or night. So that's something you have to consider. Sometimes there's shadow, sometimes not. Of course, there'll be no shadow if you're above the tree line here, but it does change all the time. And experience is absolutely paramount for sort of a safe and really, really fast run. But you could never stop learning on the Pikes Peak hill climb. It is a majestic mountainside to go to try and set a quick time. And Anstead still working up the course. But the good thing, Johnny, the higher he goes, we are still seeing a lack of fog. That is very good news indeed.
Yeah, certainly there's a little maybe ice at the sides of the road, but the paving itself has defrosted nicely. Through the next split goes Ant, and all of these little marker points that Ant continues to meet will be communicated down to the officials, and he will be able to also give further information as to the condition of the course. But as Bruce says, looks okay at this stage, but the really tough stuff is yet to come, including, I mean, so many switchbacks around the double cut area, which is the start of leg one, around 15 and 16 mile. Normally that would be right in the middle of the course, but those that maybe have felt they've lost a bit of time in the middle section quite possibly will be pushing very hard now through 14, 15 and 16 when we get to the competitive parts of the day to catch up that time. And whereas, well, really 16, 17 and 18 mile, you can open the throttle a little bit more. It's a really tough finish line now, particularly around that 15 mile marker, Bruce. And probably not a lot of time to be gained through those hairpin sections.
It's hairpin, 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 hairpin. Of course, you can make a slip up, but I think you're quite right. But it was after that, even though the drops got larger, that drivers could at least see a bit further and above the tree line, and really, really fast sector, almost as fast as the photographers who decided to take photos at the very top of the mountain would have had to be to come back down to where the cars will be competing. And obviously they could have been 3 miles up the road. So hopefully they got the signal. And of course, so much has to be readjusted. And I'm sure some is still being done while Ant Anstead is working his way up in that Acura pace car to just get to the new finish point at around the 16 mile mark to check that all is fine. Meanwhile, of course, down the start finish line, Sean Bassett is probably not in the car yet, but hopping from foot to foot, doing everything he can to keep his nerves in check, because he will be the man who checks the course at competition speed. He's got to be the one that will be listening out, taking all the instruction he can get about weather conditions as it's fed back down the mountainside to him and to all the other competitors.
Yes, and you feel really for the opening batch of drivers. Everybody else kind of knew there'd be a little bit of a wait before it was their turn. But when you have a start time, then Sean Bassett, Johann Schwartz, Jordan Guitar as well, they will all have been knowing roughly what time they will be called into action. And it's almost like at a tennis open, knowing that you're first on court, but it's raining. You've just got to wait and kind of be ready to go, be warmed up at a very close call indeed.
Yes, it's very, very difficult to know that you have to be sort of, in racing terminology, suited and booted, as opposed to knowing that when it starts, you're still the 20th driver. Then, of course, you can have a bit more relaxation. And more to the point, you can look at all the monitors showing the different angles up the mountainside, and you can at least get a bit of first-hand knowledge of the situation as it is now and get an idea of how it may be when you get to make your run. So we've been delayed by an hour and a little bit by the fog at the top of the mountain and the ice as well. We've had the start line stays where it is, but the finish line has been brought down the mountain to around the 16 mile mark. And we're just waiting to check that all will be clear so that we can start competition. But that view from the 16 mile mark, we can see further in the distance now, fluffy cloud further down the valley, moving away. That's definitely a good sign.
Yeah, visibility at 60 mile is actually pretty good now. Is that just a gap in the cloud or a meaningful clearing happening, I wonder? Well, that's going to be monitored. Through section 3 goes Ant Anstead and safely. So 9:23.368 is the completed time, I'd say, Bruce. because section 4 is the bit that's not being used, isn't it? So a 9:23.368 for the pace car, not a competitive car, but so all 3 sections have been completed. And now we can get very excited because Sean Bassett will be due onto the course in just a few moments.
Well, for a lot of drivers, their ambition is to break 10 minutes up the mountain, and Ant Anstead can say he has done that. 9 minutes 23. He just won't tell the full story that he didn't go the whole way to the top. But I think that's probably a pretty good time, bearing in mind the job that he had to do, which was to take people up to check the course in its entirety.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story is the old saying. And yes, he can live long on that little statistic, I am sure. Entertain many, many friends. 9:23.368. Maybe have that etched onto the back of a T-shirt and get it sold at O'Reilly's for next year's event. So the BMW M4, which will be driven by Matt Mullins very shortly, will be moved into position after the next 12 cars. But we have a variety of different machines, including, I make it 3 different Teslas, a couple of Model 3s and the Model S Plaid, the 2021 car. But the rather older Datsun 240Z will be due on course from Sean Bassett very shortly for the Mount Dura-based 36-year-old who has professionally engineered this car, and it's taken 4 years to complete. It's passed the technical inspections in accordance with the SCCA and the NASA regulations. And as you say, not really an original from 1974, though that'll be the car that he started with. And then it's been heavily tuned to provide us with something that he can really tackle Pikes Peak with in anger. Managed a 5 minutes 37.624 when it came to qualifying for Sean.
Helped in part, I'm sure, by having 600 horsepower under the hood and a Garrett turbocharger to give that boost up the mountainside. One thing I wonder, a lot of the competitors live in and around Colorado, in the mountains. They're used to reading the weather, but Mount Dora, it says on the label, that is where in Florida Sean Bassett lives. So you guess he's having to tap the locals to find out a bit more about what they think about how the weather is changing and will change through the course of the day. Always a mystery for everybody, but you do feel the Colorado mountain folk have a better handle on it than the incomers who are coming to share their great event.
And the Pikes Peak history for Sean, I think this is for him rather than the car. Last year, he was 7th in the exhibition class, managed to do a 13.0904, which was his rookie year. So there you go. But he acted as Scott Birdsall's crew chief for the 2019 running of Pikes Peak. Obviously, the times are going to have to be significantly adjusted because we're only doing 3 of the 4 sections now due to the descending weather. Although it is showing signs of lifting. Once the officials make a decision that is a new course length, we obviously have to stick with that, though, to make it fair for everyone else. And better, I suppose, to make an early decision than hang around to try and get the full course raceable, only to be presented with disappointment. So make a firm decision, go to 16 mile, and we can probably pro-rata the times a little bit then later on this evening to find out a suitable time that all of these cars might have done. But it's still a fair competition, and we will be seeing, after this first batch of 12 cars, the real quick machinery and the really quick drivers as well.
Now, of course, with the course not going as high as it would normally, not going this time because of the fog up to 14,115 feet, that means if they've shaved 1,500 feet off the top of the course, that's a bit kinder on the machinery, not just because it shortens the run, but it removes the sector at the top where everything is screaming, trying to get the engines to work at that ultra-high altitude. Interesting comment from Sean Bassett in his driver profile. The question was, how are you preparing for race day on Pikes Peak? And he says something I think is really prescient. I'm a big believer that you have to win in the shop for Pikes Peak. You get one shot and it has to count. The car, crew, driver all have to be overly prepared. Bear in mind those words. And if the mountain allows, going to the local mantra, you might just get a good run. But you have to have your car bulletproof to take that green flag. Absolutely true.
Yeah, and some of that, I suppose, is out of your control because a car can be as prepped as possible, and you can be perfectly happy with it, and then something unforeseen can go wrong. You could argue that because we aren't quite going to the altitude that we would ordinarily, that may be slightly less of an issue, and in terms of the undulations as well, although I think a bulk of those will still have to be tackled because the relatively new paving, remember this whole course was fully paved in 2012, and in particularly the braking areas for those tight hairpins at 15 mile and on to 16 mile, very undulating, far more than when that paving was first laid.
Now, consider this, Johnny.
Vibrations will be a big issue, Bruce. Yes, go ahead.
No, absolutely so. But just consider this, two more bon mots from Sean Bassett. He said, I'm probably one of the only drivers in the field this year that's built their car from the ground up and races it. I must say, I'd always rather someone built my car for me. That's enough about my technical expertise. But he also says, this is the bit that slightly shocks me. He does come from a two-wheel background, but he said, I'd also be more comfortable racing Pikes Peaks on two wheels. Oh, he's cut from different cloth to the majority of us, isn't he?
Yes, just a little. We don't have bikes at this year's event. I understand the decision to make it just a four-wheel event will be considered again at the end of this year. And could we have some two-wheeled machinery for the centenary, perhaps, or not quite the centenary, that's already happened, but the 100th edition of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's still a conversation being had, which I was rather encouraged by. But yes, if it's not frightening enough on four wheels, take two away. And clearly, Sean is a big fan of that. His car still
does make the hill a little wider
from the garage area. I suppose so, yes. There's the less of an issue about track limits. You've got far more racing line to go at. They don't really care about track limits at this place, though. There is a start line and a finish line, and you need to get from one to the other as quickly as possible. But yes, there is the scope to use a little bit more of the asphalt, I suppose you could say.
So still waiting for the reports down from the top of the mountain. Ant Ansted's taken the Acura pace car up to the new finish point. And we're waiting for the signal for the course to be clear for the first driver, Sean Bassett, to take to the mountain. The start's been delayed by fog, which we hope is shifting, and ice, which we hope the course stops before it reaches by moving the finish line down to the 16-mile marker, a point which is at about 12,500 feet, still enough to make you really puff and pant.
A little bit more about the Datsun in question. We mentioned it's a 240Z, but it has a custom all-carbon fibre body and the tubular space frame chassis. But new for this year, Sean was in need of a bit more power. So the engine is now capable of 1,000 horsepower with the help, as Bruce was mentioning, of that Garrett turbo. All the power runs through a BMW dual clutch transmission operated by a paddle shift, and the car has shown off its exposed carbon fibre body for the past few years, but it's now sporting an all-new livery for the 99th running, and presumably, therefore, the wrap for a year's time is already in the plans as well. That is the one that clearly everyone wants to be at, although the entry list is fit to bursting for the 99th running as well. And I'm sure, many entries had to be turned away because so many wanted to be involved. As fans were welcomed back, and we're getting really close now to a very important year for the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. I suppose if you had run the previous year, that might help you a little bit in getting onto the crucial entry list in 12 months.
I'm almost slavering, Johnny, at the thought of the super specials that will come out to play next year. What manufacturer wouldn't want to bring something different, something to add to the mix, and something maybe with a nod to their historic achievements here over the decades? And you look at the manufacturers that have shone here over the years, they won't want to stay away. They're going to come and really put on a show. Right now, of course, they're still waiting to the show of the front end of Sean Bassett's Datsun 240Z, that very special 240Z. and we'll be blasting up towards the clouds and hopefully not quite reaching them, because that fog, we want to see it above the mountain and not on and around the race course.
Just reading about how Sean first became aware of Pikes Peak. He says years ago when he was racing US Pro Supermoto, Pikes Peak was the place he wanted to race when there was dirt. So it's always been on his bucket list, but I suppose he's just missed that whole kind of dirt era, even when the very end of it was still the rough section. His rookie year, his rookie year was last year, so it's all paved for Sean. But nevertheless, a lot of fun in this heavily modified, heavily spec'd 1974 Datsun 240Z. It's not particularly easy once Ansted has got to the top of the hill. If there is an issue with the track, you can't easily send another pace car up for another evaluation of the track in question. So I just wonder whether one or two questions, concerns have been raised by Ant and some of the footage that was being back to race control. And they're going to wait a little while longer before the first competitive car is sent up. But as I say, visibility at 16 Mile did seem to be improving, and significantly as well. It's just a question of what the other areas are like and where some of that low cloud may have ended up, because it might be somewhere on the middle part of the course around the ski area and Tin Barn at 12 Mile, and just frustratingly hanging around there.
Well, Johnny, while we've got this hiatus, maybe it's time to nip off for a quick commercial break with our commercial partners while the decisions are being made in race control.
November 1806. Captain Zebulon Montgomery Pike first viewed the mountain that would bear his name. He attempted to reach the top of the highest peak, as he called it. But with winter closing in, he was forced to abandon his attempt. In the years and centuries to follow, the desire to reach the summit of Pikes Peak has stirred in the hearts of all those who have laid eyes on America's mountain.
Hello everybody, welcome to Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. It's the 2021 edition of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by GRAN TURISMO. My name's Johnny Palmer, joined by Bruce Jones on the live stream and around the garage area on the PA as well. Great that you can be in attendance if you're here or tuned in via our stream, wherever you are around the world. You haven't missed anything to this point. We should have had a number of competitive cars heading into the clouds, but Just the pace car has had some action so far with Ant Anstead at the wheel. Otherwise, a significant delay because remember, the mountain decides when competition will start here. And last night we saw intense storms. Today the forecast not particularly warm, I'm afraid to say, and there's been plenty of snowfall very high up at the summit of Pikes Peak. With too much snow. Actually, almost a foot was predicted. Looks a little less than that, but a good few inches at the summit, which has prevented the full course being used today. We'll be racing to 16 mile instead, and therefore to something like 12,800 feet. So still a massive challenge, Bruce Jones, but the cloud is definitely continuing to clear at the 16 mile new finish line.
Well, this is the vantage point. I'm not sure what the view would be like looking out from the original top of the course. We saw the snow settled up there. Here the snow is lighter, but the visibility has been improving. I'm not sure it's actually continued to improve. So it's not going to be a static case of weather. It never is in the mountainside. But hopefully the report is clear. And there is a car on the start line. Excitement rises, and so will the revs. 269, that fabulous turbocharged 1974 Datsun 240Z. And for Sean Bassett, this is a massive moment. He's been a crew chief here before in 2019. He competed last year, and he's doing so all over again, Johnny.
Yeah, so this is Sean's moment. He's had to wait a lot longer than normal in the 1974 Datsun 240Z. I see what he means about it having quite a bit of more recent work being done though, but that is the car he started with. It's taken him 4 years to get it to this stage, and having done a 5 minutes 37.6 in practice, that's really the marker that he would love to beat. And this is not a launch into the unknown for Sean, but a chance to hook up all of the various sections, 3 of them rather than the expected 4. And he'll hope that visibility is good enough as the green flag is waved and the first competitive car bursts into life. It jumps around all over the road as he moves through the gears. 1,000 horsepower produced from this Datsun 240Z. And that was worth waiting for, Bruce.
It was a bucking Bronco. Amy Osborne very smooth with her action with the green flag there, but Sean just trying to get that power hooked up with whatever grip is coming from the tarmac. And of course, if you haven't watched for 10 years or more, it's tarmac the whole way now. But that was a lot of power being put down in really high dudgeon onto the course. We'll wait for him to come his way up the mountainside. As you say, 3 of the 4 sections, timing sections of the mountain are being used. And we'll get the marker time from Sean when he gets to the top, but it's all focus for him. This is his second competitive attacking drive here. Last year was his first, this is his second, and all eyes are on Sean around the world as he goes to show the course is great the whole way up to the 16 mile point at 12,500 feet.
Labels Scott Birdsall as one of his Pikes Peak mentors. Well, he was crew chief for Scott 2 years ago here. And the reason why it's 269 on the doors, well, he's always run the number 26 when racing motorcycles. Bruce and I were talking earlier on that he's a big fan of two-wheel action as well, although he's never taken the two-wheel machine up the top of Pikes Peak. Maybe that could happen in future years if motorcycles are allowed back onto the mountain in forthcoming events. But after pausing the two-wheel campaign, he added the 9 to the number to incorporate his famous 69, which is a huge inspiration for him, apparently. We will move swiftly on. So the car in the distance, I think I can hear, and we will definitely hear it before we can see it on the next screen. So he's motoring through the first couple of miles. Hanson's Corner, Horseshoe, and then on towards the 9 mile marker just before Engineers Corner. Brown Bush Corner is definitely a real challenge, and I'm not surprised to see a great number of fans that have made a beeline for Brown Bush Corner, which presents the sort of the first hairpin challenge of the course, and they will get far more frequent and far more intense much further up the mountain as the Datsun appears and rockets through safely.
driven with a modicum of caution there as the course starts to tighten up. You're sort of lured into it, Johnny, in the first stage of the course. The corners are quite open, but once you get to Engineers Corner, it really tightens. And then Brown Bush, as you mentioned, the first of the true hairpins. But Johann Schwartz, next on the start-finish line, he's not driving a Datsun 240Z, but an American X-Kart cross-kart. I love the diversity.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have two more different cars. This is the number 83 for 54-year-old Johann Schwartz. Comes from Huntersville, North Carolina, and this rear-wheel drive, again, rocket ship about to launch into life. Asked when he first heard about Pikes Peak, when he was a kid in Denmark, he says, some of the famous European rally drivers and manufacturers took to the challenge of the famous climb, and clearly that is where the bug really started to bite. So running both with the US and the Danish flags on the roof of the American cross kart, built this year, and that is raring to go. We haven't yet had a time, by the way, from Sean Bassett. He will be nearing the end of section 1 very, very shortly, and that will give us an idea, a benchmark of the sort of speed we can expect from this group of 12 cars.
Well, looking at the American X-Kart and Cross-Kart, it's clearly a totally different, much lighter piece of machinery. Engine only 750cc, but it's a motorbike engine, really, really high revving. This is made for purpose. One little record that Johan will not be trying to beat this time, he holds 3 Guinness World Records. One is for the longest drift. Get this, you wouldn't be able to do it up the mountain here. He kept a car sideways for 8 hours, or 232.5 miles, doing 5 mid-drift fuel fills. Most extraordinary. But round Brown Bush and on up the course goes the first runner, Sean Bassett, still waiting for him to get to the end of that first timing sector, and then we'll start to put some times on the board.
Yeah, so he has already gone through 10 Mile, heading on towards Big Spring and then Blue Sky, which is a couple of tricky left-handers, and at the tight hairpin at Heitman's Hill, as the gear is found. And I paused just to take in that 750cc Suzuki engine.
I love the fact that could be heard in California as he revs up the mountainside. Couldn't be more different. Fabulous.
Or maybe back home at Huntersville as well. So, yes, Johann Schwartz, who labels, amongst others, Ari Vatanen as a big hero. I'm sure it's a case of joining the queue there after the exposure that Ari presented for this event in the late 80s. And, you know, the history, the challenge, the team that I'm going with, says Johann Schwartz, great people, and they really go towards making this a great event. So the number 83 car is on its way. This is a rookie year for Johann Schwartz. We will have 3, in fact, in this group of 12 as the openers. One of the 4 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport runners also in his first year. That'll be Cameron Ingram, who will be setting off up the mountain fairly shortly. But now Jordan Guitar is about to pilot an Acura TLX, so exactly the same car as our Pace machine. Still with actually the same branding as well, pretty much, as Ant Ansted's Pace car that's set off on the dot.
I have 2 split times to give you, Johnny, because Sean Bassett's gone through section 1 in 2 minutes 27.2 seconds and section 2 3 minutes 10.6. These will become, when linked with the third one, the first time we see on the board. But Sean Bassett continues to press on. Johann Schwartz yet to get to the end of that first timing sector as he makes his racket the whole way up the mountain.
I'm pleased you said that, because my timing screen needed a little refresh, and you're quite right. We have had 2 times so far through the car 269, 83, Johann Schwartz, the rookie. Yet to see him emerge at the end of the first sector. Therefore, in the region of 10 Mile. Just the 3 sections in use today as the cross kart heads up towards 10 Mile now, with Brownbush Corner its next point. It's a 2:06.2 for Johann Schwartz, which is 20-odd seconds quicker than Sean Bassett's effort. That should see the American cross kart safely as the fastest car of the opening duo. And that was the case in practice as well. There was a difference of about 50 seconds in the favour of the American cross kart when they were practicing. All silence down at the start line though, and the seconds tick by, waiting for the green flag to be waved for Jordan Guitar's Acura TLX. It'll be a Tesla next for Joshua Allen. But still waiting for Sean Bassett to negotiate those many hairpins around 15 Mile. And a clear view, as long as you're facing in the right direction, from 16 Mile now, something we did not have barely half an hour ago. So big changes there. And you can see why the officials, so experienced at running this event every single year, made their decisions. Looked to be a good one.
Experience counts for the drivers, for the engineers, and certainly the meteorologists that help run this show have done a really fantastic job to get it going. Just looking down to the start, we're looking at Brown Bush Corner and waiting for the screaming cross cart coming up the mountainside, driven with... it sticks to the road. The handling is absolutely fantastic. So that big rear wing is doing a fabulous job, but the chassis so short, so nimble, and that engine, you can imagine, very, very high revving, really pushing Johan Schwartz, a rookie no less, way to the first timing beam.
But into the final hairpin at 16 Mile, Sean Bassett now arrives. He gets the first checkered flag of the day and crosses the line. So we will get a time very shortly, and through it comes. It's a 9:19.475 for Sean Bassett's 1974 Datsun 240Z, which is an average speed of 59.7 miles per hour. 3 sections of the 4 completed, and a 9:19.4.
Now, Jordan Guitar down on the start-finish line. He should really know the handling of his Acura TLX because he works for the company's handling division. So what he doesn't know doesn't really exist. He's part, to give it its proper name, the company's chassis development group. And he's got experience of this very mountain, driving a third-generation Acura RDX, different model, back in 2018. And an RDX again the following years. So Jordan putting the power down. 3 cars have started, 3 cars that could not have been more different.
The all-wheel drive, very useful indeed in the Acura TLX as it launches away from the line. This is a brand new TLX Type 5. Has been modified with a race-tuned active suspension and includes a 1-inch ride height drop as well, which will certainly help on the faster sections. Lightweight HRE 19x9-inch race wheels and the Pirelli slicks that it runs on as well. So Jordan Guitar clearly choosing to add 1 or 2 improvements, and there's nothing in the rule set that prevents you from doing that as long as you pass the safety checks pretty much, and it will do the journey from start line to finish line. Pretty much anything else you bring is permitted. Jordan's actually a member of...
Give you a little time check, Johnny. Very, very quick run through the middle sector. Johan Schwartz, he could take almost a whole minute off the best time so far on the board set by Sean Bassett. So that little cross cart absolutely flying up the mountainside.
Yeah, continuing to set impressive sections, and it will all loop together to probably present a sub-9 minute time as well. Yeah, because he's already taken 20 seconds off the first sector and about the same through the second section as well. So well down in the 8-minute marker is my prediction for Johan Schwartz in the American cross kart. We'll see in a moment how good this Acura is on its Pirelli slicks. Again, some questions that were put to Jordan ahead of the event. He's known about Pikes Peak since he was a child, hearing stories from his parents, heading to Colorado on vacation in the 50s and 60s and on into the 70s as well. It was all dirt then. And they had a brand new Pontiac at the time with air shocks prior to getting the entrance gate. the back shocks blew out, tilting the nose of the car skyward. So that's the sort of abuse that the dirt course would present for a lot of the competitors. And as I say, it's still brutal in places, even though it's paved these days. New car on the start line is number 88. So this is the Joshua Allen Tesla Model 3. Again, running on Yokohamas. And a pretty vicious looking front splitter as well. So some aerodynamic aids have been added. But looks very smart indeed. Stealth-like in a pretty much all black, but with red bumper livery for Josh Allen.
Interesting fact, Johnny. We've just had, of course, Guitar going up as a chassis development driver, and I noticed back a while ago, that Alan based himself in Italy, worked for Maserati developing their chassis. So clearly good skills to be transferred.
Yes. Yes, because you need a rigid, you need a strong chassis, well balanced as well, because there are so many different types of corners when the camber's in your favour and not. It's an 8:29.589 for Johann Schwarz in the American cross kart. So he was right in the middle of the 8-minute marker, and therefore 40 seconds, 50 seconds in fact, quicker than Sean Bassett's time in the Datsun. And that is actually about the same time as they were through the shorter sections in practice. I told you it was a 50-second gap between Sean and Johan, so it has proved when you link 3 of those sections together.
And yet, guess what? Jordan Guitar is faster than either of those. He's 8 seconds faster through the first split than Johann Schwarz was. So these times are going to come down and down and down. And it's the turn now of Joshua Allen to wait for that green flag, to wait for 2 green flags, and to power his way with all that electric grunt up the mountain. It's slow off the line, actually. Then, of course, as soon as he gets moving, boom.
Yeah, didn't react immediately to the double green flags, but now the Tesla Model 3 comes into its own. As you say, just bursts away from the start line, way, way quicker than any of the other cars we have seen so far. But then it may well start to just run out of power a little bit as he gets to the longer flat-out sections. But it's going to be very interesting indeed to compare Joshua's times to Jordan Guitar, who is the fastest so far. Just gone through the second split as the Acura TLX, 2:38.7, which again is 10 seconds quicker than the Johann Schwarz time. And there is a new car, Bruce, on the start line.
You may not have seen one of these before. It's a VW Bug. You'll have seen one of those, but it's the VW Bug Proto, the TRI TDI diesel. It's a great-looking bit of machinery. Grégoire Blachon at the wheel, French driver, and certainly one that will have fans all around the world. Do things differently. Do them quickly if you're here. So we'll get to see what Grégoire can do. He comes from Nashville, Tennessee. That's where he's based, but he's a Frenchman underneath. And great-looking car. You know me, Johnny. I like lots of difference. You can't get much more difference than this. Yes, if you squint, it looks like a VW Bug, but there's much, much more to it. It's got a turbo diesel engine, so plenty of grunt. And there is certainly that short wheelbase. It's only 95 inches. It's going to be very, very manoeuvrable, but hasn't got enough power. But of course, it weighs very little, 1,650 pounds. And there's that diesel smoke puffing out of the exhaust.
So Grégoire is a mechanical engineer, owns and operates Boxier Diesel Motorsports in Nashville, and his shop specialises in common rail diesel engine swaps. And they have adapted diesel engines for cars, for boats, aeroplanes, military equipment and more. As the Tesla now heads in brilliant sunshine along the short, sharp straight in the area of 10 Mile. So Brambush Corner to come next for the Tesla. Still waiting for Jordan Guitar's total time. But yeah, going back to Grégoire Blachon's VW Bug, reminds me a little bit of the Fun Cup cars that are seen around Europe, racing at a lot of the Grade 1 Grand Prix circuits. I know there is a Spa 25 hours for the Fun Cup cars that look very much like VW Beetles, but under the skin, there's something totally different.
Yeah, the stopwatch tells a story that dictates they're not quite original, but professional crews do that as well as groups of friends. So it's certainly one if you want to. If racing at Spa-Francorchamps is on your bucket list, that could be one for you to consider. Something fun, but a real challenge. But right now, of course, the challenge is getting to the top of the mountain here in the fastest time. The best so far, 8 minutes 29.5 seconds. That is surely to be broken by Jordan Guitar. He should be able to come into the background of the shot with the ever-improving visibility. Now the sun above the clouds. That's great to see. Just waiting for Jordan to come up and cross that finish line in his Acura TLX. Target time, 8 minutes 29.589 seconds. And here he comes, the last few twisters. Of course, the final corner is right at the bottom of the image. The finish line is on the right-hand side of the screen. One last hairpin after a sequence of hairpins for the Acura. Jordan Guitar, will he take the fastest time? So far, only the third car to come to the top of the mountain, but he goes through 7 minutes 53.615 seconds, easily to the top of the pile. Great run there.
So Jordan Guitar's time, 7:53.6. This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. We'll continue the runs right after this.
Spencer Penrose, when he came here, he flourished, and he fell in love with the region.
His ability to not only be successful as an engineer in mining, but his vision for this community and for the people of this community is really unparalleled.
Penrose, now wealthy from his success in the mining industry, had a well-earned reputation for being a drinker and a rowdy fellow. This changed when he married Julie Villiers Lewis McMillan in 1906.
Different people, different personalities, but the ability to work together. And I would say, just as in a car, you sometimes have a governor, Mrs. Penrose served that role in his behavior throughout the years.
Together, they would now direct his considerable fortune towards turning Colorado Springs and its mountain into a world-renowned destination for culture and tourism.
He was just such a remarkable promoter of the area, and he did everything with gusto and spared no expense whatsoever.
Penrose leased the old carriage road from the National Forest Service and proposed building a toll road to the top of Pikes Peak. This highway would fit perfectly with his, and for that matter, America's growing infatuation with the motor car.
He was fascinated by cars and their ability to go fast. And the fact is, he would carry forward with that ability to go fast to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Penrose needed a blockbuster event to showcase his new road, and decided there was no grander spectacle than an auto race to the top of Pikes Peak. The race would feature the finest drivers in the world, competing for the richest prize in racing.
This is
Welcome back to Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. The times are getting faster and faster up the mountainside. Joshua Allen about to take the fastest time. He's the fourth car up the mountain. We've got Nick Robinson, Acura NSX on the start-finish line, ready to go and show what he can do.
So 3 times through already. Jordan Guitar, the fastest of them, with a 7:53.6. Johann Schwartz in his American cross kart did an 8:29.5. And Sean Bassett, who was the first up the mountain after a significant delay due to weather, the 1974 Datsun 240 said, did a 9:19.4. But Joshua Allen, somewhere in that third section. Grégoire Blachon has already been released from the start line. We were talking a lot about the VW Bug Proto TRI, and now the 6th car due to ascend is Nick Robinson in another Acura, this time a slightly older NSX from 4 years ago. Blachon's done a 2:05.8, so isn't going to be quite as quick as Jordan Guitar and as Joshua Allen's efforts, as long as Allen can complete this run in his rookie year with a brand new Tesla Model 3. And the Tesla 3 got away from the line so well, and has so far shaved just a few seconds off the Jordan Guitar time. Another 4 seconds gained as well through the middle section. And any moment now, he'll be arriving at 16 mile for that tough run across the line. He will be able to look over to his left at this point, up the hill to see the finish line, but will be far more focused on the apex of this final left-hand horseshoe and accelerates out of the corner to cross the line now and deliver a 8:16.7. So he has lost about 30 seconds to Jordan Guitar in that final section. And does that tell us then that the electrically powered cars aren't quite as good through those never-ending horseshoes around 14, 15 and 16 mile?
Well, Johnny, you suggested that might be the case, and I think barring him making a mistake out of our sight, that proved to be the story there. So Jordan Guitar stays at the top of the charts at the moment, his 7-minute 53.6 second lap. Now, look at this great-looking Acura NSX do anything about that. It's from 2017. It's a fabulous bloodline of cars when Honda first, before they rebranded as Acura in the States, put out that NSX, kissed briefly by the great Ayrton Senna, and certainly one of the most fabulous cars. And it put the wind up all the supercar manufacturers of the day, because people, Honda look, they listen, they learn. And this Acura NSX, a fabulous car. So let's see what James Robinson can do. George Blachon still powering up the mountainside in his VW Bug Proto, and they're waiting for him to come to the middle point on the course. Bizarre looking machinery, wild, wacky, huge rear wing and a great big splitter at the front. And pretty quick indeed. Not the fastest car, but not far off the very fastest pace. Not brilliant in the first sector, but the second sector, he's almost right on the money. Crazy, crazy VW.
Away goes Nick Robinson in the number 173 Acura NSX then. 48 years old from Delaware, Ohio. And again, an all-wheel drive car. So that really does help when you're trying to get it off the line from a stationary position. And Nick is not in his first year. Just going back through the stats, looks like he's competed here in the motorcycle classes as well in 2013. Best finish, actually a 3-time champion once on a motorcycle. So in 2019, when he first competed 2016 when he first competed in this Acura NSX, managed a time of 10 minutes 28 and was a little slower when he came back 2 years later. But unfortunately, the times this year aren't really a reference point, because we're only doing 3/4 of the course, as high as 16 mile. 7:53.6 is the time to beat, set by Jordan Guitar. Joshua Allen certainly ran him close. He was quicker through 2 of the 3 sectors, but then for some reason lost 30 seconds in that final run through 13, 14 and 15 mile. Was that purely because of the performance and where it is delivered by the Tesla 3? Difficult to know, but a 3:46, when you hook that up in the final section to the rest of the Joshua Allen times, it will produce an 8:16.7. He's still second fastest with that, ahead of Johann Schwartz's Crosskart and Sean Bassett in the Datsun. We're waiting for Gregoire Blachon in the VW Bug to burst through the timing loop in a matter of moments. Nick Robinson is safely to 9 mile in the Acura NSX. And this car has been up the mountain a couple of times already, Bruce, knows its way.
It certainly does seem to. And again, very neat and tidy. And a lot of the drivers say 2 things. You stay within the grey line, so you do not cross the white. It's remarkably simple. Or again, more very different machinery down on the start-finish line. It's one of the world's great drift drivers, Formula Drift champion in 2011. Japanese driver Dai Yoshihara, based in Cerritos, California, such an enthusiast for this event. And his ambition, had we had the full course, would be to break 10 minutes. He's done a 10-minute, 5-second climb last year when he was the Unlimited Division champion. But a lot of trick kit on his fabulous Tesla Model S. But what's happening, the mist is settling a little lower down the mountain as the VW Gregoire Blachon-driven Proto Bug comes round that final set of corners up to the finish line. The flag wave for him there. What sort of time? He goes second fastest. He's 5 seconds down on the best time, but he pushes Josh Allen, the top rookie at the moment, down to third. So it's Jordan Guittard, Gregoire Blachon at the top of the charts. But that was a really good run. And I wonder which way this weather is going at the top of the mountain. Certainly the cloud has suddenly filled our view.
Well, I was about to suggest that maybe the lack of visibility could explain Joshua Allen's Section 3 time, but then Gregoire Blachon's just gone through and done the quickest of that sector all day, 3:15.3. So clearly he was happy with the conditions. And as you say, just narrowly misses out on the Jordan Guittard time by 5 seconds. As now through the right-hand hairpin at Brambush Corner goes Nick Robinson. He set a 1:48.101, so that's quicker again through Section 1. Nick's Acura NSX, the car that certainly didn't hang around as it left the line with its all-wheel drive. The 2017 car, fastest so far, but there's a big question mark as to how the visibility is once you get higher than about 12 mile.
Yeah, we could see that it was not just coming in, but it was moving. Hopefully it's going to move on past. Certainly that's what Dai Yoshihara will be hoping, because he's got a lot of horsepower to get up the mountain in this Tesla Model 3. And of course, while his true profession is as a drifter, you don't want to drift up the mountain here. That sort of went west when the gravel was removed. But certainly that's a very impressive first stint time by Nick Robinson and the Acura NSX. And his second sector time is, again, quicker than anybody else has managed by about 7 seconds. So he could well get down to the 7-minute 40-somethings when he reaches the top at the 12-mile mark. Sorry, the 16-mile mark. If he stops at the 12-mile mark, he's doing himself a disservice.
Yes, it needs to. But that, again, those that are very familiar with this competition have had to recalibrate their brain to an extent and remember where they are racing to this year. And perhaps 1 or 2 more risks have to be taken in those sections that normally you would be slightly more reserved, but you've got to try and extract the time, bearing in mind that some of the faster sections have been taken away. So if you make the odd mistake on the mid-course, I would say it's going to be difficult to try and gather that time back again. Although that won't stop people trying, certainly. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. We're just going to say that, of course, we talked about this earlier, about the 100% climb, and it's not really a thing of possibility, but you can get closer to it if you know you've lost the top 3 miles of this, because otherwise you're always holding that little bit back, just also not trying to wreck the good run you've had so far. Just a little bit of caution. But if there's less of a climb to be cautious on, maybe they can be that little bit closer to the edge for a little bit longer. But right, the target time, 7 minutes 53.615 seconds, still in the hands of Jordan Guittard, the third driver up the hill in that Acura TLX. But I have a feeling that's going to be broken within the next minute or so as Nick Robinson completes the course. He's coming up towards the top. But what's the visibility like as he gets up there in his Acura NSX? We saw it was getting worse.
Matter of moments before that car arrives then at 16 mile. Double green flags for the new car about to launch its way onto the hill climb. Dai Yoshihara in the second Tesla 3 of the day. Don't forget, for the first time this year, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Clover Cam is bringing us up close and behind the scenes action. Not only that, if you're listening to my voice now, head to pikespeakgiveaway.com for limited edition giveaways exclusively from O'Reilly and Mobil 1. New edition for 2021. You can judge whether it's a good one or not, because we're always looking for your feedback, of course, as well. And we have listened to much of the correspondence that took place after our coverage of 2020 and tried to weave that in to the revised coverage, refined coverage that we're bringing you for this edition. Again, the sunlight evident in the lower portion of the course. But if anything, up at 16 mile, just getting slightly more foggy, as over the line now goes the Acura NSX of Nick Robinson. And the time for Nick is the fastest time of the day, and quite comfortably. It's a 7:14.704 for Nick Robinson's Acura. and he's gone quicker than everybody else through each of the 3 sections. So that is quite some statement. An average speed of 77 miles per hour, Bruce Jones.
He was very neat and tidy. Every point we picked him up as he travelled up the mountainside, and clearly the visibility at the top, or maybe he just feels he knows the course, was able to keep pressing on in the final probably half mile, just below the 16-mile finish. But 7 minutes 14, he's the best part of 40 seconds. Yes, 4-0, better than Jordan Guitar. But the cars, they're starting to change. We're getting towards the end of the exhibition class. Dai Yoshihara is taken off, and the last driver in that class is on the line now, Randy Pobbs, driver from Greensville in Georgia. He's in another Tesla, but this is the Model S. And let's see what he can do. Randy has done everything in cars. You think of the decades he spent racing GTs all around the globe, and a big, big fan of this event. So I'm sure he's going to put in a really, really cracking run to bring the exhibition class to a close.
Another car with Yokohama tyres as well, and we'll be seeing a full class, in fact, powered by Yokohama in a moment or two. But that is a vicious-looking front splitter, which extends by a couple of feet, really, at the front of this Tesla to give it a little bit more downforce on that front end. As the Model 3 of Dai Yoshihara, I just wonder whether that's lacking some speed. No, he's using plenty of dirt on the entrance to the next left-hander. Just looked a little slow heading to our next camera, but then picked up a bit of speed heading out of my sight and into the next left-hander on the course. By the way, if you're a Porsche owner, Mobil One has something very special for you. You can enter your VIN and you'll be eligible to receive a Porsche owner exclusive, the Pikes Peak Hill Grind coffee kit from 4 Coffee. Only 156 will ever be made, and it's based on traffic on the stream right now, so they're not going to last too long. And this is the second time that I've pointed you in the direction of this competition, so they will be certainly going very quickly indeed. I wouldn't waste any time here. So pikespeakhillgrind.com for any Porsche owners. You have to have your VIN handy to enter, and then join us back here for our live coverage of the 2021 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Still waiting for the Tesla Model S Plaid to be given the go-ahead. And there is
one thing you were right about, Johnny. I'm not saying it's the only thing, but one thing you absolutely picked up was that Dai Yoshihara wasn't really travelling enormously fast, and he's put the slowest time of anybody through that first section. So your eyes, in this case, did not deceive you, but maybe he's just limbering up, a bit of caution, and then it's going to come in the next 2 sections on the course. But at the moment, you can have to say that Nick Robinson's time of 7 minutes 14.7, which is nearly 40 seconds clear of the best of the rest, looks pretty safe for now. But then look at the shape and the sheer intent shown by the Tesla on the start-finish line. That splitter starts in one state and ends in another. It's extraordinarily large.
It does look very meaningful indeed. There's only one reason that car is here, and that is to set the fastest time in this batch of cars, and certainly to set the best Tesla time. And this is the third of the 3 that we will get in the opening tranche of 12 cars. It'll be on into the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama after this. Randy Pobbs about to get going, just as long as the Dai Yoshihara car isn't showing signs, I suppose, of coming to a halt completely. But a 2:35.2 is still respectable. And no, still pace is good, I would say, coming out of the right-hander at Brambush Corner. Having said that, it's still taking... I'm comparing it to other Teslas that have run so far, and admittedly, it is only Joshua Allen's, but that did a 1:55 through the first sector. We had a 2:35 from Dai Yoshihara. So something not quite right would be my estimate with that 2018 Model 3. Here's the third Tesla. Big, big cheer from the start line as that fires into life. And my goodness, all of a sudden, I think that the wick is being turned up here. Randy Pobbs, with so much experience, makes a great interview as well. Has been recently on the Turn 156 podcast. And the Tesla Model S Plaid with all of the extra aerodynamic trimmings, wastes no time at all as it heads for the 8-mile pit road, the first meaningful checkpoint on this year's course.
That was a getaway chock full of attitude, wasn't it? You could see that Tesla skittering around as it tried to put the power down, the track immediately starting to bend to the left to take the race start proper, then it was flipping the other way. But a lovely little story that Randy told us that the first visit he had at Pikes Peak, 1995, when he was competing in a series called the Bridgestone Supercar Series, and this magnificent hill climb was one of the rounds of that championship. How's that, Johnny?
Yeah, he couldn't quite believe it. Thought it was a typo, in actual fact, and had to put in several calls and be convinced that yes, it was a round, and why not? Because that really sowed the seed for Randy, and again, he's become an instant addict after that, and very much a regular in this competition. Dai Yoshihara heading through the latest checkpoint, 3:57.8. for the Japanese then. And again, concerns from me that that car isn't quite as quick as it was in practice. It was capable of a 4:15. I suppose that's a very good reference point. Compare it to the other Tesla Model 3 in qualifying, and Dai was 15 seconds quicker than Joshua Allen. So I'm going to say definite problems now for that 2018 Model 3, sadly. And just a question, really, of finishing as quickly as he can and making the best of a difficult situation. But if you have got mechanical problems, particularly in one of these brand new cars, or 2018 Tesla, nevertheless, I would imagine it's going to be rather difficult to pinpoint the exact issue. Maybe Dai knew what the problem was before the car got underway, but they just couldn't sort it out in time. Have been given an extra hour, remember. But this will be concerning, and I think it's going to be a time, well, in the late 8 minutes, possibly creeping into the 9s now for Dai Yoshihara, which is a real disappointment.
Well, the time's getting quicker and quicker. Randy Pobst, 1:45.1. He's the fastest one through the first sector, so we saw him leave the line in that Tesla with great speed. We're going to snap away for a quick commercial break from our commercial partners and be back and see what time he's managed to set.
At Perkins Motors in Colorado Springs, we have performance and luxury. This is Perkins Power. Come on in during Jeep Freedom Days or online at PerkinsMotors.com and order your 375 horsepower 2021 Jeep Wrangler 4xe or the 702 horsepower 2022 Ram TRX. Are you looking for luxury? Check out the new 2022 Grand Cherokee L with third row seating, 16-way adjustable seats, and quad zone climate control.
Perkins Motors in Motor City. We're the better way to go.
It's the Pikes Peak Live presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones thoroughly enjoying the first few cars then heading up Pikes Peak for 2021. And now the turn of the Porsches, because it's the 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport for Chaz Verken in his Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama class car. So to be eligible for this class, you have to have a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, but of various years that are on display in this class. And again, visibility slowly getting better. Car number 903 thunders its way away from the line, gets well up to speed prior to the start itself. Threading its way through the trees goes the Chaz Verken car, and we have had a total time for Dai Yoshihara, and I'm afraid it was worse than I thought. 11:41.1 for that stricken Tesla Model 3, a 5 minutes 08.0 the final sector. All not right with the Tesla, I reckon, Bruce.
Oh, clearly not, but really tough luck. You get that one run to really make it count, and it hasn't happened. Super impressed, though, by Chaz Verken taking off the line. It looked like a Porsche because it was. It sounded like a Porsche because it was. But what I love is that Chaz is a 69-year-old attorney who didn't start racing until he was 50 years old. So you don't have to be a child kart racer to get to the top of this mountain, and let's see what he can do. But we've just got another time on the board. Randy Popes, does he go to the top of the charts? Refresh my timing screen in that he was setting super fast times. Still waiting for him to get to cross the finish line and see what that time will do. But he is flying up the mountain, and now he goes top. 6 minutes 57. So a new top time. Don't forget that Nick Robinson was fastest by 39 seconds, and now he's been surpassed by another. Let's have a quick count, about another 17 seconds. That car looked mean off the start-finish line with that enormous front splitter, and it's clearly been driven very well by Randy. Well, it would have been, but what a great performance there. Let's reiterate, 6 minutes 57.220 seconds. Hats off.
First appeared in this competition as part of the IMSA class in 1995, as Bruce was describing a little while ago. Tried to be in the 2012 running, but the 2001 Audi A4 that he'd entered did not actually start the event. So was back in 2015, Randy Popes, with a 2009 Nissan GT-R. Again, though, that Time Attack 2 class car technically didn't finish, although I noticed he was given an 8th place finish, but a DNF as well. So not really sure of the ins and outs of that one. Then we had to wait a little while again to see Randy on the mountain, but 2018 he appeared in a beautiful Ford Mustang GT as part of the Pikes Peak Open class and managed a 10 minutes .02. Well, it's a 6:57 on the shortened course for Randy, and as Bruce says, 17 seconds quicker than Nick Robinson's time in the Acura NSX. Meanwhile, Chaz Verken has just gone through the first section, setting a 2:15.190. That will be a decent time, probably to put him middle order of the exhibition cars, but the focus is to be quicker than the next 3 cars that are all running in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. The next Cayman is on the start line, raring to go, Bruce Jones.
Cameron Ingram, one of 13 rookies in this field of 55 cars. The original entry list was larger across the board, but we had a few mechanical problems, a couple of drivers damaging their cars. So 55 cars starting today for the 99th running of this most magnificent hill climb. And this is the second of the cars about to set off in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. Cameron Ingram, it was Chaz Verken go out the mountain before him, 45-year-old from Durham in North Carolina. This is his first run here. He's got a very busy life. He has a co-owner of a company called Road Scholars, a shop that restores and services the most exclusive Porsches and returns them to their precise historical authenticity. What a fantastic job. And let's see if this is what he's like up the mountain. He might have a little more car care than some of his rivals.
So the Porsche about to launch into life and pursue Chaz up the mountain with Cameron Ingram at the wheel. More than 1 million Porsche engines have come with Mobil 1 from day one. And if you're a Porsche owner, you know that every component is engineered to work with every other to deliver optimum performance and engine oil is no exception on your daily drive or up here at 14,115 feet. Unsurprisingly enough, every Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport competing now relies on the off-the-shelf Mobil 1 ESP X3 0W40. So you can buy this in your local store, and it's exactly the same oil that's being used in these race cars. This is the same Mobil 1 Advanced Synthetic available at your local Porsche dealer as well. So schedule a service appointment at your local Porsche dealership today and put a little bit of Pikes Peak into your Porsche. The number 9 car will be the next to go of Cameron Ingram, with Catherine Mead and Tanner Faust the next in the line of 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sports. Very smart paint job indeed on the Cameron Ingram car though, mainly purple with the pinstripe white detailing from front to rear, with the Porsche Motorsport backing as well. But after Dai Yoshihara was the final exhibition car across the line, the first of the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama cars just heads into section 3, 253.9 for Chaz Workin. And again, we need really another car on the stage to compare and contrast to the 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4, the oldest of the four. This car of Cameron Ingram, just a year old, but it is his rookie campaign at Pikes Peak, so has had to do a lot of learning over the practice sessions, and this is where it really counts, Bruce.
It is. It's joining those dots, finding the shortest course up the mountain without taking too many risks. And you certainly wouldn't want to damage that car. I think it looks absolutely magnificent in the livery of Peter Miller, the clothing company, luxury clothing company. But there's good news. It's not just about having a shiny car, because certainly the sort of modus operandi is that Porsches, this is from the Ingram family, the Porsches are tools that are meant to do a job and should be driven. And we applaud that absolutely to the rafters. That is the sentiment all of us with racing blood in our veins really, really adhere to. But let's see what Cameron can do. And just remember, this is his first run up the mountain. He's pieced together the stages so far, and now he's got to do the whole thing, or the whole thing to the lowered finish line. If you didn't join us at the start of the broadcast, we were delayed. The start was delayed by an hour by ice at the very top and snow. Then it was fog. The fog is just about above the top of the mountain at the 16-mile point. That's where we've got the finish, just below the Devil's Playground at 12,500 feet. Down at the bottom, the sunshine as Cameron Ingram powers away through under the starting gantry and through the first of the twisters. Plenty more of those to come, not the full 156 turns because the course has been shortened, but the area above the tree line provides the finish, but not that final blast over the top of the mountain or up towards the top of the mountain to the normal finish of this event. But to the fact there is sun on the cars up at the 16-mile point, the finish point, that is good news indeed.
Cam actually started racing in concours or grass racing, effectively. Now, there is a bit of grass at the side of the road, particularly early on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. But he wanted to stay away from that as much as possible. His participation has evolved into more driving and enjoying Porsches full stop, but not necessarily racing them. So, again, this is a significant step forward for Cam Ingram. And done after much thought, I'm sure. His favourite driving experience to date is driving a 1960 Porsche Carrera Abarth in the 2019 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. He drove 72 miles up the coast in the show car with his mom. So most enjoyable day, I'm sure, doing that as part of the Pebble Beach Concours event. And he stated with his partner Ray that Porsches are tools that are meant to do a job and should be driven. Well, I think every Porsche owner, whether there's a race car owner or indeed a street car owner, would definitely agree with that. And we'll get an indication very, very shortly of the sort of time that Cam Ingram is likely to post. Still waiting for Chaz Workin to cross the line. Now, he does so as I speak, and it's an 840.976 for Chaz's 2016 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Meanwhile, the car that is 4 years younger for Cam Ingram goes through the loop at the end of section 3, and that's a significant chunk of time up already to the tune of nearly 20 seconds for Cameron Ingram. So despite him being a rookie, he is laying down some very good section times early on as the next Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama car arrives on the scene. This is a 2019 Cayman GT4 Club Sport for Catherine Mead.
And her claim to fame, Johnny, is she is probably, no, make that definitely, the only retired astrophysics professor competing this year on the Pikes Peak hill climb. And like Chaz Workham, she's someone else who didn't get to competition until later in life, only when she retired, only started a few years ago. She's 61 now, I didn't mention that, but has taken to cars and always wanted a Porsche 911. And you know what? Like so many Porsche fans, it grew from there. And here she is for her second run up the mountain. Third place in this division last year, the Porsche's Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama division. Her best time then was 11 minutes 36. She'll beat that today because, of course, the top 3 miles or so off this magnificent course have been trimmed because of the fog and ice at the top. But it matters not for Kathy Mead. All eyes on that green flag about to be waved. And she's going to go and see if she can beat the target time for the Porsches. So far, it's 8 minutes 40.9 seconds. That surely will be beaten by Cameron Ingram. He's setting really good sector times. Up he comes to Brown Bush corner. Looks very nice and neat and takes a super smooth run through there. Very important. Keep the tyre life as sweet as you can. So Cameron Ingram, the second driver in the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama class, and the third about to make the start. Here she is, Kathy Mead.
Final few instructions being given to the start line, and whilst we wait for those, you may have seen the news that Mobil 1 brand is bringing more for fans this year to Pikes Peak Live. If you were with us last year, thanks for tuning in again for 2021. The whole team at Pikes Peak, us here at Radio Show Limited and the Mobil 1 team, listened to your comments last year, and we want to know what you think of the new show for this season. Tell us in the comments what your favourite parts we added to the show this year are, and is it the O'Reilly Clover Cam perhaps? That's an addition for 2021. The live timing, the drop-in interviews, the new giveaways, we're listening. So if you drop us a line with comments, then we can adjust for future years, of course. We can add things and we can fine-tune things for our ongoing coverage. Meanwhile, out of the right-hander towards the next checkpoint arrives Cam Ingram. 240.715 through the middle section. So that, again, is quicker than Chaz Workham's effort. Kathy Mead about to set off in the almost teal livery with the yellow detailing. Would you call that late blue, Bruce?
There are flashes of Leighton House green, for sure. The colour that was so popular racing cars around the world, Formula One cars, sports cars through the late 80s into the early 90s. But as the sun gets stronger at the bottom of the course, it makes every car look better and brighter. And a nice conservative start there by Kathy Mead. Still waiting to see the final time on the climb for the second of those Porsche Caymans, because Cameron Ingram putting in some very, very tidy sector times. He's done 2 of the 3 sectors, and the target time for him to beat Chaz Workham is 8 minutes 40.976 seconds. He'll get closer to 8 minutes 10, I would suggest, up the climb.
Kathy says she's definitely not been a car person all her life, but has always liked sports cars. And even now, still not really a car girl, as she puts it, but did always want a Porsche 911, though. And Mead fulfilled this ambition 11 years ago, buying a 997 generation Carrera, 997, I should perhaps say, to keep John Hindhoff happy. You always have to get how you explain and enunciate these number combinations in the right way. So it's 911, but the gen of the car is a 997. You say each number individually. That's what he's always taught me anyway. I do take some of this on board. It's got PDK transmission, a car she still has to this day, and it's twice driven coast to coast. Bought a 911 and learned to drive it properly because she likes driving. Driving is a real skill, Kathy says, and a Porsche is an engineering marvel. I don't want to just park it in my garage and admire it. I admire it by honing my craft so that I can experience its potential. Well, Kathy's certainly doing that through the first section on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We're still waiting for Cam Ingram to reach the temporary summit, the pseudo summit for 2021, which is 16 mile. Ordinarily, the actual summit at 14,110 feet is just beyond the 19 mile mark and out of Olympic corner. But unfortunately, the weather conditions have prevented us from going that high this year. So instead, we're ending all of the runs at 16 mile and about 3/4 distance, with American Cam Ingram nearing the summit.
Not a bad first stint there from Kathy Mead. The first sector's down. She's about 4.5 seconds down on Cam Ingram, but Cam Ingram, who's coming up towards the top, has been very, very impressive. Crosses the finish line now, just waiting for the graphics to change and see what he's put on the board, but surely will go. He goes third fastest overall. I said he's going to go top in class. He was very quick the whole way to the top of the mountain, 7 minutes 49.5. Look, that's a margin of about nearly 50, just over 50 seconds quicker than Chaz Workin. So Kathy Mead is going to see what she can do. And down in car number 34 on the start-finish line, Tanner Faust, of course, known so well for his appearances on TV, not just as a stunt driver in Hollywood films such as The Fast and Furious, Iron Man, Need for Speed, Dukes of Hazzard, but as host of Top Gear USA back in the day, and sure to really put it all on the line here.
Yes, instantly recognisable name, and clearly a very good street car driver and, well, let's see, race car driver as well. Tanner Faust, having competed as early as 2002. Certainly that's when Tanner's best time happened, which was a 12 minutes 1.40, and this will be his 4th appearance at Pikes Peak, in fact. So rookie attempt produced the best time so far. That was done in a 1982 Wells Coyote in the open wheel division, which gave him a 3rd place finish. Faust returned in the Rally Group X class in 2004 in a Subaru WRX when he finished 4th, and then was back on the mountain in another WRX in the Production GT class, managing to win that class in 2005. So that car about to head off into the stage. Very impressed with Kathy Mead's first effort though through section 1. As Bruce mentions, only 4 seconds away from the Cam Ingram effort, which instantly becomes the best Porsche time.
Yeah, now just waiting for that second split for Kathy Mead, while of course the Optima sponsored Porsche Cayman of Tanner Faust just waiting for the green flag to be waved, and then he can set off up the course. At the midpoint, we're still waiting. Oh, 2 minutes 40 just gone through. Kathy Mead, 2 minutes 40. How does that compare with Cameron Ingram? She's actually faster in the middle sector than he is. So you like the colour scheme. I like the way it's being driven. Kathy Mead really, really pressing on. 2 of the 3 sectors down. She's down on time on the first sector to that great time by Cameron Ingram, but maybe building as she goes on through the run. And now just waiting for Tanner Faust to take off. But Kathy Mead going faster and faster, really impressing very much indeed in her Porsche Cayman.
Green flag is waved for the final Porsche in the Pikes Peak Trophy then by Yokohama. And for Newport Beach-based Tanner Faust, he will head up the hill, and for the opening section, well, the car certainly left in a meaningful way. He will have an awful lot of fans, both from his TV career together with his driving career, looking on this run up the hill to see how good it is. But it's been a Top Gear USA presenter for 11 years now, did 5-6 seasons as a co-host, and is a former ice racer as well, so very experienced on an awful lot of different surfaces. Grateful, I suppose, that the ice early on this morning has most of it defrosted now, certainly on the section that we are competing on. Now, the brand new BMW M4 for Matt Mullins is being moved into position, because this will be the Parade of Champions car, and effectively the lead car ahead of some very fast competitors indeed. the quickest from the latest practice session. So if you like, a little bit of a pause in proceedings, but then again, a chance to see this BMW Performance Driving School backed M4, which is to be the new GT3 model of car in global GT3 racing. And,
in fact, it tested incredibly well at Spa-Francorchamps on the GT3 version last week, and then just yesterday was due to be its first ever competition start, a 4-hour race at the Nürburgring, but unfortunately a little bit of damage. Something went wrong with the car, so they pulled it from the race, but trust me, it is very quick already, and certainly the M6 will in time be replaced, and the M4 looks a really, really capable car. Great to see as Tanner Faust goes through the first time, towards the first timing split, the sun is getting stronger. Up the top, though, there is still cloud. It's still moving around, but below the ice line, below the cloud line. And we're waiting right now for Kathy Mead to come to the very top of the mountain and see. She lost 4 seconds in the first of the 3 sectors to Cameron Ingram. She was 0.6 faster in the second, but what can she do? The professor retired astrophysics professor coming to the top of the course. Really lovely, tidy lines. 1 hairpin to go, and then the finish line will be there to greet her. The target time for her, get below 8 minutes. And can you beat Cameron Ingram's 7:49.5? Wait for the screen to update. And she goes 6th fastest overall, 7:59.4. So that middle sector was fantastic. Maybe a little more caution at the top. Maybe the weather conditions, the visibility became a little worse, but still very impressive for Kathy Mead.
Yeah, really impressive time. Puts it her second in the Porsche Trophy cars, the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama, as it's double green Parade of Champions car driven by Matt Mullins. And this a chance for many of you, I'm sure, if you're here at the mountain, to see the new BMW M4 resplendent in the M-Power livery, the white, blue and red, and running very wide indeed out of the right-hander at Brambush Corner, but not off the track, Tanner Faust, but an indication of how quickly Tanner is going and on course to be the quickest Porsche Trophy car so far. It's a 1:51.6 through the first section, and that is easily quicker than Cam Ingram's effort, about 5 seconds to the good. So the foundation is just fine for this run up Pikes Peak for Tanner Faust.
Where the conditions continue to improve as Matt Mullins takes that great-looking BMW M4 up the mountain. But look down at the start area. The really serious, craziest cars of all are being wheeled to the line. And to the start area, Paul Dallenbach will be the first of the open-wheel runners to go up. And that is a car made for purpose. Tire warmers on, of course.
Yeah, the heaters, the warmers are just being put on that set of tyres for Paul Dallenbach in the 2006 PVA 003. This sets a time of 3:52.497 in one of the sections of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. That was the section that the qualifying times, or the order at least, was gleaned from. And it was only 0.4 of a second quicker than Cody Varsholtz, who will also be very, very rapid indeed in the Ford Open. Varsholtz in his rookie season, but that hasn't stopped him being the second fastest time so far in practice. Paul Dallenbach is positioned and raring to go in effectively this single-seater car, and this is what it's all about. The open wheel machinery, it's so often the quickest up the mountain year on year.
Well, it's methanol powered, it's turbocharged, it's rear wheel drive, it's light. It only weighs 1,950 pounds and 3 wins to his name. But Paul Dallenbach still laughs at the fact he's still competing here. He'll have done almost a quarter of the 100 events by the time he gets to next year. He's done it over because he's got 27 on the clock this year. Here's a man who's just made for Pikes Peak, and that PVA 003 Dallenbach special could not be more of a car for this mountain.
Running on the Hoosier slick tyres and so close to the ground. There's very little ground clearance at all on this, and a monstrous rear wing, displaying the race number 98 for Paul Dallenbach. So you would get one or two weird looks if you took something like this down to your local supermarket. It is designed entirely to get a good time out of the paved, now all paved, Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And this will easily be the fastest car of the day so far. Could it be the fastest when we get to the end of today's events? Tanner Faust still needing to give us a Section 3 time, so that all of the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama cars will complete their run. And now heading towards Brambush Corner is the BMW M4 of Matt Mullins. So somewhere in that final section is Tanner Faust. 2 minutes 30.4, was again 10 seconds faster than Cam Ingram. So he's gained about 15 seconds net across the two opening sections, and this should put the number 34 car as the best, as the quickest Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy machine. Not yet. Oh, there it is, heading out of the final corner and across the line. And Tanner Faust will, I'm sure, jump ahead of Cam Ingram. Yes, 7:28.269, which is a good 20 seconds faster than the Cam Ingram effort. So fastest car in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama class is Tanner Faust in Porsche number 34.
He used all the track, much more than some of his rivals. Confident in the car, confident in the track, confident in the visibility. Now down on the start line, Paul Dallenbach has to be confident. This is his 27th running here. He has 3 victories. And his car, he said he started it out as a Wells Coyote, turned it into a pavement car by adding an IndyCar gearbox, big wings and tunnels, and also using a Buick V6 Indy engine used by Tony Stewart, at 1996 at Indianapolis. Fabulous story.
And yeah, Tony Stewart, no stranger to the odd quarter mile, half mile dirt track racing. And so often it's great to see, you know, a number of drivers wanting to switch disciplines within motorsport. Yes, they have their bread and butter, but in weekends off, and if you're a NASCAR driver, you don't get many of those, but there's always the opportunity maybe to go and play with something very unusual. Paul Dallenbach, top of that list in terms of unusual machines, but this will certainly do the business. It will sound fantastic, weighs no more than a paper clip pretty much, but has a huge power plant right behind where Paul sits, and it makes a fantastic noise as well when it will leave the start line very shortly. Green flags will be waved, and then of course he'll be more than shifting when he crosses the start line itself, and the clock will begin to start. So confirmation of the places in the exhibition class. Randy Pobst in the 42 Tesla, 6:57.2 was fastest, and the fastest Porsche, Tanner Faust with the 7:20.269. Already though, away goes the first car in the open wheel class, Paul Dallenbach's PVA 003, and Blinken, you will have missed that, I reckon, because it fired into life so quickly. And we were expecting certainly one of the sections to be about a 3:minute 52.4. Can he go even quicker than that through some of the others to get a quicker net time? Let's find out in a moment or two. We'll catch glimpses of him, and it really will be glimpses at various intervals heading up the mountain in the turbocharged, methanol-powered overhead cam Buick powered Dallenbach Special.
That getaway off the line reminded me of a fighter jet being launched off an aircraft carrier on the catapults. It was phenomenal. Bear in mind, he had to turn left almost as soon as he did the takeoff, but really, really impressive. Fastest in qualifying, again, on a shortened section of the circuit, but only by, as you said, Johnny, by about 0.4 of a second, not even that, over Cody Vaschholz, who will be going next, who is a rookie, but only a rookie in a car. He's been here before on motorbikes. And don't forget, last year, the name on the trophy was his family name. It was his father, Clint Vaschholz, driving a Ford Open in the open wheel class. And this year, also running the open wheel class, It's the third generation Varsholt family member going to see what he can do, because grandfather Leonard was a star on the mountain here as well. But this is his first time in a vehicle with four wheels going up the mountain. But going up the mountain right now at huge speed and using the downforce of that enormous, vast rear wing mounted so high above his car. Paul Dallenbach looking very, very tidy. His time through the first timing sector, 7 seconds quicker than anybody else. 1 minute 38.7. That is moving, and I think the speed is only going to increase the further he goes up the course.
Well, Randy Pobst did a 2:21.2 as the fastest middle sector of the Pikes Peak hill climb. So if he's going to be shaving about 7 seconds off that, we'll be looking at a 2:12, 2:13, something like that. As now the Ford Open, which we understand has seen Pikes Peak action in the past, elsewhere in the Varsholtz family. But Cody, as Bruce was explaining, more familiar to the hill climb on motorbikes, Kawasaki's, KTM's, Ducatis, and ran here as recently as 2019 in the Pikes Peak heavyweight class for motorcycles and achieved a 10:03.9. But yes, labelled as a rookie because this is the first time on four wheels for Cody Varsholtz. He graduated from Woodland Park High School, attended Pikes Peak Community for Applied Science and did a welding program there. And Cody Varsholtz has a long racing history where he's competed in the hill climb, endurance racing and flat track racing too. So certainly not early on in his career by any stretch, but amazingly this will be the first time that he's driven a car up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And the front splitter almost doubling as a snowplow. Now that would have been useful for the overnight weather we had here at Colorado Springs. Thankfully that didn't emerge down at 16 miles, so it means we can still be racing to that point. And wouldn't really have helped with the ice either, because this car is so low on the ground, again, to give it as much front and rear downforce. A huge rear wing, fighting really with Paul Dallenbach's rear aerodynamic device as well. Speaking of Paul, still waiting for him to emerge at the end of section 2. He can't be very far away, goes through the next split point. Remember, it's a 1:38.7 and now a 2:13.5. I suggested it might be around that sort of ballpark. So another 8 seconds taken away from the Randy Pobst time set in the Tesla Model S Plaid. This is easily going to be the fastest time so far. Will it be the quickest time of the day? Or can Cody Varsholtz go even quicker? Remember, only 0.4 of a second separated them in the most recent practice session.
Well, this is the car, Cody Varsholtz at the wheel. His father won in the 2013 Ford Open last year. Huge wings, slick tyres, and a burning ambition. But let's just cut away for a commercial break.
Step 1, build a workhorse that works harder. Give it a letter. Then do it all again. Rethink, redefine, rebuild. Gear it for adventure. Make it sleeker, lighter. Make it tough, the toughest ever. And then make it a hybrid, because the only ones who can outwork the workhorse are the ones that built it. Build and order your select Ford today and get 1,000 bonus cash in addition to all public offers. Only at your local Ford stores.
This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. Right in the middle of some very competitive times now. Paul Dallenbach has completed the run to the shortened 6-mile marker, and it's a 6:35.663. So where did he gain that time compared to the previous best of Randy Pobst? 7 seconds found through section 1, 8 seconds in section 2, and a further 7 seconds in section 3. So a big chunk of time. A 6:35.663 is the total, and not quite as quick, Bruce, through the first section has gone Cody Varsholtz in the 2013 Ford Open.
Well, don't forget, of course, Cody's done this event before, this magnificent hill climb on the 2 wheels. This is his first time on 4 wheels, but he may have been told up at the top of the mountain, that third sector. We've just seen that completed by Paul Dallenbach. The visibility has suddenly closed right in, so it makes Dallenbach's run all the more impressive. 7 seconds in the first sector, faster than anybody else. 8 seconds in the second sector. But the important one was that third one. With the visibility getting worse, he was still another 7 seconds quicker. That is a mighty lad. But what Paul Dallenbach does not know about this mountain does not matter. Up at the midpoint on the course, though, the sun is still bright, but the cloud is getting lower at the top. Raphael Astier starts at the bottom in his Porsche BBI Turbo Cup. He's a French racer. This is a 2015 car. Lovely at the bottom, fine in the middle, but it's getting very foggy indeed at the top. Hopefully it will blow through, but it certainly adds another layer of risk to all the remaining competitors.
So the 30-year-old Frenchman, Raphael Astier, sets off in the car that is known as Lucy. And it's a rear-wheel drive. BBI has improved the Optima Turbo Cup from the 2019 configuration to remain competitive in this new division. But it's stock frame, again supported by Yokohama. And he couldn't actually travel to the 2020 running of Pikes Peak due to the COVID-19 outbreak, but this will be the 4th time that he has competed on the mountain. Still looking out for Cody Varsholtz in the Ford Open. But Raphael Astier's car, a Porsche BBI Turbo Cup, and remember, more than 1 million Porsche engines have come with Mobil One from day one. If you're a Porsche owner, you know every component is engineered to work with every other to deliver optimum performance. And engine oils are no exception on your daily drive or up here at 14,115 feet. Unsurprisingly enough, every Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the type we saw earlier on, competing today, relies on off-the-shelf Mobil One ESP X3. And this is the same Mobil One Advanced Synthetic available at your local Porsche dealer. So schedule a service appointment at your local Porsche dealership today and put a little bit of Pikes Peak in your Porsche. The third car in this latest batch after the Parade of Champions car then is Raphael Astier, but it'll be the first Pikes Peak Open class car. And Raphael's already completed the first section in a 1:37.2. That is faster than Paul Dallenbach's effort. So all of a sudden, the Dallenbach Special has some competition in the form of the Porsche BBI Turbo Cup car. Cody Varsholtz has gone through section 2, doing a 2:15, which isn't very far away from Dallenbach's time either. This could get really interesting, Bruce, when we get to 16 mile.
Absolutely, it could. And don't forget, look at the main image. We've got the winner from 2019, didn't come here last year, but Robin Shute, a driver from, I've seen race in the British GT Championship, but he is sitting down in the Wolf on the start-finish line. He's been quick in qualifying as well. So there's another one that can challenge. But my main consideration, as Robin considers life ahead of him, is the lack of visibility or otherwise at the top. It's changing. It blew in very quickly, just as Paul Dallenbach got to the upper reaches. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks, because our sighting there is through the cameras just looking at the final hairpin at the 16-mile mark. Maybe it would have blown away. Bottom 2/3 of the course looks fine. There is the Brown Bush corner, lovely. It's bright rather than sunny, but a nice tidy line there by Raphael Astier. Fastest of all, I'm surprised by that in the bottom part of the circuit, but don't forget it's a bi-turbo, so of course it's got a fair amount of oomph to put down onto the road. Green flag for Robin Shute.
Yes, away he goes, and this car has been shipped back to the UK in Norfolk in the period leading up to the race. Obviously been brought back across stateside now, but he had to find an area of it at his parents' house, and his father has race cars as well, so that wasn't easily done. I think he had to purchase a trailer in order to put one of his dad's cars in, just so he could find the space in their garage, and that was just for some update work a couple of months ago. Cody Vaschholz has gone across the line, 6:45.301, lost about 5 seconds to Paul Dallenbach's time in that final sector as well. So 5 seconds, well, 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 5 seconds lost in sections 1, 2 and 3 respectively, but it's still a good time for Cody Vaschholz for his first time in a car up Pikes Peak, a 6:45.301 the total time.
Still very good, but look at the view at the top. Well, there's not much of a view to look at, Johnny. It's getting worse and worse. It was poor for Dallenbach. It was worse for Cody Vaschholz. Presumably even worse now for Raphael Astier, the French Porsche racer, as he gets towards the top of the course. And powering along behind all of them is Robin Schut, running in the unlimited class. We'll get him in picture. We've seen him blast off from the line in his Wolf. But for now, with an advantage best part of 10 seconds, Paul Dallenbach, top of the open wheel class. Cody Vaschholz, fantastic run, but that visibility getting very difficult for the drivers of these super specials in the top reaches of the mountain. Gosh, Robin Schut so fast through the shot. He was almost out of it before he could be caught. So certainly he's pressing on in the blue and black Wolf.
It's a 1:26 flat for Robin Schut through the first section, and that is 11 seconds better than we've had so far. A 1:37.2, remember, Raphael Astier's effort, which is quicker than Paul Dallenbach's first sector. But Robin Schut has just fired those out of the water. Let's see what he can do through the second sector, and whether he can stack it up with a really good run through the final section as well. Now then,
look who's on the start-finish line. His name is familiar, Romain Dumas. Yes, the man who's got the fastest time ever up the mountain. He's out to play in a 911 GT2 RS Club Sport. Bigger front wing than normal on the front of that, the front splitter. And this is going to be a serious, serious mark from the cool, calm, collected Frenchman who just is the most phenomenal drivers of specials up hills. Hill record here. And what can he do this year? Let's hope the visibility is kind enough to give him a clear shot. But certainly Robin Schut around Brown Bush Corner looking very, very smooth and getting the power down in such fluid form. It's looking like a really, really good run. The target time, Paul Dallenbach holds it, 6 minutes, 35.6 seconds. At this rate, it looks as though Schut will take that.
Now, I heard a rumour at the start of the day that all those at Champion Porsche in Florida are sitting down and have organised a watch party for the whole of Pikes Peak today. So hello to everyone in Florida. I hope you've enjoyed. Been plenty of mountain. Face it, this is the man that you've been waiting for. Romain Dumas, no stranger to a Porsche overall, but the first time he's won champion, I understand. He's raced at Le Mans for Porsche in the past in their 919s. Let's see what he can do behind the wheel of this car that just sets off, the GT2 RS Club Sport. Tanner Faust was quickest in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama earlier on, setting a 7:28.2. Cam Ingram ran him close, certainly through the middle part of the course, and completed it with a 7:49.5. Kathy Mead did a 7:59.4, and Chaz Worken with an 8:40.9 to complete the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama runners. But Romain Dumas' 2019 GT2 RS Club Sport is the first time attack car onto the mountain, and the Frenchman has certainly set out with the menace that we would have expected and means business. We won't be able to give you a time until he reaches the end of section 1. It will be a little short of Robin Schut's effort, I would imagine, which was a 1:26.0, but bear in mind that's an unlimited class car, the Wolf GBO8 of Robin Schut. A 2:01.8 is his second section time. Again, that is over 10 seconds faster than we have seen all day, and Robin Schut's time should easily be the best so far.
we do have a closer gap between first and second because Raphael Astier, the Porsche drivers up the mountain, is just 1.2 seconds down on the best time of Paul Dallenbach. Those times will be shattered by Robin Schut as Romain Dumas goes flashing his way up the mountainside. So the best so far, 6 minutes 35.663 seconds from Paul Dallenbach. Raphael Astier, 6 minutes 36.867. Super close. They've got about an 9-second advantage over Cody Varscholtz. But certainly with the split times, if they continue in this form, Robin Schut is going to go to the very, very top of the charts. Oh, just had the first time attack time. Romain Dumas through sector 1 minute 38.2, which is very, very good. It's as good as Paul Dallenbach, but it's in turn 12 seconds slower than Schut's phenomenal progress through that first part of the mountain.
And it's going to be Lane Strantz next, by the way. This is the Chevrolet SS for the man from Birmingham, Alabama. And it will be the second of the Pikes Peak Open cars. But over the line now goes Robin Schut, surely to the top. Yes, easily. It's a 5:55.246. So that is 40-odd seconds faster than any time we've had so far. Paul Dallenbach rather eclipsed there by Robin Schut's Wolf GB08, a 5:55.2.
Well, that was remarkable. Every single sector was absolutely nailed. Let's see what Romain Dumas can do. Of course, he's not aiming for that target time, but has he got enough to beat Paul Dallenbach? And that Chevrolet SS rumbles and roars away, getting all the power down. And certainly the times are starting to tumble. And that's Lane Strantz, so much experience here on the mountain. Now the weather's getting a little bit cloudier further down, but as long as it stays dry and as long as they get clear line of sight, that is all the drivers can ask for at the moment.
Yeah, powered by a methanol turbocharged Chevrolet with a custom frame and all the power being delivered to the road surface through the rear wheels. You could probably tell that from the angle it arrived underneath the start line gantry and then shot off into the trees, echoing its way. But Lane has been a regular at Pikes Peak since as early as 1993, when he ran in the Pro Quad class in a Suzuki 500, Yamaha Banshee the year after that, and a 1989 Yamaha. Then he had 3 years in a super stock car of differing vintages, the 1994 Chevy Luminar, actually returning in that car again the following year, and then the 1999 Chevy Monte Carlo. But he's had all sorts of machinery and so many years now returning. I think pretty much an ever-present since the early 90s. So Lane Strantz, a big supporter and I'm sure bringing a huge fan base with him from Birmingham, Alabama as well in this Chevrolet SS.
Next car to the line, another of the super specials. It's Dan Novembre's Novembre KMHRAL special. It takes longer to say the name than it will take him to blast through the starting line. Again, big wings, slick tyres, and a lovely set of teeth down the flanks of the nose. He means business. He first competed here in the open wheel class in 2009. Now with 28 on the nose and the side of the wings, he's out to see what he can do. And certainly he had some decent runs in practice. He was 7th fastest in the Fast 15 for 2021, but he's got to see what he can do. We've already had upsets, but Robin Schut, no upset at all. Fastest by 40 whole seconds on this run. Not the whole way to the top of the mountain, just below the Devil's Playground, up to 16 miles, because we had ice, we had snow, and importantly, we had fog through the night, and that is why the finish line has been brought to a lower point on the mountain, but certainly some quick times starting to come. The track is dry, the mountain is dry.
So Dan Novembre's workshop must just be a stone's throw away from the base of Pikes Peak, and therefore he has been travelling the short distance from home to the mountain for just over 10 years. The Novembre bursts into life, still keeping a keen eye at the top of the mountain, though, at 16 mile for Romain Dumas to arrive in his Porsche 911 GT2 RS Club Sport. Times are very good indeed, and maybe good enough to put him ahead of Paul Dallenbach's PVA 003. We'll have to wait and see. He lost about a second and a half compared to Paul's time earlier on in section 2, but was about half a second up through section 1. It just depends how the Porsche is going to cope with those hairpin bends towards the end of today's version of Pikes Peak, with a quarter of it shaved off, remember. 142.649 is Lane Schrantz's best effort through section 1, with 2/3 of the course still to come, and we'll have to wait a little bit longer for the November KMH RAL Special to reach the end of the first section.
What we do know, however, is Romain Dumas gets ahead of Dallenbach. We thought it was going to be close with him and with Raphael Astier, who was just another second back. But Dumas goes second fastest. 1 minute, sorry, it's 1 minute, I think not. 6 minutes, 31.914 seconds. So, yes, he's some 35 seconds down on Robin Schute's time, but the machinery not anywhere near equitable. If you look very carefully on the start-finish line, there is a BMW M3 hard to see behind the giant wing across the nose of James Clay's car. That looks very special, very, very purposeful indeed. Glad to report, though, Johnny, that middle sector of the mountain is actually enjoying the best of the weather. Little grey at the bottom, sunny at the middle. And the clouds at the top, maybe that helped Dumas. They just shifted a little bit. Certainly Dallenbach and Astier and Vaschholz all found it very misty in the top section where we had that series of hairpins. But it looks like they cleared just in time for Romain Dumas to pass through.
And as we wait for Lane Schrantz and the Chevrolet SS to complete his run to 16 Mile, for the first time this year, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Clover Cam is bringing us up close and behind the scenes action. Not only that, if you're listening to my voice now, head to pikespeakgiveaway.com for limited edition giveaways exclusively from O'Reilly and Mobil 1. So that's pikespeakgiveaway.com for some very limited edition giveaways. The BMW M3, which is now on the start line, is about to burst into action. So James Clay is another Pikes Peak Open competitor. Same class as Raphael Astier, who we've already seen, and the same class as Lane Schrantz's Chevy as well. Green flag waved. Two very large black tram lines are left behind that BMW, which shows no shortage of horsepower whatsoever and is well up to speed by the time it clicks into the stage at the start line. The race to the clouds has begun for James Clay.
Well, the next car to the start line will be the Bentley of Rhys Millen. He should certainly get good traction with all that rubber that was left over. And here is the Continental GT3. And really, really looking forward to see what it can do. And continuing the legacy of Mobil 1 factory-filled vehicles claiming world records on America's mountain, Bentley returned this year with multiple-time Pikes Peak champion Rhys Millen. This year he's piloting this Bentley Continental GT3 protected by Mobil 1 FS 0W to 40. And each of Bentley's last two visits to Pikes Peak, they've secured a new record, each time with Mobil 1 advanced synthetic oil under the bonnet. Let's see what Rhys, the flying Kiwi, can do this year.
Well, we've had Bentley Bentegas in the past. This car then, the Continental GT3 of the latest spec. The car of Rhys Millen, as Bruce says, and Californian-based Kiwi. Again, a little bit different cloud cover at 16 Mile. Raphael Astier set a 636.8 to top the Pikes Peak Open class. A 645.3, so 9 seconds between them. As through now to break the beam at the second section point is Dan Novembre, a 224.8. Again, very quick. 224 will put him just slower than Lane Schrantz and possibly slower than Randy Pobst's time as well in the exhibition class. Pobst did a 145 though, which was slower than Dan Novembre. So Novembre quicker in places and slower in others. Interesting to see where that car is finding its time, the Novembre KMH RAL Special. James Clay safely through the first section in his BMW M3. And again, a very decent time, a 143.380. That'll put him somewhere around Cody Vaschholz's time that he did in the open wheel class with the Ford Open. Headlights flashing on the Bentley Continental GT3. Now it moves off in slightly less dramatic style compared to James Clay's BMW M3, but is fully up to speed as it arcs its way through the left-hander and underneath the start sign. And the 2021 Bentley Continental is on its way in the hands of Rhys Millen.
And if you wondered whether the renewable fuels can provide you with plenty of grunt, well, that Bentley Continental GT3 is biofuel-based gasoline coursing through its veins, and that certainly got it off the line very well indeed. These are a blend of fuels currently being tested and evaluated with possible greenhouse gas reductions of up to 85% over standard fossil fuel. Remember those figures, they're going to change very fast indeed, but that's really encouraging news for all of us that still want combustion engines to be part of our future, alongside the array of other cars. And from that giant Bentley, we go down to a considerably smaller BMW E30 on the start-finish line. Tim Hardy racing, far more standard looking. Oh, apart from that giant rear wing, the huge front splitter.
Yeah, make sure it sticks to the ground suitably with the Tim Hardy Racing banner on the side there, just above the rear wheel arch. So 33 years old from Lakewood, Colorado. Tim has been taking part at Pikes Peak in the time attack division since 2012. And Tim's BMW this time around is actually in the Pikes Peak Open class. So he'll be trying to be quicker than Raphael Astier, Lane Trance and James Clay when he gets to the top. A couple of BMWs therefore fighting for position, always in this 1987 E30 shape BMW. Although he's had a BMW 325 as well, also from 1987, so clearly likes that year. And this car, I reckon, first appeared in 2014. So again, no stranger to the route. Up to 16 mile, ethanol powered, turbocharged, 2.9 litre BMW engine. Just struggling to lay all that power down onto the asphalt beneath, but is up to a decent speed as the time begins to tick by. And the Bentley's gone through section 1, a 132.6. So the Bentley, good enough at the moment to put that second overall, I reckon, Bruce.
Absolutely so. And also to his benefit, at the top of the mountain, or the part we're calling the top today, just past the 16-mile point, the visibility is opened out again. It affected about 4 or 5 drivers, including Paul Dallenbach, Cody Varschholz and Raphael Astier, but those after them have been a little more fortunate. And I even sense that the smattering of snow just below the finish line, which is the top right-hand side of the image, has slipped away a bit, has melted a little bit. It's about 3 or 4 degrees there, and so it should. Nice, tidy run up the mountain from the Bentley Continental. Rhys Millen, of course, he knows this circuit. It's in the family's blood. But again, neat and tidy, which is what you need with a car as large as the Continental GT3. Be precise as well. So the next car to the finish line ought to be James Clay, Pikes Peak Open runner. And at least he can see what he's up to at the top of the end of the course there. He'll be coming around the corner in his BMW M3 very soon indeed to see what time he can stick on the board. But out front, it's Robin Shute. 5 minutes, 55 seconds for his climb. The best of the rest, Romain Dumas, 6 minutes, 31.9. That is a chasm. But again, their cars are very different, running in different classes. If you're unlimited, you should be going for outright victory. And for the moment, as the conditions suddenly start to improve at the top of the course, Robin Shute should be really feeling rather proud with his run.
Yeah, 5:55 is some statement to everyone else who can't get into the lower half of the 7th minute quite yet. So to be below 6 minutes, very impressive indeed. Again, the cloud is drifting across Devil's Playground as the James Clay BMW crosses the line, and James will go third in the Pikes Peak Open class, 7th overall, a time of 6:47.509 for the BMW M3. We're waiting for
Did
the
we
Bentley
mention Dan
Continental.
Novembre's time? I think we might have forgotten to mention
no.
he did almost 7 minutes flat. He put that in, and then very quickly, straight after that, came James Clay to do the time we talked of, the 6:47.
Yes.
But for 7 minutes flat for Dan Novembre in his open wheel special.
No, very good spot. Dan had entered a time, as you say, third in the open wheel class, but momentarily lost him. Yes, the screen continues to populate with more and more names. 6:35.663, Paul Dallenbach's time, which is the best open wheel time to date. Second fastest in that class was Cody Varscholtz, and in third position in the open wheel class, Dan Novembre, as we just talked about. So the Bentley Continental is now into the third section in the hands of Kiwi Rhys Millen. Tim Hardy's BMW E30 is on its way, having set a 146.3. That's a Pikes Peak open car as well. So will, at the moment, be slower than Lane Trantz and James Clay by about 5 seconds. But there are one or two opportunities later on in the course to try and get some of that time back again. As we now turn our attention to an ACO rules prototype, Bruce, the Riley LMP3, racing an awful lot in Europe and, of course, support of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in North America. But this is a heavily modified Riley and does not get away when the green flag is waved.
Got the mountain ahead of you. One attempt doesn't quite work. The second one doesn't work. What a nightmare for this car with the Kelly Moss livery on its rear fin. Car looks fabulous. It's getting ever more popular around the world, but it's not going at the moment. Keeping an eye on the timing screen, Johnny, however, because I think Rhys Millen, when he completes this run, should go up into second place overall. He should get ahead of Romain Dumas, I reckon, according to his first two split times. But the visibility at the top suddenly starts to drop away again. Rating for Rhys Millen round the final corner, and somewhat slow run to the line. Was that enough to get him out of that final hairpin up into second place? And the timing screen, no, he was quite slow at the top part of the mountain, ended up in fourth place overall. So you can never quite tell what they're going to be able to see. But certainly the first two sectors were very good indeed for the Bentley runner. So he's second in the time attack class, and it's still leading that class. Romain Dumas, you can see him second on the screen, 6 minutes 31.9 seconds for him. Rhys Millen, about 4.5 seconds slower, 6 minutes 36.2 for the New Zealander.
Yeah, fourth overall, and as you say, lost some time, mainly in the final sector. Puzzling that, whether it was a slight off for the Bentley, because the other times were very impressive indeed. But he's lost, well, easily 10 seconds. No, more than that, probably half a minute, actually, in that final run through the many, many hairpins at 15 and 16 mile. Tim Hardy's BMW E30 is in the final section now, and the Riley did finally get away, the LMP3 car, after a number of attempts from Don Wickstrom in a rookie event, and great to have, again, more variety presented for the man from Monroe in Wisconsin, and the rear drive Nissan powered LMP3 car, which he calls Gianna, a name chosen by his wife Mary. It means the Lord is merciful in Italian, and has decided to name his LMP3 car that for those reasons. Don has entered this race twice prior to this year, still listed as a rookie since he'd never actually taken a green flag on race day. Well, he almost didn't today either. But he'd had crashes in practice sessions in both 2019 and 2020. So this is technically the furthest he's got in a Pikes Peak week. And a 140.426 is his first effort through section 1. 140 would put him at the moment something like 6th overall and second in the unlimited class.
Great looking, purposeful Chevrolet Camaro on the start-finish line. It's got 57 on the nose and on the doors. And it's Thomas Boyo at the wheel of that. And it really does look the works. And menacing too, with the skull and crossbones on the rear flanks of that car. And that's running, of course, let's just scoot across. That's running in the Pikes Peak Open class. Of course, the more open, the better, the more diversity. But for Boyo, a 27-year-old, what if so many racers here, competitors who live in Colorado. He comes from Monument And this is a 7-litre Chevrolet gas-fueled, but of course turbocharged to give it that oomph up the mountain. Rookie of the Year here in 2019 when he set a time of 10 minutes, 34 seconds. But of course, that was the full run to the very, very top of the hill. That was in a Chevrolet 2014 Chevrolet SS. Of course, he's now gone to a rather older looking Chevrolet Camaro, but Chevrolet clearly something he enjoys very much. The helicopter can even see the shadow now. There's proper sunshine at Brown Bush Corner, and good to see the Riley picking its way up the mountainside after the several false starts at the bottom of the hill.
Time confirmed for Tim Hardy and the BMW E30 from 1987. It is a 7:10.545. Tim's just crossed the line. Running in the open class, that'll put him 4th behind Raphael Astier, Lane Schrantz and James Clay in their wide and varied machinery. So Tommy Boylo is onto the stage in the Chevrolet Camaro. Riley LMP3 of Don Wickstrom somewhere in that middle section. And if he's able to do a 140.4 through the first, then we're probably looking at something like a 214, 215 through section 2 for Don, if he is there or thereabouts in the LMP3 pace. The difficulty was getting it away from the line, but it is bubbling nicely now, I have to say, as it reaches the section 2 checkpoint. We'll get a time for Don very shortly. It's a 2:21.0, so not quite the 2:15 I was hoping for, but that is still in the ballpark of Lane Schrantz's pace in his Chevrolet SS. So remember, it's an unlimited car that Don pilots, and he's effectively fighting with Robin Shute. Going to come nowhere close to the 5 minutes 55 that Robin set earlier on. But if he can get into the top 10 overall, that will be a very good effort.
Next driver on the start line, looking absolutely menacing in that black Porsche. It's Andy Kingsley from Buena Vista, Colorado. And like a lot of the drivers here, well, he's got a rallying background, which is great. But he said, to be raised in Colorado, Pikes Peak has always been something I was attracted to. And get this, Johnny, like so many others, as the green flag is waved for Andy Kingsley. It was from playing Gran Turismo, choosing to be Monster Tajima's Escudo Pikes Peak and beating any car in the game. There's always a bully in the block, isn't there? But so many drivers have been drawn by games into motorsport. It's just something that 30 years ago we couldn't have imagined, but it whets the appetite, and now they're living the dream. Andy Kingsley onto the hill.
And it looks like he brought at least one cheerleader with him who almost followed him up through the first couple of corners, went chasing after the car and cheering all the way. But of course, that Porsche, the car that set off then in the hands of Andy Kingsley, the 911 twin-turbo Porsche, to give it its full title. Really, when you're competing with that in a foot race, there's no competition. 5th year on Pikes Peak, and all in the time attack division. So as he disappears into the trees, actually running in the open class this time around. So this will be the first time that he's not been in time attack, but has run Subaru Imprezas, Subaru STIs, and then the first time that this 2002 Porsche 911 Turbo appeared was last year.
I quite like the bell ringing of the cheerleading. It reminds me of ski races, Johnny, with the cowbells being rung in the Alps as the skiers go down. But certainly for Kingsley there, huge support, always appreciated.
VW cowbells, interestingly, with that branding stamped on the instruments, but definitely a Porsche for Andy Kingsley. And in a couple of moments, he will reach the end of section 1. Don Wickstrom in the closing stages of the shortened course for 2021, and the Chevrolet Camaro goes through in the hands of Tommy Boylo, and Boylo sets a 221.8 to back up the 142 he'd already done through section 1. This is an open Chevrolet Camaro class car, 1967 Chevy Camaro, running in the open class, of the same class as Raphael Astier, Lane Schrantz and James Clay, who are currently the top 3. Robin Shute, a 555.246, and the LMP3 car has just crossed the line. So what was Don's time? Don Wickstrom did a 6:59.233. So just over a minute slower than Robin Shute, but still a mightily impressive time considering the car just wouldn't want to leave the line 7 minutes ago. But a 2:57.748 to complete the course, and Don should be very happy with that.
So the specials onto the start-finish line. It's 65. Rodney O'Malley, very, very much a local at the circuit. Comes from residence. Residence is Colorado Springs. 32-year-old. Plenty of power under his right foot. It's a 3.5-litre Nissan turbocharged engine, custom frame, short wheelbase, made for purpose, and the purpose is getting up here. I think anything under 7 minutes a day is very good indeed. If he can get down to 6 minutes 40, he's going to be having a very decent run here. But time to beat, of course, is 5 minutes 55. That's set by Robin Shute, but I can't see anyone at the moment getting close to that, because when it came to qualifying, Robin Shute was only 4th fastest, but he's put the 3 drivers who were faster than him, not just behind him, a long, long way down. Bear in mind, the best of the rest, Romain Dumas, did a 6 minutes 31. So you're talking about 35 seconds. Yes, 35 entire seconds advantage for Robin Shute.
3 cars currently on the stage: Tommy Boylo, Andy Kingsley and Rodney O'Malley, and we will get you those times right after this.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Louis Unser, who had started racing Pikes Peak in 1926 with his brothers Joe and Jerry, would win 5 times across the 30s. Not only did Louis Unser win, but he was fast and would be the first driver to beat 16 minutes to the summit.
Oh, Uncle Louis was it. He was, number one, he was our hero. He was more than being an uncle. Uncle Louis was the one that won Pikes Peak all the time.
While the times may have been dropping, the decade wasn't without its speed bumps. 1935 saw the end of Spencer Penrose's involvement with the race, and the toll of the Great Depression limited participation from drivers and manufacturers. Due to a lack of interest, the stock car division was scrapped. Without its founder's guidance and with the economy in shambles, the race faced an uncertain future.
It's the Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. As a partner, going back to 1935, Mobil branded products have a proud heritage of performing in the extreme conditions only Pikes Peak can deliver. In fact, Louis Unser's first win was secured with conventional Mobil motor oil. And Jeff Swartz's latest records came under the protection of Mobil One advanced synthetic motor oil. That's a little bit of why Mobil One branding is presenting Pikes Peak Live today. But let's get back to the race to the clouds, because the cloud is steadily clearing at 16 Mile. The Finnish crews have had to relocate from their intended location of just beyond 19 Mile at the summit and just after Olympic Corner. We can't race that high this year because of heavy fog and ice really early this morning at about 5:30, 6 a.m. And the decision was made shortly after that to shorten the course to about 3/4 of its normal length. And therefore the finish line is placed at 16 Mile, just before Devil's Playground. If you're catching live timing, that's the reason why the times may be are slightly weird this year because a 5:55.246 would be so impressive. It is anyway from Robin Schute's Wolf GB08, but it was only done after the 16-mile marker. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones enjoying, well, all sorts of different cars, from the open wheel, the Pikes Peak Open, the Unlimited and the Time Attack classes. Andy Kingsley somewhere in the final sector, as is Rodney O'Malley. And we have had one time come through more recently, Bruce. You'll have to remind me whose that was.
Well, I was wondering if Thomas Boilo could get below 7 minutes, and he answered my dreams there. The 67 Chevy Camaro, 6 minutes 59.9 seconds. I'll cut him a bit of slack. So that put him fourth in the Pikes Peak Open class. That's still led by Porsche racer Raphael Astier, second in class Blaine Schranz in the Chevrolet SS. James Clay third. Thomas Boilo goes fourth. Next two setting up the mountain, Rodney O'Malley. We saw him take off. Now David Meyer, and the cars are coming thick and fast. The weather does keep changing, and I'm sure for a lot of the drivers it's an issue. But for the cheerleaders down at the bottom, ringing the bells, getting into the atmosphere, it's still firecracker hot down at the bottom at the start line.
David Meyer, the front splitter on his car, the Palatov D2 TT, the splitter's so wide, it adds about a foot either side to the car's width. And I actually thought something was trailing from it as it zigzagged its way underneath the start line. But that is as the designer intended. And the Palatov is on its way, car number 24 for the 47-year-old from Colorado Springs. So again, another local driver. There are so many of them. Reaching the right-hander at Brambush Corner and continuing the ascent. Rodney O'Malley is in the closing stage now, having set a 150.932 through section 1, 232.3 through the second split. And the O'Malley Special Spec 6 is due across the line in the next couple of moments. David Meyer in the Palatov about halfway up, and the new car then to head up the mountain is Paul Gerard in his 2021 NV8 Hypercar Evolution. The safety car is out on track, I am hearing, so we will get some news to you about that very, very shortly. We are standing by for some more information. 3 cars currently out on the course, but a concern possibly for one of the 3 cars that we are waiting to come across the line, but nothing evidenced from any of our camera angles.
And it's not for Andy Kingsley, because he completed his run in the 96 Porsche. He's got up the hill in 7 minutes 45. The next one up the mountain is Rodney O'Malley. He's next in line. Clear view at the top, which is great to see. As in fact, I think that's Rodney O'Malley crossing the finish line. And where does he slot in? I refresh the screen one more time, but in his special, going towards the middle order of the chart. 15th place overall, 7 minutes 25 for him. So he's got to the line. Andy Kingsley's got to the line. David Meyer was the next one in order up the side of the mountain.
Yeah, and I pretty sure I saw David Meyer go through the split at the second sector as well. 229.999 has just been posted by the Palatov. So he looks to be okay in terms of no power lost, no speed lost. What we're waiting for is Paul Gerard to tick through the first section. And if he doesn't do that in the next 90-odd seconds, we may well have found the car that the safety car has been deployed for. So the stage will go relatively quiet for the time being, but David Meyer still pushing on in the Palatov, Bruce.
Absolutely so. Really firing it up the mountainside. 2 minutes, well, let's call it 2 minutes 30 for the second sector. Between friends, it's 2 minutes 29.999 seconds, but you know what I mean. But yeah, really making the moves on the start-finish line, but held back, presumably, if the safety car is indeed on the course, is 669 Adam Smith. And again, we go back to the world of stock cars there. That's the Howe left-hander ASA stock car. It's aquamarine below and white above. Made for purpose, not necessarily the purpose of going up this mountainside, but let's see what he can do when the green flag gets way for him. Still no first sector time completed for Paul Gerard. So perhaps you're right that if there has been a moment where a safety car is required, it is in that first of the 3 sectors for the 56-year-old resident of Boulder, Colorado. A driver who wrote the fantastic, really really well-read book, Optimum Drive, The Roadmap to Driving Greatness, which is all about driver coaching and mind management for competition driving, thumbed through by many a professional over the years.
So the Rocky Mountain branded 669 car waiting patiently just ahead of the start line. But clearly the stage neutralised, at least between this point, the start line, and the end of the first sector. And the safety car launched into that part of the course. But it won't stop David Meyer from setting a competitive time. 1:55 should put him somewhere in the vicinity of Tanner Faust and Andy Kingsley's time. David Meyer driving another Pikes Peak Open car. So that will be a close run thing, actually, between Andy Kingsley's Porsche 911 Twin Turbo and the Tanner Faust car. Both setting early 1:50 times. And now across the line then will go David Meyer. And it is a 16th place time, 6th in the Pikes Peak Open class, 7:25.7 total time for the Palatov. And obviously we will wait for further information regarding how long this stoppage will be, but clearly not safe to send any more cars up the mountain with the safety car on track, and Paul Gerrard not reaching the end of the first sector, the British driver. Second of the Brits, with Robin Shute actually topping the times at the opposite end of the scale, if you like, with Paul not yet registering a time in the NV8 Hypercar Evolution, but the Wolf GB08 from 2018, easily fastest to the tune of 36 seconds quicker than Romain Dumas' time attack entered Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. It is Robin Schute's Wolf that is at the moment holding on to the fastest time of 5:55.
And so while we're waiting for further news from up the mountain, we're going to cut away and show a quick video for your delectation.
These drivers are some of the bravest in the world, doing 150 miles an hour up a mountain with 2,000 foot drops and no barriers. To make it even trickier, the course is over 12 miles long and you complete it whilst the elevation is sapping mental power.
I summarize Pikes Peak by its extremity. The weather, the risk, the unknowns, and the grandeur of the scenery, no less.
That's Randy Popst, a two-time Daytona 24-hour winner, and has raced Pikes Peak many times in anything from a Ford Mustang to a Tesla Model 3. He knows both the highs and the lows of the yearly race to the clouds, the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So why do we think this is the toughest racetrack on the planet? Hold the comments. You may be thinking, isn't the Nürburgring the most dangerous track in the world? And you've got a good point, but let me explain how Pikes Peak is different. The Nordschleife is a formidable beast. 12 miles, 156 corners, and absolutely no runoff. Memorising the track in the first place is a challenge, let alone racing other cars and navigating the unpredictable weather. There are hundreds of accidents every year on the Nordschleife, and it's certainly very good at catching out even the most experienced drivers. However, Pikes Peak is as if you wrap the Nordschleife around a mountain. The Nordschleife and the Pikes Peak Hill Climb course are almost exactly the same length, both at roughly 12 miles long and around 150 turns. However, the big difference is that the Pikes Peak climb starts at 9,000 feet and climbs up a mountain to over 14,000 feet at the summit. This is only just under half the cruising altitude of a Boeing 737 and high enough to cause some pretty serious altitude sickness. Adding to this, there is no runoff and only guardrails between you and finding out the terminal velocity of your car, and in some spots there are no barriers at all.
Top section has these 100-mile-an-hour sweepers. Mountain on the left, blue sky on the right, nothing but air.
Pikes Peak is the second longest running race in the world after the Indy 500, where in 1916 locals began racing up the Pikes Peak Highway competing for the fastest time. And since then, it has bred hundreds of custom cars and has been the stage for some of the bravest, most highly skilled drivers on the planet. For the majority of that time, the track was dirt, but since 2011, it has been fully paved.
It was actually, I believe, easier when it was dirt because the speeds were lower. And now the runoff is the same. And the speeds are so much higher. If anything goes wrong, it goes more wrong.
And again, these aren't wide, smooth roads like most conventional race circuits. Just like the famous Nordschleife, the roads are narrow, winding, and have lots of elevation and camber changes, all perfect for catching drivers out. Just memorising the track is a mammoth task in the first place, and being quick is another challenge on top of that. They both have many blind bends that require complete commitment and perfect judgment, as well as the challenge of many corners looking very similar. Pikes Peak has another incredible challenge, the altitude. Not only does the mountain course have incredible drops, but it also means the air is much thinner. This means that the car's aero doesn't work quite as well. The petrol engine cars require massive turbos to maintain power, but also the drivers struggle too. The human brain requires a healthy supply of oxygen to work at optimal levels, and so reducing this at altitude is a real challenge for the drivers, and it comes at a time when they need maximum concentration to stay on the road. The lack of oxygen is enough to rob around 30% of the power from a petrol engine and does a similar thing to your brain power. So the drivers have oxygen piped straight into their helmets to help them stay sharp the whole way up the run.
It improves mental clarity and it's safer and it's just better for you. I don't think there's a measurable way. I've never tried it with and without back to back. It's also a comfort to sit on the line and feel that oxygen's going psh, psh. That's how it works. You get a little psh every so often.
And for a lot of the cars Randy has run in the past, they essentially have to stay as stock road cars.
Part of the challenge is the altitude. Tuning your car to run at 14,000 feet. Where do you do that? And the electric cars, because of this altitude, they have a tremendous advantage because the electrons, they don't care about the altitude.
There is also another huge challenge that is unique to Pikes Peak. If you're racing at the Nordschleife, there are practice days and qualifying before the race. However, at Pikes Peak, you don't do the full run until race day. No testing and no full runs.
But there's that drama of one run, you get one shot in unknown conditions at very high risk in extreme machines. Again, you don't get to practice it, and it's different every year.
Qualifying is only over the bottom stretch, and you are only allowed to practice one section at a time in the week running up to the race, where the conditions will almost certainly be different. Now, you may be thinking, why bother qualifying if it's just a time attack? Well, it matters a lot. The faster you qualify, the earlier you get to start. And this means that the track is cooler and therefore grippier, and on top of that there is a much lower chance of the storms that are pretty frequent there. The road also changes. A race circuit tends to clean up and rubber in with lots of running over a race weekend. However, Pikes Peak never gets to this stage. The tarmac is dusty and often very bumpy.
Paved road freezes and gets rough. The top section is incredibly rough. The car will actually leave the ground in places. And that was how I got in trouble last year. And again, you don't get to practice it. And it's different every year. And all those things are constantly changing at Pikes Peak. The only thing consistent is that there are so many unknowns.
The freeze and thawing of the mountain means that the tarmac warps and creates bumps over the winter. Each year the track changes significantly. Despite Randy's extensive experience and driving skill, even he has got caught out a few times, showing it only takes a tiny mistake to have a huge crash. Last year, Randy was running a Tesla Model 3 and had an accident in testing, showing the smallest mistake can be costly. He was also lucky that this was an area with a little bit of runoff. Some haven't been so lucky. There have been many accidents where people have made a tiny mistake and have slid over the edge. Thankfully, in all of these accidents, the drivers have got out without major injuries. And this is what it all comes down to: the number of unknowns, track temperature, the grip available, the weather, the car's performance, and even your ability to react to unexpected things happening.
It's a constant management of risk. how far can I push it here and make it? And that's part of the thrill too, because sometimes you push it a little too far and you get one of those kind of, whoa, 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 made it.
And that's why we think it's the most challenging track in the world. So many unknowns, and your run is purely based on your ability to predict the grip and ability to react in case it's not there. What do you think? We are going to Pikes Peak this year, so are very excited to bring you more content around this incredible race. One of the most interesting things about Pikes Peak is that there is an ultimate class where the cars don't have to comply to any rules. We made a video about that here, so please go and check it out. Cheers, and I'll see you next time.
This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. I'm sorry to say, we have a red flag out on the track at the moment, with the safety car shooting off very short notice indeed. And we think the number 31 car has come to grief at some point in the middle section, but we're still trying to get some information through as to when the red flag may be able to be withdrawn. For the moment, though, a chance to reflect, really, Bruce, on the times that we've had so far. And clearly, we're a little bit behind time as well for the events itself after being delayed by an hour. But we'll get to that in a moment. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones. Delighted to be joined by Jeff Swart on our live stream. Jeff, unfortunate really to be talking to you in these conditions, but I suppose it's part and parcel of the Pikes Peak hill climb, isn't it? Sometimes it goes a little bit wrong.
Yeah, there's Pikes Peak's kind of a delicate racetrack. Obviously the weather is quite compromising sometimes, and that's some of what we've dealt with today. And then, it's a complex place to race. And so from a mechanical sense and from a driver's sense, there's I would say more places to get it wrong than get it right.
And obviously there was a decision that needed to be made a little earlier on about the weather conditions. And of course, many people that have been racing here and spectating here through the years, that will be not a new situation to them. But I suppose race control had to make a decision at some point in the day to say it's not going to clear up enough in that 17, 18 mile section, and therefore we'll run it at 3/4 distance.
Yeah, I always feel for the organizers because, virtually every race we have something to do with weather, whether it be fog, rain, snow, whatever it may be. And it's a tough call because literally, the way the flow of the cars go, we go over hours literally of cars flowing out of here. So anything they get in terms of road reports and then have to make those decisions, and then the weather's going to change again. And the joke around here is if you don't like the weather in the Rocky Mountains, wait 15 minutes, and that's really the way it is here. And it plays heavily into the race and the conditions that we have to race into. But from the organizer's sense, it's really a difficult call every day because we all want to get to the summit, but we need to be able to do it safely. And the main thing, whatever we race on, we hope that the whole field can race on that same distance.
You're listening and indeed watching Jeff Swart, who has given up a bit of time for us to be able to interview him as part of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Clover Cam set. And thank you, Jeff, for probably short notice being able to chat to Bruce Jones and myself. Bruce, you must have a question for Jeff.
Well, I just admire the fact that you aim for that target, Jeff, of giving the same conditions to all drivers. It's an impossibility on a mountain, but you just have to hope it's as equitable as possible. But they just have to run what's in front of them.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And, I'm one of the competitors here who raced during the dirt days of the 90s and the 2000s. And then now, the mixed surfaces that happened in the late 2000s to, the way it is now, which is fully paved. And it is tricky. And interestingly enough, when it was all dirt, when we got rain, snow, hail, in minor forms on the circuit, it just didn't change the surface much. It made it a little bit different, but the difference here, we're generally on slicks. So when we encounter in our 12.5 miles of racing a section that either has rain or hail on it, it really makes a big difference to it. But in the dirt days, we pretty much drove through all types of weather.
It showed, and I love looking at the historic footage here because, it just seemed like a hero's run from start to finish. It still is, but it was, when you had to control the slides that could have just taken you to the edge, it was just absolute precision.
Yeah, I come from a photography background and filmmaking background. So, it's all about the visuals, and you couldn't top the visuals. And, let's face it, Ari Vatanen and Climb Dance, that's kind of hooked all of us. It hooked a whole generation and circles back and hooks a new generation for here. So it was so visual in those days. And now we drive right up to the limit of adhesion and go a lot faster up here. It's pretty amazing. But I truly, but deep down, I miss the dirt days to some extent.
Yes, I'm sure from that photographic background, and certainly some of the very famous car advertisements that were shot up there that weren't done in one take, let's say, probably more than a few, but the images they gave, they just stand out, don't they?
Absolutely. And funny enough, in the early 90s, I did a Hyundai commercial up here before I actually raced in 94. And still, I spent a lot of time shooting the Hyundai commercial from a helicopter. And funny enough, I still visualize parts of this peak from the air that I saw on the helicopter when I first came here to shoot my first commercial here. So that, I'm a very visual person, and certainly some of the things I did in the dirt days here were very, very spectacular from the visual sense.
Jeff, in those years when...
Well, let's hope this incident could be cleared up and the track will be cleared, but it's a major logistical effort as well. I mean, not just that we had to scramble today to lower the finish, but when something even just pulls to the side of the circuit, at the side of the hill, it still has to be removed and the course made safe.
Yeah, it's really is complicated. You don't go through turn 9 every minute and 42 seconds here. You go through 156 turns all at one at a time. And so the complexity of keeping track of the cars, the complexity of clearing things that happen and dealing with the cars that are running below, because as you know, if we have a red flag up towards the summit, you end up having to clear the cars below that red flag and send them back to the line. They get to refuel, change tires if they need to. But, this isn't the typical set out a yellow flag and let people go through it.
Yeah, it comes with its own logistics. And I've certainly read, doing my research, how some drivers have had not more than one start, sometimes more than 2 attempted starts on some of their runs, and what that does to their mind in terms of trying to stay cool and calm. Whew.
Yeah, it's that waiting, there's so much waiting here. Think about it. You've already gone through a whole week running this mountain in thirds. And so this is my day to put it all together. So the whole week has, that's a lot of time to put into the circuit to just get to do that one continuous run through there. So inevitably, I don't know what it is, but I've had so many delays sitting on that starting line where you're kind of bringing all that knowledge from the whole week and focusing it down to going through that 12 and a half miles that you have ahead of you. And then there's a delay and you kind of have to start over again. And, today isn't the case, but normally it's pretty hot here. It's just, cars aren't the best in ventilation. You're sitting at the starting line. Engines are getting warm. All these kind of things that you try to start. Tires hot, engine cool, all these kind of things you deal with. It sends you off tempo when we do get a delay. And obviously delays are here for a good reason, but it does mess with you sometimes.
Come on, Jeff, also, you love it.
Jeff, I was just one final question regarding, we've talked about drivers. What about the engineering crews who are obviously trying to prepare these cars to within a couple of minutes, really, of their optimum performance? You've got to kind of keep those jobs hanging over until you do get the final word.
Yeah, it really is because, engines here are running at the max. We talk about the altitude change and what it does from our side. Most of the drivers wear oxygen. If you were flying in a private airplane, you'd be required to wear oxygen over 10,000 feet. We're finishing at 14,115 feet. So there's the human side of it. But the engine side, the engines are needing to, if they want to deliver the same amount of power to the wheels from the start line to the summit, they've got to be developing 30% more horsepower going up the mountain. And like I said, not only is the air less for us to breathe as a driver, it's less for the engine to breathe, it's less cooling into the engine itself, then it's also affects the brakes, it affects the aero. That's why we see really massively big wings on these cars, is because it's just affecting everything across the board. So, I always have said that Pikes Peak, in a way, is the ultimate display of a car's true performance, because everything is at a max.
Fascinating to talk to you, Jeff Svart. Thank you for taking a couple of minutes to educate Bruce and I about how to tackle this place. And we hope that we'll have a bit more competitive action very, very shortly. That's Jeff Svart on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Clover Cam. Catch up with you soon, Jeff. Thank you. So, Bruce, we are still a couple of minutes away from the stage becoming live again under red flag conditions after 28 cars have already done their times. We will be back with more very quick times at Pikes Peak, right here on Pikes Peak Live very shortly.
Champion Porsche make their return to racing this June at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's the continuation of a motorsport story that began in the 1990s.
Champion was started by my father, Dave Mirage. It was started 33 years ago. He relocated here from Trinidad and Tobago, and he had always a passion for cars. And he looked into it and purchased a dealership and started with Porsche because he loved Porsche. He loved the versatility from road to track. And he had a salesman that started, his name's Mike Peters, who you'll probably meet soon. He got him into racing. He actually drove the first race car and kind of, walked him through it. And my dad was hooked at that point.
We did start bringing in some top-level professional drivers. And as we progressed in it, it just all started coming together with better team, better effort, and ending with positive results.
Class victories at the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1996 and Petit Le Mans 2 years later were followed by a switch to Audi and their greatest triumphs, including overall victory at Le Mans in 2005 and 5 consecutive American Le Mans Series championships.
I think Le Mans is definitely probably the top because it's a worldwide race. I would say one of the best races for me was Sebring 2005. Both of our cars were running neck and neck the entire race. And I'll never forget Tom Christensen coming up and sitting next to me as I'm thinking about where we're ending up here at the end of this race. And he says, if I can't get out in front of Alan, I'll never be able to pass him. So we came up with a strategy to do a short fuel fill and put him back out, and then have to do a full fuel fill later, but it would give him track position. And lo and behold, it worked, and we managed to win the race over our own teammate. I think it was the closest finish in their history for a long, long time.
After the heady days of success with the likes of Tom Christensen and Alan McNish, Champion's desire to return to racing for the first time since 2008 came about after sponsoring a Pikes Peak entry last year.
I had sponsored a car the year before. We helped them out, and they had a great result, and they were driving a GT2 Club Sport. One day I woke up and I said, I'm going to give it a shot. We reached out to Porsche Motorsport, secured a car. The car is at our facility right now doing some changes, and we're working on enhancing it and trying to get it up the mountain as quick as possible.
GT2 RS project was, the Club Sport project for Pikes Peak was something that came about pretty suddenly, literally. What we wanted to do was take a Porsche car in a very capable form already. It's been raced at Pikes Peak a couple times. We wanted to take that car and really push it to the limit to see what it can do. We want to basically use our expertise in modifying, upgrading modern day Porsche cars coupled with our race experience from the past, put those two things together and really see how far we can push that car up the mountain.
To pilot their entry, Champion have turned to Pikes Peak record holder Romain Dumas. The Frenchman not only raced the VW IDR electric prototype into the history books in 2018, but he has a decade of experience on America's mountain and a career full of Porsche expertise.
We pretty much have the king of Pikes Peak, so that's a good thing because he has a lot of passion for the race. He's invested in it himself very deeply, so his experience is invaluable to us. His knowledge of the race and the mountain is invaluable to us, but also he's very hands-on with offering input, suggestions for what we should do to the car, changes we should make, things like that. It's a lot of pressure for us to prepare a car for him, but at the end of the day, I think it's a great mix of driver and team that I think is going to help us at the day of the race.
As champion dip their toes back into motorsport, there are no guarantees of success in the race to the clouds, but expectations are high for a successful return.
This was an opportunity for us. Mitch was young. He spent a lot of time with his dad around all the racing we did. There's a passion there, and you got to start somewhere, which is kind of what we did back in '93 when they threw me in the car from Miami and said, just drive it. So this is kind of that place, and you just don't know where it might take things. We'll just have to see.
The goal is to win. That's always our goal. We're entered in the Time Attack 1 group right now, but we'd like to surprise a few people.
This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. A chance, as we're under this first red flag of the day, to remind you of the top positions in each of the 6 classes. Robin Shute, easily fastest, is part of the Unlimited class in the 2018 Wolf GB08. His time of 5:55.246 is over 35 seconds faster than anybody else's. But the Time Attack entered Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport of Romain Dumas did do a 6:31.9, so that is the second fastest time of the day so far. Paul Dallenbach set the pace in the open wheel class with the PVA Dallenbach Special, a 6:35.6. Raphael Astier tops the Pikes Peak Open class in his Porsche BBI Turbo Cup, a 6:36.8. And then it's Randy Pobes in the exhibition class. Tesla, brand new Tesla Model S Plaid in the 2021 spec, a 6:57.220. And finally, for all Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport cars, the Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama class is topped by Tanner Faust, who was the last to go, a 7:28.269. But Bruce Jones, red flag is out. Safety car was deployed a little while ago now. I have just seen a flatbed work its way the wrong way down the mountain back into the garage area. So hopefully that is an indication that we were going to go with a live stage in the not too distant future. In fact, the green flag is out now. So the next competitive car heads away and onto the stage. We won't therefore be seeing the Howe left-hander ASA stock car of Adam Smith, at least not for the time being, but the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution of Derek Boyd will be the next runner, and we will update you with how that car gets on very, very shortly. But right after our next guest, just hearing about the Howe left-hander has a broken drive shaft, so that will obviously have to be fixed, and we keep our fingers crossed that that can start a little bit later on in the afternoon as it's wheeled back to the garage. But I'm delighted to say that now part of our coverage and on the Clovercam set, the president of PRI joins us, who is Dr. Jamie Meyer. So, Jamie, thank you very much for taking a couple of moments out. Obviously, we have a live stage now, but we still want to catch up with you. It's not been the ideal day, in fairness, at Pikes Peak with a late start, but that's because of weather, and we kind of have become very used to that. And, you know, this staccato nature of the day, I suppose, is part and parcel of the event.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, for sure. The weather changes and the track changes, but still some amazing cars to run.
And your role at the event is precisely what?
Yeah, well, I'm the president of PRI, Performance Racing Industry's the largest racing trade show in the world. It's held in December in Indianapolis this year, the 9th through the 11th. And part of that is we're reaching out to the racing community with the PRI Road Tour. So we've got a full-blown media team here. We've got some folks on the top of the mountain, some in the middle, and folks on the starting line. So you can see coverage on all the PRI channels on different platforms. And we're out here supporting the racing industry.
And it's safe to say, isn't it? Sorry, Johnny.
Sorry, Bruce, your question. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's safe to say, Jamie, that with the incredible diversity of machinery here, it just emphasises all the various strands of the performance racing industry. It's almost like a show perfectly made for your show.
Yeah, this is really fascinating. This is my first time to Pikes Peak. The race is legendary, 99 years here. And as you walk through the pits and you see the different racers, the classes are obviously all different. Here goes another one. but very diverse cars, great description. Everybody's got their idea on how to conquer the mountain. It's just fascinating to watch how these cars run.
Yes, and they go from people who built their own cars to effectively original racing cars made for different purposes. We saw a sports prototype going up the hill earlier, but remastered, remodeled to come and achieve something on this incredibly specific hill.
Yeah, the cars are very diverse. You've got some folks that are here that are very much homegrown, garage built, 3 generations, and some teams are out here doing their thing. And then you've got big factory cars that are putting some money in these cars. The electric cars, we've got to talk about that. The Teslas are so well represented out here. Part of PRI is to bring the electric racing to the world. We're developing a new area just for electric performance. I'm very inspired seeing all the Teslas out here in competition. It's a story within itself.
It certainly is. Every single one is different. They put their power down differently. Some have wings the size of a small house to hold them onto the mountainside. But also the tyre technology is absolutely critical up this fabulous stretch of tarmac.
Yeah, if you're the crew chief on one of these things, you got a really tough job. You can practice in your garage. You can work on different ideas on what's going to work, and then you get a little bit of a practice session. But on race day, and we talked about this at the very beginning, the weather changes on the top or the weather changes on the bottom. I don't know how these guys pick a tire, but they do, and they just go for it.
It's not a bad approach. It's great to chat. And again, just looking at a Viper on the start-finish line, I'm not sure that's the car I'd take up the mountain. But then again, it's chosen for purpose. And the 888 car with Raymond Guerrero, it looks the part. And every shape of car has its own favourite.
Yeah, these are all incredible. I think the story of this is a race that goes once a year. You're 99 years into this thing, and somebody said it to me yesterday as we were talking about this race. You know, a 20-year veteran only has 20 laps on this racetrack, and that really humbles some of the greatest drivers in the world if you think about it in that perspective.
Yeah, performance is one thing. Experience and performance is what really, really counts. And I'm seeing that. This is the first time I've commentated on this event. I'm loving the sheer variety. And I think it's an event that next year, with its centenary, its 100th running, it's just going to be phenomenal.
Jamie, clearly your role is based very much in kind of engagement and this thing called activation. How much of a struggle was the event last year when it was run behind closed doors? And on the flip side, you must be so pleased that now fans are available on site.
Yeah, well, for PRI specifically, again, the biggest racing trade show that all of these cars and all these drivers participate in, we couldn't hold the PRI show because of the pandemic. So we took it to the road and went to the manufacturers with our road tour. This year, we're taking our community around the country, taking them to racetracks, starting here in Pikes Peak. What a great way to kick off the road tour for PRI. And we will build the content throughout the year. But a lot of this is a give back. We want the world to see what amazing things are happening at racetracks, Pikes Peak or Circle Track or Drag Race. We're even going to stop and look at some tractor pulls along the way this year. So wherever there's competition, PRI is going to be there to support the racing community.
That's really excellent to hear, and I'm really pleased that things are slowly getting back to normality, so that that important engagement, whether it be with teams, whether it be with fans, can begin again. And it sounds like you're thinking out of the box as well, with a view to probably next year, and a massive year here at Pikes Peak, celebrating the 100th edition.
Yeah, won't it be incredible? You talk about American heritage with different forms of sport, but I just came from the 105th running of the Indy 500, and you look at the pageantry around motorsports. Very different crowd here, right? In Indy, the city that's really recovered quickly from the pandemic. There was at least 135,000 people there. As I'm walking along the trail to get up a little better view of the starting line, there might be 4,000 or 5,000 people here in their lawn chairs, right? But they all share this great love for motorsports. So it's an amazing event. I hope everybody considers Pikes Peak for next year and bring your lawn chair, right? So.
Quite right too. I don't want you to miss any more cars, and clearly we've got a number of them thundering up the hill now. So Jamie Meyer, President of PRI, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes to chat to us on the Clover Cam set, and we wish you a very enjoyable rest of Pikes Peak for 2021. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer on thank you, Jamie. Speak to you very soon. Pikes Peak Live, the exclusive broadcast partner, of course, of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. A reminder, Robin Shute is the fastest car, a 5:55.246. But we've got two more cars out on the course. The Audi S3, number 66 of Dan Oida, and Raymond Guerrero, as Bruce mentioned, in that instantly recognisable Dodge Viper. But I hear the safety car sirens again for the second time, and that suggests that the course will be stopped once more. If you've already started a good time, and I'm looking at Dan Oida in the Audi S3, then maybe Dan will be fine to finish. Well, he will, as long as that's not the car that is the concern. But with personnel crossing the track, I think the suggestion, Bruce, is that we're in for another halt to proceedings.
You would have to assume that would be the case. What did happen was Derek Boyd moved into third place in the unlimited class. He just crossed the line 7 minutes 30 seconds precisely. Dan Oida has not got to the top of the hill in the Audi, and Raymond Guerrero in that great-looking dark red Dodge Viper got through the first timing sector, but as much as I refresh my timing screen, I can't get him to the end of the second sector. So it's a choice between either of those having had a problem on the mountain. But of course, the course has to be clear for those who are coming up next. So the right decision has been made. The red flag has been put out. Safety vehicle on the course, and whatever is not running up the mountain will be removed. The next car on the start-finish line will have to sit and wait, and that's the Porsche Cayman GT4 of a driver from Luxembourg, a rookie here, Steve Zimmer, 34-year-old. And he was looking to power up in that Cayman GT4. He will have to wait. And all that he's learnt, he's a rally driver. So, in fact, he doesn't normally need to know where the next corner's going. Whereas, of course, racing drivers like to compete on circuits where they know if it's left or right. So whatever he's learnt in the practice days here, I suggest rally drivers always have quite an advantage just because of their ability to read the situation as they arrive. But whatever happens to Steve Zimmer, he's got a weight on his hands, Johnny.
He has, unfortunately. Yes, the 34-year-old from Limpach in Luxembourg, with plenty of experience, as Bruce was mentioning, as far back as 2001 when he did some karting, his first foray into motorsport. But the doors are open on the number 98 Porsche, and it'll be a little bit of a wait, although there is a green flag being held there, but doors still open on the car. And another car has reached the top of the, I think that's Oida, who has...
Yeah, Oida got to the top in 8 minutes flat, so he clearly had a problem. Well, actually, where did he clearly have a problem? His sector times are all okay, actually. So I think it's Raymond Guerrero in the Dodge Viper who maybe has not made it through the second sector.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I think you're about to make a point about something else, Bruce.
Oh, I looked at the timing screen. That's gone completely, I'm afraid. But in fact, now Raymond Guerrero's got through that second timing sector. So whether he stopped, no, his sector time wasn't that good. So maybe he had a problem. He stopped and restarted. But the Viper powers its way on up into the third of the three sectors and should be able to complete his run. But that also means that we are effectively green. Well, we are green on the mountain again. And so the Steve Zimmer, the almost Gulf liveried car, it's pale blue and orangey red up the nose. Porsche Geneva, the sponsor, that Cayman GT4 will be going for its first racing experience here up the mountain at Pikes Peak.
And the word is the safety car was deployed for the second time because of some gravel on the track, in fact. So maybe brought on by Raymond Guerrero's Dodge Viper. He continued on, but because of debris on the track surface, the safety car went to tend to that. And that's all been swept clear. Not a car that needed to be recovered, but actually a problem sorted out very, very swiftly. So the 86 Porsche has the green flag waved now. Doors were briefly opened on it. It does does finally fire into life after a brief delay. And the Luxembourgish driver Steve Zimmer from the time attack class heads underneath the start line, starting banner, and now disappears into the trees to begin his competitive run to 16 Mile. Raymond Guerrera, we are still awaiting the completion of his stage in the 2008 Dodge Viper, a 221.3 through section 1, a 318.2 through section 2.
It does make me chuckle a bit, Johnny, when you described the safety car vehicle coming out because there was gravel on the track. Imagine telling that to Bobby Unser in the 1960s, when, of course, the whole track was gravel. But how times change.
Yes, times change, I suppose. And early on in the stage, then the paving obviously had been in place for much, much longer. Only fully paved Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in 2012. Well, actually, the work was done in August 2011, but that was after the 2011 running of the event. So the first time that everyone could work out where the grip was now, and much more of it, was the following year. Therefore, we will have had 10 years of fully paved action this time next year to correspond and coincide with the 100th edition. Another Acura NSX. We had one of these in the early batch of cars sported by Nick Robinson, who ran in the exhibition class. Well, this is a 2019 NSX for Raymond, Ohio-based James Robinson, also running in time attack. So in the same class as Steve Zimmer, who hasn't yet shown a time through section 1. But has been competing, as we've said, in lots of different disciplines within motorsport. This will be his first time in a car on Pikes Peak. And he is about to go through the first timing split. Meanwhile, Raymond Guerrera in his Dodge Viper sets a 903.653, which will put him 9th in the Pikes Peak Open class for the big Viper.
It's a very long nose to look over on a Viper when it goes up the steepest parts of this course, the corners like Big Sky, but a car that was nimble in the hands of Nick Robinson, now James Robinson, in the slightly newer Acura NSX, blasts off. And that certainly, if it goes as well as Nick Robinson's time, that was a car that we noted this morning. It was one of the early runners, Johnny, that looked very, very neat and tidy as it worked its way up the course. Was certainly one of the quick times early on.
Again, a monstrous front splitter on the number 13 Honda. So we move from an Acura to a Honda Civic, a 2012 vintage. And this is for the Canadian driver. William Aoyong. And he's 46 years old, from Waterloo in Ontario, returning for his second year of competition at Pikes Peak. So he was a rookie in 2019, finishing 3rd in the Unlimited division. Did an 11 minutes 3.988 second run. And Will says, we learned so much the first time we were here. Now we're using that in our preparation for this year. Previously run in 2017 and 2018 in the Global Time Attack Pro Unlimited champion, and has done a variety of track days. Also the GTA Pro Limited champion in 2014 as well. So racing stretching back a number of years. Only here on the Pikes Peak Mountain for the second time, though, in the booted Honda.
In that sort of almost stealth livery of dark blue and matte black, it's quite hard to pick out the Honda within the wings. But
yes,
there it is, with mention of Quaife on its rear wing, of course, transmission specialist, but that really is a stealth car. Let's see if it can put up a stealth time as well. Very, very quick up the mountain at the moment is Steve Zimmer, going really well in that GT4 Porsche Cayman through the first timing sector, 1 minute 58.1. That's pretty much on par for that particular class of car. But down on the line, William Aoyong, and as you said, 46 years old, ready to go. Waiting for the green flags are waved, and off goes the Honda Civic, like the one you can buy at your local Honda dealership, or Acura, of course.
You would struggle to get it into a parking lot, I have to say, because again, the splitter is about a couple of feet wider than the main body of the car, but that is all again to make sure that the front wheel drive can grip enough, get the required turn in from those Hoosier tyres. Again, running a stock frame, but heavily modified both inside and out, really. Steve Zimmer now into the final section in the Cayman GT4. Third of the time attack cars to launch its way onto the course, with James Robinson using every single bit of road available to him. A moment or two ago, dropping a couple of tyres the wrong side of the white line. Although, remember, whereas you get track limits on Grand Prix circuits, they don't really care about that at Pikes Peak. It's a question of just going from A to B as quickly as possible. The danger is that you risk dropping a couple of tyres into the gravel, and that sounds like what happened to Raymond Guerrera's Dodge Viper, and the safety car had to be briefly deployed in order to mop up that track debris. Now, heading into the right-hander. Is it me, Bruce, or does the track surface look a little more greasy up there at the right-hander?
It does. I was just trying to work out if there's been a little light flurry of rain up there. Maybe it's just a change of the light. Are there any drops on the camera lens? Is anyone walking around with an umbrella to give us commentators a helping hand? But whereas about half an hour ago, the part of the circuit on the screen at the moment, 2/3 about the mountain, was in sunshine, that has gone away. But certainly at the bottom, it's still dry. But we know famously here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, it can be glorious at the bottom, but what you get in the middle could be different, and what you get at the top, different all over again. If you're only just joining us, if you've missed the first half of the cars running in this 99th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, the course is not as long as planned. We're not going all the way to past the 19-mile mark. We're stopping just after the 16-mile mark, just south of Devil's Playground, just below that famous point on the climb, because we had overnight ice and snow and fog, and it took a long time for the fog to clear. We lost an hour or so before we got going this morning, but it's been a very clean run so far. 2 very brief red flag stoppages, but as David Donoghue blasts off up the mountain, long-time Porsche racer, son of the great Mark Donoghue, conditions look pretty fair, but I will be looking to see how it is when they get to Brown Bush Corner. It did certainly look a little bit greasy, Johnny. I think you're right.
Yeah, and it's just probably a passing shower, and with all of these cars starting their stage runs on slick tyres, it's just a couple of corners that you might just have to hang on that little bit more tightly to the wheel, maybe deal with some fishtailing, some loose cars in the case of the Porsche that has just set off. And this again is GT2 RS Club Sport, which is the same type of car that was sported by Frenchman Romain Dumas as the 5th car in the sequence of this batch of cars. Romain running in the time attack part of the race. The David Donoghue car also as part of time attack. The next 3 cars, in fact, will be part of that class. Romain Dumas' time is the one to beat in time attack, a 6:31.914. And speaking of Porsches, more than 1 million Porsche engines have come with Mobil 1 from day one. If you're a Porsche owner, you know every component is engineered to work with every other to deliver optimum performance. And engine oil is no exception on your daily drive or up here at 14,115 feet. Unsurprisingly enough, every Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport competing today relies on off-the-shelf Mobil 1 ESP X3 0W40 oil. This is the same Mobil 1 Advanced Synthetic available at your local Porsche dealer. So schedule a Porsche service appointment at your local dealership today and put a little bit of Pikes Peak into your Porsche. The next car to set off is of the Japanese variety. It's a Subaru WRX from 2014 for Boulder resident Scott Crouch. He is driving the number 429 car, and it's the 38th car onto the stage. Again, just peering at the right-hander at Brown Bush Corner, and maybe grip is at slightly more of a premium there, but it's really only a couple of corners, which nice, hot, slick tyres shouldn't really be a concern at, I'm sure. And 1 or 2 of the engineers, maybe the chief, the team chiefs down in the garage will be just advising the drivers as they set off to say, take a little bit of extra care on 1 or 2 of the corners, but further up you should be absolutely fine. The cloud is more of a concern with this lack of visibility coming in and out, although at 16 mile, the finish marker today, it looks glorious after the sky cleared from early this morning when the low cloud really did hamper being able to see your hand in front of your face, let alone the next couple of corners. Every bit of road again being used by David Donoghue in the Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport, exiting that right-hand hairpin.
Well, you were talking glorious, and to my eyes, it wasn't the most beautiful cars when standing still. The Audi A1 Quattro, don't strike me down, because once it was on the move, that still remains as one of the greatest cars. Of course, great success, 3 years running for the Audi Sport Quattros, 85, 86, 87, victory here. The Michele Mouton for Bobby Unser and Walter Raw in the more extreme version, but certainly the Audi Quattro just was a phenomenal car from the moment it was launched. No wonder David Hackle is enjoying taking one up the hill. He's waiting on the start line. Of course, totally different weight. That's 2,700 pounds. Some of those specials went up with the big wings. They're under 2,000, and weight really can play a big part here. But great to see a rally car on the mountain, set to go, set to see what sort of times it can manage.
So that's David Hackle. We will get news on his times right after this.
We've all been waiting for the great unpause. What if we took this moment to see our old lives as something new, something bigger than routine, something better than back to normal? Because moving forward, what we used to call just everyday life is what we'll celebrate every day. This will be the greatest comeback. Collect all 6 signature bottles, win all summer. Learn more at ultracomeback.com.
Step 1, build a workhorse that works harder. Give it a letter. Then do it all again. Rethink, redefine, rebuild. Gear it for adventure. Make it sleeker, lighter. Make it tough, the toughest ever. And then make it a hybrid, because the only ones who can outwork the workhorse are the ones that build it. Build and order your select Ford today and get $1,000 bonus cash in addition to all public offers. Only at your local Ford stores.
Passing unnoticed among the crowd, a world-class rally driver, Michele Mouton.
I think she's really neat, and I think she's pretty brave to go against all these guys and stuff.
She is one of the best 5 rally drivers in the world.
Racing an all-wheel drive Audi Quattro, Mouton set her eyes on the course record.
Bobby Jr. called me one day and he said, Daddy, he says, you need to get up here. I says, why? He says, they got that Audi car running up here. The car's breaking records every time it runs in practice. And I says, yeah, and who's driving it? He said, they got a girl driving it. Her name is Michele Mouton. And I says, a girl driving it? He said, yeah. And I says, going real fast? And he says, yeah. I kind of had a hunch that the girl's going to break the record.
It's a record, 11:25:39, an all-time record for any class.
Mouton not only took the top spot, but also shaved over 10 seconds off the previous course record set by Al Unser Jr. in a Wells Coyote. This marked the first time a foreigner, a woman, and a rally car had held the coveted position of king, or rather queen of the mountain.
It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for 2021, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. Now, suggesting, Bruce Jones, that there may be a bit of moisture on the course at this stage. Definitely whiter cloud, which is looking lower in the sky now, has become darker and more menacing. And judging by the lines from Scott Crouch's Subaru WRX, once he'd got to the right-hander at Brambush Corner, all over the road, despite it having four-wheel drive in that car. So definitely a lack of adhesion, and the safety truck is back on the course, Bruce. So again, concern for one of the cars that's just left the start line, quite possibly, although the Subaru did get through and is somewhere in the third sector now.
Yes, it could be David Hackle who set up just after the Subaru, and then of course we had the Audi A1 Quattro driven off the line by Colin Strauch. So David Hackle, Colin Strauch, and the driver waiting on the line, waiting for longer than planned in the IROC Chevrolet Camaro, is just going to have to sit there and wait. That's Kevin Murdoch. And just to do the housekeeping, David Donahue, we saw him head off up the mountain, and he's just slotted into 8th place overall. Audi's still going up the hill through Brown Bush corner, so maybe Scott Crouch. We saw him having a very sort of loose, squirrely moment at this very same point at Brown Bush corner earlier. Has he made it all the way to the top? I'll keep refreshing my timings to screen to see if he's done so. But just to reiterate, David Donahue, number 991, rather fitting for a Porsche, and he is 7th fastest, 8th fastest now in time, but 3rd in time attack.
Yeah, so the Chevy sits on the line of Kevin Murdoch. That won't be given the green flag in the foreseeable future with the safety truck out on the racetrack. David Hackle has gone through the first sector in the 1983 Audi Quattro, 159.105. So that'll put him in the middle order in that time attack entered car. Steve Crouch, who did get beyond the second section, and therefore in the longest of the 3 sectors, up towards the temporary finish line. I say temporary because it's this year's finish line at 16 Mile, just shy of the Devil's Playground. But maybe there's been an issue for Scott Crouch somewhere in that area, because the Audi has safely made its way through to the end of the second sector now, doing a 2:44.022. That's very close to Scott Crouch's effort, actually. So clearly,
yes,
David
fact,
Hackle's Audi
is fine. The car
fine.
that may have had trouble was Chris Strauch in the wide-body Porsche 914, which went off car number 56. Oh, the visibility at the top, we had it, and it's been taken away all over again as one of the finishers crossed the line. Is that Scott Crouch going past? Refresh my timing screen. Hard to see in the mist, and it was Scott completing his lap, but certainly he'll have had to do that a little bit from memory at the very top stretch. He goes 5th in the time attack class.
Yeah, he does. Although, interestingly, Steve Zimmer is also labelled as 5th in the time attack class. I wondered whether, looking at the crucial column, whether the times are identical. They're not. So that's actually been addressed now. And Steve Zimmer drops to 6th place. Scott Crouch, a 7:54.096 for the Scooby. The Audi Quattro is on into the third sector safely. So, yes, I think your shout about Chris Strauch and the wide-body Porsche 914 could be a good one. But
yes, because he should have been
clearly
through the first timing sector by now and hasn't put a score on the board, I'm afraid.
Clearly, the lack of visibility, I think, indicative of this spell of poor weather that we've got now drifting across Pikes Peak. I mentioned 1 or 2 areas of the asphalt look darker than they did earlier today, indicating a bit of moisture, some rain. And maybe that darker cloud has now reached as high as 16 Mile. So I can't now see the previous couple of hairpins prior to that final run to the line. When you're down at track level, with your derriere just a couple of inches from the road surface, it might be slightly better, the visibility. But at times it looks very bad, and then it clears very slightly. Very changeable. And it really depends on at what point you left the start line, and then what the mountain is prepared to give or to take away. Remember, the mountain decides. And last night the mountain saw intense storms. Today the forecast calling for highs of about 60 with a light wind, 6 or 7 miles per hour. And to round that out, it's been snowing well early this morning, and we had a little bit of ice as well, but that has cleared. Now, the 56 car, which is the Porsche 914 wide body of Chris Strauch, coming back to the garage area on the end of a tow rope. So you and I guessed correctly, Bruce. That was the car that was causing the drama. And theoretically, the road will be clear now for following competitors, but a real shame that for Chris, because that's a spectacularly looking car from 1970 originally, and the wide body didn't get much further than the first couple of corners.
No, indeed, but next driver, Kevin Murdoch, got to his father, Ralph Murdoch, and inspired by Bobby Unser, who inspired so many people on Pikes Peak. He had his first crack here in 2012. This is only his second run. Back then, he was driving a 2007 Chevrolet 1500 truck. This time, he's decided to go even older, 1991 Chevrolet Southwest Series IROC Camaro. It's big, it's wide, it's white. Let's see what sort of pace it can do up the mountain. But growing up in Cascade, yes, you've guessed it, Colorado, this was an event that was always on the order book for Kevin. And he is going to see what he can do. He's running in the Pikes Peak Open class. That, in fact, is what Chris Strauch had been running in. But Chris, as we saw in that Porsche 914, didn't get to go very far at all. So just to reiterate, if you're joining us for the first time today, the fastest time by a considerable margin over the shortened course set by Robin Shute in his fabulous-looking Wolf. That's 5 minutes, 55 seconds. The next best is Romain Dumas, a driver who's set the outright hill record here and multiple winner. He's driving a far more tame-looking Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. 6 minutes, 31. Yes, about 35, 36 seconds difference. And he's 4 seconds clear nearly of the second car in the time attack class, the open wheel class leader, which is Paul Dallenbach, and Rhys Millen in the mighty renewable fuel Bentley Continental. He is fourth fastest. It's very close between Dallenbach, Millen, and Raphael Astier, very promising young French driver who is fifth quickest. They're covered by a second.
And next to the start line is the Ford Mustang FR 500S of Trevor Ovida, and the Boulder resident is also entered into the time attack part of the race. Of course, Kevin Murdoch due to the end of the first sector very shortly, and he and his Chevy Southwest Series 1 ROC Camaro. So that'll be another minute or so before he pops up at the end of section 1. And the sky looks slightly more promising now in the opposite direction of the Camaro, turning left and about to whip through the timing loop.
But what I notice as he powers on round that corner is the track is wet off the racing line on the left-hand side. Changeable conditions, we've seen it damp further up the mountain, and changeable conditions is where photographers earn their keep. So let's go down to the Clovercam set because we've captured, to get an interview, Larry Chen, the official event photographer. Hello, Larry.
Hey, guys.
Sorry to take you away from the mountainside, but the mountains giveth and they taketh away, don't they, with the weather? You never know what you're going to get.
Oh, yeah. And that's kind of one of my favorite parts about shooting Pikes Peak. You know, I've been shooting here since 2011, which is the last year of the dirt. And every single year I come back, no matter how many places I shoot from, it's always different. You know, the light is different. The conditions are different. It could be snowing, hailing, who knows, you know. Earlier this week, we were shooting in the middle section near Devil's Playground, or we were shooting the top section, and we experienced some serious sideways, hail, rain, all of it. And, you know, we just have to power through it.
Well, they always say no pain, no gain in a sporting sentiment. But how do you actually move around the mountain? You've got a lot of distance to navigate. Do you just rely on course cars taking you from one point to another? Because obviously, while the competition is on, it's very hard to get about.
Yeah, I wish that was the case. I say to everyone that this is pretty much one of the most physically demanding events that any photographer can actually photograph, right? Part of it is because we actually have to physically move. We have to huff it. We have to walk or run uphill or downhill, depending on where we are. And as you guys probably know, if we're shooting near Cogcut or Olympic, it's probably about 40% less oxygen. And we are not like the drivers. We can't carry oxygen with us, you know, so we just kind of power through it and then spend some time to catch our breath, and then hopefully we can make it there before the next car comes.
Well, a true artist suffering for your art. But have you got a particular favourite point on the climb to shoot, or do you have a number? Let's say your top 3 favourite points.
It's tough to say. Definitely my favorite thing to do is to shoot above tree line. It's just so weird to have a racetrack that trees can't even grow up there. It's just so special. It looks different, looks like Mars sometimes, and then sometimes the clouds roll in and then you're well above the clouds. It truly is the race to the clouds, or race through the clouds. But I would say just top 3 corners, the W's are always great. It's just so nice to be able to get some switchbacks where it's some high speed sections, slow speed sections. And on top of that, when you're at a certain point, you can essentially look down and shoot 2, 3, 4 corners ahead. And then you can just kind of pick them off. And in one run, I could potentially get 6 or 7 shots. I also love shooting Boulder Park area, just because it's different versus any other part of the course. There's a little bit downhill and also a lot of long straights where you can get very far, and you can really show the perspective of how vast this mountain actually is. And of course, I like to shoot at the start line because that's kind of where you really get the emotion. You get the tears of joy or anguish, or just the celebration shots from the teams. And then of course, when the drivers come back down and they're just so happy, they have the flag in their hand and they're just so excited that, they conquered this mountain, or not. It's definitely the place to be, I feel like, for race day.
Well, Johnny and I do a lot of endurance events, and the emotion is always huge. Larry, let's hope we can catch up with you later, but thank you very much for joining us in the Clovercam set. And back to action on the mountain, Johnny.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Larry. Great to chat to you, and I hope the weather holds for the remainder of the day. That's a big ask, but we wish you well. So the powered by Winslow BMW is the next car on the start line, which is the M2 CSR, car number 22 of Laura Hayes. Again, a time attack car. So we've got Kevin Murdoch's Pikes Peak Chevy Southwest due across the line very shortly. Trevor Oida and the time attack Ford Mustang. And Justin Lombard has just set off in the Acura TLX as well. That Acura for the Hilliard, Ohio-based Justin Lombard, running in the Pikes Peak Open class. So up towards the left-hander goes the Acura. Ford Mustang already safely through into the 3rd sector and nearing the 16-mile finish to this year's running of Pikes Peak. Kevin Murdoch, I wonder whether he's risking being caught. No, not quite, because Trevor Oida's times are better, but not so much so that he's likely to catch up with the Chevy Southwest, which should be about to cross the line very shortly. And in a cloud of tyre smoke, the BMW, the aforementioned M2 CSR, sets off in the hands of Laura Hayes. Slightly better now at the top of the hill, with the cloud slowly moving across. Well, it's sort of ever-changing, isn't it? And you can't rely on any particular conditions when you get to the pseudo summit. Chevrolet Southwest across the line. That was Kevin Murdoch, and he sets an 8:24.868 to go in 8th position in the Pikes Peak Open class. We didn't get a time from Chris Strauch in the number 56 car. That unfortunately only made a couple of corners before needing to be towed in the wrong direction back to the paddock area, the Porsche 914 wide body. A couple of cars, unfortunately, have set off and then not got much further than the end of the 1st sector. Paul Gerrard in the Enviat Hypercar Evolution can be logged on that list as well.
We've had one Audi S3 going up the mountain, and here comes another. This is Rob Holland, a driver who's competed in touring cars pretty much all around the world, and he'll be taking off. He's a resident of Denver, Colorado, and has done a lot of racing in Europe to add to the mix. In fact, he's one of the hosts of the 156 podcast on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb website, so do take a look and a listen to what he's up to. But we're going to see what he can do because he's about to take off in his 2018 Audi S3. This is his 5th run on Pikes Peak. His best time so far, 10 minutes 51 seconds. That was last year, but of course this year more than 3 miles have been chopped off the top of the course because of the snow, the ice, but principally the lack of visibility with the fog hanging over the circuit and the top of the mountain first thing this morning. We lost an hour's running, but generally it's been very, very clear indeed. The running in between, that little smattering of rain, you can still see it at the 1/3 point on the side of the course there, but the actual dry line, the racing line, at least is giving a little bit more traction around the outside of that left-hander.
Yeah, Rob's competed in 4 seasons of the British Touring Car Championship, mainly in the front-wheel drive Audi S3 saloon, but he did do a year in a Handy Motorsport Toyota Avensis as well, and competed around the world at TCR level, including in Asia, and for the Roadstar Racing Team at World Championship level. Also done a number of events at the Nürburgring, including 3 24 hours on the Nordschleife. So an expert as far as it becomes, as far as the North Loop is concerned in that part of Germany. And the North Loop itself isn't very far away from a sort of 12-mile run either. Just like this place, 12.42 miles in total. If we were running the whole thing, it has been shortened, we'll remind you again. But Rob has also competed at Pikes Peak for a number of years now, and after his first year admits he became an instant addict and plans to come here for at least the next 3 decades. What's to stop him? So away goes the Audi.
And I think a really nice comparison is it's the vertical here at the Pikes Peak hill climb, but very similar in length to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's marginally longer. That has 170 turns. This has a mere 156, but you can just get the likeness. And they're also very, very weather affected. Can be dry in one part, wet in another. So I can see why Rob's taking his experience from there and using it here.
The one thing you don't get at the Nürburgring, or not to this extent, is the change in altitude, and therefore in terms of the thinness of air right at the top of Pikes Peak. Now, the Sierra RX3 is next on the agenda. This is John McGuinness's chosen weapon, the Aussie, although based in Utah. And this car, again, taking up the look of almost the Dallenbach special that we had at the start of the very fast times from Paul Dallenbach. I'll remind you that Paul's time of 6:35.663 was good enough for 3rd position. Not quite expecting the same time from the Sierra RX3, but effectively a space frame on wheels, and the engine in the back revving very slightly, and under starter's orders once again. We will then hear the true menace from the McInnes open wheeler. It is powered by a Suzuki 1300 gasoline powered overhead cam. The special green flag is waved and John is onto the stage. You can still hear the Suzuki 1300 engine being stressed highly, way in the distance. So the flag being specially waved for that particular car. The 2020 year was actually John's first time on Pikes Peak, where he finished 6th in the open wheel division. Time was 11:38.155. Again, remember, we can't do direct comparisons year on year, as now to the end of the stage goes the Acura TLX of Justin Lombard. Still waiting for Laura Hayes, who is in the final sector in her 2021 BMW M2 CSR. But the car ahead of Laura, Justin Lombard, looking for his time, Bruce. There it is, 30th position, 8 minutes, .213 in the Pikes Peak Open division for the Acura TLX.
It doesn't matter how long the course is, there's always a sort of target time. either side of a minute mark. So he'll be really furious he didn't do a 7-minute 59.9. But for Justin Lombard, good tidy run, big machine to be taking up the hill. Another machine, not as big in terms of its appearance, but certainly very mean indeed. The Cash Singh in the 27 Ford Mustang GT looks remarkably standard as it forms up there on the start line. John McInnes has gone up ahead of it in the Sierra RX3. We'll look for times from that as it works up. Hasn't got to the end of the first timing sector yet. Rob Holland has in his Audi S3, 1 minute 53. So that's a nice tidy little run for Rob Holland in that, waiting for John McInnes to follow on up the hill in that Sierra Special. But I'm sure there'll be a great big roar and rumble as the Falcon-tired Ford Mustang gets on its way sometime very soon indeed.
Yeah, Rob running his Audi S3 then in the unlimited class and looking for cars that set 153. Well, Derek Boyd wasn't very far away in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. So for Rob's Audi to be producing the same sort of times is very impressive. And he'll therefore be looking for similar times through the rest of the sectors, like a 2:39.5. That will be properly in the ballpark. Have a look at this green flag in detail. I missed it again, I'm afraid, as it goes underneath the starting gantry. The Mustang then onto the stage. In memory of Tom Osborne, there you go. TO from, sadly, we lost Tom a little earlier this year, but the green flag deliberately being waved from this point on. And thank you to our starter for showing that to the camera as well, so we can see the design in detail. And the next car will be wheeled forward into position. But Cash Singh is heading out onto the course. We welcome the number 19 Porsche 911 GT3 for Frenchman Laurent Millara, who has had a lot of experience in Europe, racing all sorts of different prototypes, generally speaking. And we'll focus a little bit more on Laurent right after this.
With a paved track and advancing technology, the electric class also received new life. The first electric had raced in 1981, recording a staggeringly slow time of 32 minutes, 7 seconds. The class had been recharged and featured cars from Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Monster Sport. 7-time King of the Mountain, Monster Tajima, had recognized the potential of the electric vehicle.
My car is an electric vehicle division. Name is Irana Pikes Peak Special. I think 930 is, I can do. Depends weather.
We build a few raindrops. Hopefully those will be few and far between. Tajima now making his appearance.
Outrunning extreme weather conditions, Tajima drove his e-runner to the summit, beating his previous best time.
I am beating my gasoline engine car 6 seconds faster than gasoline car. Electric vehicle, electric car is a fantastic performance. So I'm very, very happy. I will come next year, pure electric car again. GoPro, GoPro, GoPro!
There you have it, sport fans. Monster Nobuhiro Tajima from the summit of 14,115-foot Pikes Peak.
Tajima had become the first under 10 minutes in an electric vehicle, proving their effectiveness.
It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. A reminder, if you're a Porsche owner, Mobil 1 has something very special for you. You need to enter your VIN and you'll be eligible to receive a Porsche owner exclusive, the Pikes Peak Hill Grind Coffee Kit from 4 Coffee. Only 156 will ever be made because this place has 156 turns, and it's based on the traffic on the stream right now, so they really won't last too long at all. That's pikespeakhillgrind.com for any Porsche owners. Have your VIN, your VIN handy to enter, and then join us back here. And you haven't missed a thing, because the 119 car is about to get rolling now, and this is the O'Malley Special Spec 2015 car for Earl O'Malley, and part of the open wheel class. In fact, the last open wheel car of the day under starters orders, and it'll be the Tom Osborne flag waved again. To tell you a little bit more about Tom, who, as I say, we sadly lost earlier this year, but Tom joined the Colorado Springs Sports Corporation as the president and CEO in 2003. He was the chairman of Pikes Peak Hill Climb Board for 10 years, and he helped, as the green flag waved, helped to bring many sporting events to Colorado Springs, including the Warrior Games, premier cycling events, and helped continue the legacy of the Labor Day liftoff as well. Tom loved Colorado Springs and those who make this community, and he made many friends who he dearly loved. His staff were like family to him, and he felt very lucky to be part of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb and privileged to be associated with all involved. So clearly, we are remembering Tom Osborne this weekend, and that's the reason why the green flag from this point on to the end of the event is emblazoned with his name. As the latest car onto the stage, the O'Malley Special, disappears into the trees. Laurent Millara in the Porsche 911 GT3 has just done a 158.048 through the first sector. That's in the time attack category. And Cash Singh looking to complete his run up to the 16-mile point, which will complete the course for today. The Ford Mustang GT has done a 209 through the first sector, a 301 through the second sector. So we're looking for probably a 3.5 minute, 3.75 minute run through the final sector. And we'll see where that Pikes Peak Open car will be positioned within class. But 3 cars again onto the racetrack, and Bruce, I'm spotting definitely some improvement now as far as the grip is concerned at Brown Bush Corner, earlier affected by rain.
It's easy for you to say, Johnny, but it certainly is drying out. And one thing I'm finding particularly impressive, we have 6 classes of vehicles competing here, and the top 5 positions have cars from 4 different classes. We've got an unlimited car at the top, Robin Shute, at the top by about 35 seconds. Get that, 5 minutes, 55 seconds, his time so far. Surely the winning time, because the next best is the leading time attack, Porsche of Romain Dumas, 6 minutes 31. Then the top open wheel car, Paul Dallenbach, former winner, 6 minutes 35 seconds. The second of the time attack cars, that's Reese Millen in the renewable fueled Bentley Continental GT3. Then Raphael Astier, 5th overall, leading the Pikes Peak Open class. So great diversity, great variety. And apart from Robin Shute, who's clear by an enormous amount, it's very close indeed, right the way down the order.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room between the 631 of Romain Dumas, Paul Dallenbach 635, Reese Millen 636, and Raphael Astier 636. As you say, there is just about the gaps there for 1 or 2 others to squeeze in to make the top 5 by the end of the day. Car 413 is the 50th car to tackle the course, or should have been. Obviously, we didn't have 1 or 2 make it to the top, but the 413 car is the Mitsubishi Evo X Rally Art, and this is for Zach Lumsden, Castle Rock based, and he moves left and moves right, and now puts the hammer down to make use of this fast starting part of the course through Crystal Work Road and the 8-mile pit road section. Then you have to leap on the anchors as you get to the first horseshoe, roughly at another 9-mile marker. An engineer's corner is very, very tight indeed, that first left-hand hairpin of the whole of the climb. Chevy Camaro next. And this will be the 51st car onto the course.
Cash Singh just about to complete his run, going around the final hairpin, and now in that white and blue Ford Mustang GT crosses the finish line. He's running in the Pikes Peak Open class. He goes just outside the top 10 in class. 8 minutes 43, lost a little bit of time at the top, but we've talked, Johnny, about the changing weather conditions up there. The visibility has suddenly become as poor as it was just about the time this event was started, an hour or so late. But in the middle part of the course, where it has been damp, it is drying. So maybe you can say what you gain with one hand, you lose with the other. But Cash Singh to the finish.
I briefly went quiet there because I wanted to make sure I was getting Steve's surname pronounced correctly. It's Steve Gagline in the 2002 Chevrolet Camaro for the Falcon-based driver, 64 years old. He's got this Chevy, which is, again, methanol-powered with the custom frame. And Steve was named Rookie of the Year in 1991. So he has been a regular on the mountain, including in the more unlimited classes more recently. And generally with the Camaro as well. So favours this particular car, the 27 machine, which has had a lot of work through the course of the years, nearing its 20th birthday now, as through the left-hander and close to the end of the first sector goes Zach Lumsden in the Pikes Peak Open Mitsubishi Evo. And Zachary, who is just 24 years old, again hailing from Castle Rock, so just down the road. And his overall race involvement began actually when he was 9 years old, racing in a local amateur motocross, progressing to national amateur championship events, and announced his retirement from motocross in 2015, but began racing cars from that point when he reached 16 with his dad, Craig, and participated in the local SCCA rallycross events, advancing to his first professional year in 2016. Time attack still topped by Romain Dumas, with Rhys Millen and David Donoghue completing the top three in the time attack part of the race. As the 27 car then of Steve Gagline is about to get going. This is the 5th car from the end of the entry. So we are really getting to a point where if those that plan to be in the top 10 by the end of the day, they really do have to put on the performance in style now. And we will pay close attention to Steve Gagline's time in the next few moments.
Returning to Pikes Peak for the first time since the late 1980s, Peugeot was poised to make up for lost time. Their 208 T16 was custom built for the unique challenges of the race. Equipped with an 875 horsepower twin-turbo engine, Peugeot had invested heavily in their supercar and needed an equally impressive driver to control it. Sebastian Loeb, with 9 World Rally Championships to his credit, would be their man.
En tout cas, ça s'est bien passé, donc j'ai bien attaqué. Un peu de mobilité dans les pneus, mais bien roulé.
8-13, 87.
Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. As a partner going back to 1934, Mobil branded products have a proud heritage of performing in the extreme conditions only Pikes Peak can deliver. In fact, Louis Unser's first win was secured with conventional Mobil motor oil. And Jeff Zwart, who we heard from earlier on the broadcast, his latest records came under the protection of Mobil 1, advanced synthetic motor oil. That's a little bit of why the Mobil 1 brand is presenting Pikes Peak Live today. But let's get back into the race for the clouds, because the Honda S2000 for Aussie driver Brett Dickie now launches its way into the first couple of corners and is well up to speed heading across the start line. Meanwhile, the Chevrolet Camaro of Steve Gagline disappeared as well into the trees and will soon pop out above the tree tops in the latter stages of the stint. It is Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones for the closing stages, I suppose we can say now, Bruce, in the last handful of 5 cars or so. And the next one onto the start line is the Ford Mustang for David Schmidt II.
Indeed it is. Thanks, Johnny. But the previous car, Brett Dickie, the rookie from Australia, just goes to prove the global appeal of this event. He grew up with his bedroom wall above his bed with a big poster of, guess who, Monster Tajima competing here all those years ago. And it's funny how the seed gets sown, it gets into the mind. And Brett from Victoria in Australia moved into World Time Attack. So he's got a lot of the skills required for this. So he's seeing what he can do as he goes up in the unlimited class in that Honda S2000. But for David Schmidt II, it's a much more traditional looking Ford Mustang. And that's running in the Pikes Peak Open class. The fastest time in that class is in fact the 5th fastest time overall, Raphael Astier. But I think that's a big ask, even though further up the mountain as the Camaro works its way up through Brownbush Corner, the track is drying. I think the upper reaches, having looked at people's sector times, the last maybe half dozen cars, they're getting slower and slower through that top sector. The finish line this time, because of fog overnight and through into this morning, means the end is not after the 19-mile mark, but after the 16-mile mark on the mountainside, just after that run of hairpins. And the visibility, I think, is dropping, and combined lack of visibility with worsening track conditions, and it's not surprising some of these runners are just being a little bit cautious in that top stint.
Davy Schmidt started his racing career in 1989 with the CHCA, received rookie honours as part of that championship, and has had a best finish here at Pikes Peak as second in 2007. But first event here in a Chevrolet as part of the Superstock truck class was back in 1992 and has pretty much been here in an uninterrupted run in a variety of machines, including plenty of ponies along the way, Ford Mustangs of various years. And this car, an example from 2014, the Mustang Howe TA2, to give it its full name. So we'll give him a couple of minutes to go through the first section. Steve Gagline nearing the end now of his run to the 16-mile marker board. And the 610 car is another Mitsubishi Evo, an ex-Rally Art from 2011. And this is the car of Craig Lumsden. So Lumsden's have been, well, there have been a number of them in the entry today. And Craig about to get going in his chosen mount. The 58-year-old, again from Colorado, hails from Larkspur, and has a turbocharged 2-litre engine in the Mitsubishi Evo. But his history, this is just his second run actually at the event, having competed for the first time last year and competing against son Zach, who obviously we were talking about a lot earlier on in the Pikes Peak Open division.
Well, that means the target time for the 58-year-old Craig, 7 minutes 59 he's got to beat. That's what Zachary managed, 7 minutes 59.197 seconds to go 8th in the Pikes Peak Open class. But this one giving chase also in Pikes Peak Open. It's all down there to Craig to do. It's drying all the time at the sort of 1/3 distance up towards the halfway distance on this shortened climb. But the visibility at the top, it's gone away all over again. Sometimes it looks worse from the high camera angle, held above that final hairpin to the finish just below the Devil's Playground. But certainly for drivers who are not rich in years of experience up here, a little bit of caution I don't think is the worst thing in the world. But certainly today the driving standards have been really very, very good indeed. And I think the fog overnight really focused their minds.
Yeah, but the conditions not constantly changing, but are obviously giving an advantage to one or two cars and then taking that away for the next run. So we've had the short, sharp rain shower, and then after that, we think the track is a little greasy further up as well, and that's taken its time to fully dry out. So the final section time, the run all the way to 16 Mile, has been a struggle. That's the very bumpy section, of course, as well, that has been more recently paved in 2011, and the ripple appearing, the bumps here and there. And when that gets wet as well, provides even more of a challenge. And then you've got the constantly changing visibility too. So there is certainly an element of luck involved here as to whether you can get a good time. Your timing of it is purely dictated by your running the order. And in the old days of dirt, it was much, much better to start, obviously, as one of the opening cars because the track surface was a lot more contained with gravel in place, and it slowly got churned up through the course of the day. Brett Dickey nearing the end of his run. Steve Gagline has, though, crossed the line now. And let's see where Steve fits in. He's was running in the Unlimited class. You found him?
Yeah, I have. He's 32nd overall, just under 8 minutes, 7 minutes 58.9, 6th in the Unlimited class. So he bumps Dan Awada back down one, and the final few runners just making their run. So the last car to take the start will be the next one. It'll be Chris Becker from Highland Ranch, Colorado, with his Mazda Speed 3. There it is, with the rather patriotic livery up over the hood. And it looks as though everything is taped down. No panel should move with those black flecks on the side, but that will be the last car. It will be the 54th runner on the hill. We lost one with a drive shaft failure. That was unfortunate earlier on. That was an ASA stock car, and we had one stop on the hill, which actually was the car before. It was Paul Gerard, his NV8 hypercar. That didn't make it. Now proper sunshine almost halfway up the hill, so conditions still change, but it's a little too late in the day, I think, to improve the visibility for the last 10 minutes or so as these final cars go up. And here is the final car on the start line, ready to power away from 9,390 feet towards the finish. At this time, because of the shortened course caused by the fog overnight, we stop at just about 12,500 feet, just below Devil's Playground, after that sequence of endless, they're 4 hairpin turns in a row. So American Grit on the door. Let's find out if there's American Grit in the cockpit as Chris Becker brings the running up the mountain to a conclusion for 2021.
Well, anyone that's caught the documentary that went out last year, Pikes Peak on the Edge, Chris was featured in that, so you may well recognise the name. And the 2010 Mazda Speed 3, powered by a gasoline-fuelled Mazda motor, but it has secondary fuel, this car, as well, nitrous. as its secondary fuel, so shouldn't be short of any sort of power with the turbocharger as well. Waiting for the final signal, the double green flag is waved. Second of which, of course, has Tom Osborne, and the dedication to Tom after all his sterling work over the last 10 and more years to all sport in Colorado Springs, but particularly his efforts towards this event at Pikes Peak. And Chris Becker disappears into the clouds. We still have to call across the line Davey Schmidt II in the Ford Mustang Howe TA2 and Craig Lumsden in his Mitsubishi Evo, car number 610. But it'll be Chris Becker as part of the time attack class to try and break into, well, anywhere around the top 30 will mean that he can squeeze into the top 10 of the time attack cars. And in the next few minutes, we'll get an idea of whether Chris is able to do that. We'll catch his times in just a moment.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
At Perkins Motors in Colorado Springs, we have performance and luxury. This is Perkins Power. Come on in during Jeep Freedom Days or online at PerkinsMotors.com and order your 375 horsepower 2021 Jeep Wrangler 4xe or the 702 horsepower 2022 Ram TRX. Are you looking for luxury? Check out the new 2022 Grand Cherokee L with third row seating, 16-way adjustable seats, and quad zone climate control.
Perkins Motors in Motor City. We're the better way to go.
June 26th, 2016. In the early morning hours, the mountain comes to life. Hours before the green flag drops, fans make their way up the mountain, gathering to watch the 100th anniversary of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
I just want to welcome everybody to the 100th anniversary of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO.
14,115 feet above sea level, this is America's mountain.
100 competitors had been selected to compete for a $100,000 purse. But the true prize would be the honor of being crowned King of the Mountain on this historic day.
It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO. 3 more cars remain on the run to the clouds. Davey Schmidt's Ford Mustang is somewhere close to 16 mile, and therefore working his way to the end of his run. 217.3 through the first sector, and then a 305.9. Very similar times, actually, to the Mitsubishi Evo of Craig Lumsden, just tucked in behind. And Davey Schmidt has crossed the line now to set a 904.527. That'll put him 14th in the Pikes Peak Open class. So the Mustang just drops in behind Raymond Guerrero's Dodge Viper. And now we wait for Craig Lumsden to complete his run in the Mitsubishi Evo. Closing stages with me, Johnny Palmer, and Bruce Jones then. And the weather, well, in places near perfect.
It's been like that all along, Johnny. Have you not been paying attention?
Of course it has.
Of course, we started late because of fog and ice. It was a sensible decision. Drop the finish line down the mountain a bit by about 3 miles, but we've had really clean running. Yes, there have been little moments where it's been a bit greasy, little moments where the clouds have gathered just before the finish when the drivers are going through those hairpins. But I think it's been a very, very good running of the 99th Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Last few cars on the mountainside.
Yeah, and hopefully if you're here at the event spectating and can hear us via the event PA, and in the sort of sprinkling showers that have passed through. Hopefully you managed to find a little bit of shelter, put the umbrella up, or escape towards, I noticed 1 or 2 canopies up as well on poles, so hopefully they weren't too far away and you could scamper for cover and then witness the final few cars in the not quite sparkling sunshine, but it is certainly better than we had at 7 o'clock this morning. Through the second split goes Chris Becker. So a 2 minutes 0.9 for Chris's first section. This is the Master Speed 3 that runs in time attack. And that is sort of in the ballpark to be able to put him into the top 10 within the time attack class. And possibly good enough to toy with the David Hackle and Steve Crouch and Steve Zimmer times that were set a little earlier on, a few hours ago now, for their Acura, the Audi Quattro and the Subaru, respectively. Steve Zimmer.
Yes, I really think in this case, Johnny, for Becker, it's the fact that it's getting trickier at the very top. It's dried in the middle, so he's had a bit of an advantage, but I still think with the cloud hanging there above the top sectors of this course, it's going to be a bit of an ask. Maybe in the top 10 in the time attack class, but beyond that, I think he'll struggle.
Yeah, like you say, the final section has proved rather costly. Now, Craig Lumsden will look to how Zach got on a little earlier on as his main reference point. So a 7:59.197 for Sun Zach in the Pikes Peak Open. Again, an Evo, but a slightly newer car a slightly older car rather, by 2 years for Sun Zachary. And Craig Lumsden in his ex-Rally Art. Now heading into the final corner just before 16 Mile. He'll use every bit of road available to him on driver's right as the double checkered waved flags now appear. And that car just shy of a bit of pace, I would say, as it crosses the line. So Craig Lumsden's time, to confirm that, is a 9:22.734. So he'll be 15th in the Pikes Peak Open class. And
yes, looking at his lack of pace, Johnny, at the end, I think he might have scared himself and backed off, because that wasn't the pace he was showing up through the first and second sectors at all. And you can't have any trouble at all with someone if they have to back off, because suddenly they just can't see the upper reaches of the track. Just Chris Becker to go. He's going to bring the 2021 running to a conclusion in the next couple of minutes in his Master Speed 3.
Yeah, Craig in the end lost almost a minute compared to Zach's time, but Zach, I think, had slightly favourable conditions, because that was a good couple of hours ago now in the other Mitsubishi Evo. But Chris has gone through in the Mazda. And I was telling you a little bit more about Chris and his racing. He started with the Colorado Hill Climb Association doing the dirt hill climbs. Many other racers had run Pikes Peak, and some were old-time veterans, and he got very excited to try it. And asked what exactly drew him to the event. He got excited and obviously compelled by others as he crosses the line now. Had no idea how difficult the challenge would be, though. Let's see what the time was. A 20.09 through the first sector. And he has gone 10th. So he does make the top 10 in the time attack division. An 8:02.356 with a 3:15.6. So that was a bit more like it through the final sector. Asks one or two more questions then as to what Craig Lumsden's issue was. Might have been a drama with the car, I suppose. And Chris, therefore, is able to leapfrog Trevor Arvida into 10th position. Romain Dumas will top the times. He was not fastest, because that honour will go to Robin Shute. And big congratulations to Robin, who gets the outright fastest time on the shortened course of 5:55. But Romain Dumas, who made big headlines in this year's event for the champion Porsche crew in that GT2 RS Club Sport, gets a 6:31.914 to make sure that he's top of the pile in the time attack division, ahead of Rhys Millen with a 6:36.2 and David Donahue a 6:45.893. James Robinson just missing out on the podium positions in time attack. So Robin Shute, there is confirmation of the 5:55.246 that he set in the Wolf GB08. That's the fastest time of the day, closely followed by 36 seconds by Romain Dumas in the Porsche. The open wheel category went very early on to Paul Dallenbach in the PVA 003. He was right after the Champions car, you'll remember, in that spectacularly looking Dallenbach special, a 6:35.6. Raphael Astier, again, an early runner in the Pikes Peak Open part of the race, and his time was the best, a 6:36.8. Randy Pobst in the exhibition class quickest in the Tesla Model S Plaid, 6:57.2. And the Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama, exclusively for 718 Cayman Porsches, 7:28.2 for Tanner Faust. 6 Kings of the Mountain then crowned for today's event. And we can look at more detail of the top 4 within the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. Tanner Faust, as I mentioned, fastest by a decent margin in the end from Cam Ingram, although in his rookie year. So the 7:49.5 should not be overlooked. Well done to Kathy Mead. 7:59.457 in the 2019 spec Cayman, and it was Chaz in 4th position. Robin Shute, 5:55.2. The next nearest car in the Unlimited class was Don Wickstrom's LMP3 Riley, a 6:59.2, but it was a closer fight behind there with Will Aoyung in his Honda Civic setting a 7:09. Derek Boyd in the Mitsubishi Lancer did a 7.5-minute run. And Rob Holland back again in the 2018 Audi S3. He did a 7:40.9. There were dramas, though, for Paul Gerard, who didn't get much beyond the first couple of corners and forced our first red flag. In the open wheel category, Paul Dallenbach set the 6:35.6, as earlier mentioned. The Ford Open of Cody Varscholtz, again, as far as a rookie run is concerned, but that's the first run in a car. Done a lot of bike runs up Pikes Peak previously, 6:45.3. Dan Novembre in the Novembre special did a 7 minutes pretty much flat. And the O'Malley's were 4th and 6th, with Rodney finishing ahead of Earl. Raphael Astier, the Frenchman, driving the Porsche BBI Turbo Cup car, 6:36.8, put him top of the shop in the Pikes Peak Open part of the race. Lane Trantz, impressive in the Chevrolet SS. That was one of the fairly early runners as well, with a 6:45. James Clay's BMW just 2 seconds short of that. And then it was Thomas Boileau in the Chevrolet Camaro, just under the 7-minute marker. Kevin Murdoch in the striking Chevrolet Southwest completed that run of the top 10 in the Pikes Peak Open with an 8:24. Exhibition class, which were the first off of the day. Randy Pobst, one of the fairly late runners, actually, of the 8 that began the ascent. And the 2021 Tesla Model S Plaid was so quick off the line and actually maintained its pace to produce a 6:57.2. Nick Robinson, in the first of a couple of Acura NSXs, fell short by just over 15 seconds. Jordan Guittard in his Acura TLX did a 7:53. Grégoire Blachon, another Frenchman, in that radical VW Bug, just under the 8-minute marker. Dai Yoshihara, he could have done a lot better in the Tesla Model 3, but hit mechanical problems halfway up and only was able to do an 11-minute plus run. So, results done and dusted. And we will chat a little bit more about events that have unfolded through the course of the day, but not before we head to this.
As the time came for the cars to race, the excitement reached new highs. On the mountain for this historic race were fan favorites like Mike Ryan in his big rig. and Monster Tajma, who had been inducted into the Hall of Fame only a few days prior. However, all eyes were on the rivalry between heavyweights Rhys Millen and Romain Dumas. Millen had snatched victory away from Dumas by under 2/100ths of a second in 2012, and they had traded wins in the following years. Rhys Millen was continuing to challenge the limits of technology in an improved version of the electric car from his historic victory the year before. Fresh off his 24 Hours of Le Mans win, exactly 1 week before, Dumas was running in the Unlimited division with a car built for tackling Pikes Peak. Qualifying a mere 2 seconds faster than Millen, Dumas would run first in the battle to become king of the mountain.
We are seeing some unbelievable speeds up here on the peak.
Romain Dumas, 150 miles an hour is what we're hearing.
150 miles an hour? Oh my gosh.
Dumas seemed to be having the perfect run, but as he was nearing the top, he encountered engine problems.
How was the run, Romain? We broke the engine at the end, the last sector. So I finished without turbo, so very bad.
When did that go out?
Entry of the last sector.
Yeah, last sector. You ran a time of 8 minutes, 51.445 seconds.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. Do you think that time's going to be enough?
No, not at all.
Even though Dumas became the second man in Pikes Peak history to break the 9-minute barrier, until Millen crossed the finish line, victory was anything but certain. Millen speeds up the mountain, focused on defending his overall title and breaking through the 9-minute barrier. Entering the turn at 16 Mile, he encounters a problem.
And Rhys, when he took the turn here at 16 Mile, he locked up those back tires and almost did a 360.
Recovering, Millen fights for every second as he rockets toward the summit.
.18 for Rhys Millen. Rhys Millen also joins the 8-minute club here on Pikes Peak today.
Not the time we're looking for, but it's a win, and it's a first into the 8s, breaking the 9.
Finishing just behind Dumas, Rhys Millen and the Drive EO won their class, set a new electric class record, and ensured their place in history as the first electric vehicle under 9. Having beaten Millen by 6 seconds, Dumas could now breathe easy, as he would be crowned King of the Mountain on this historic day. In a matter of just 1 week, Dumas had conquered both Le Mans and America's Mountain, a truly remarkable feat.
For me, do you imagine to win this sports race in June? I think that's a big part of history, or my story, that's for sure. And in motorsport, it's not so many people who made that, so not too bad.
This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1, the exclusive broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by GRAN TURISMO, as the cars now, after all of their runs, are inching their way back down the mountain in the wrong direction, but of course at a safe speed. After a really exciting day. Yes, Bruce, we had to wait just over 60 minutes for things to get started, but particularly that Robin Shute time was well and truly worth waiting for.
I wish I could have watched every twist and turn of those 5 minutes, 55 seconds, plus a quarter of a second that he took. The winner in 2019 when they ran the full course, the winner again. But look at that margin, more than half a minute clear of no less a driver than Romain Dumas. Of course, very different vehicles. The Porsche 911 GT2 RS Club Sport is not a sports prototype like the Wolf, but accolades to both of those. Paul Dallenbach, he's won before. He will win again, I'm sure. And he was very close to Dumas's time. But I just think looking across the classes, 6 classes split between the top 19 positions. I think that's competitive in anyone's book, but really it is hats off today to Robin Shute as the cars creep their way back down. And did you notice, Johnny, just after the end, the sun came out at the top of the stage and now the clouds are forming again. There's the cars, the train of cars snake their way down, led by the Wolf that won it all in the hands of British driver Robin Shute. That's 2 wins in the bag for him.
Yeah, the mountain, we've been saying all day, decides, and a little bit of sunshine creeping through the cloud now, almost to kind of tempt those drivers to show them what they could have won potentially had conditions improved earlier on in the day. But at least we were able to avoid the ice and the really dense fog at the summit of Pikes Peak, and that was the reason why we couldn't get as high as we normally do. However, we now, with the 99th running of this great event out of the way, we have to turn our attention, Bruce, to 12 months' time. The 100th edition, we are already 5 years beyond the centenary because of a number of years that didn't happen during the 2 world wars. But otherwise, there's been an event every single year, including last year, and 2022 is going to be mightily special.
I can't even dream of some of the special concepts that will be arriving on the hill. The manufacturers are going to come out in force, not just to show their cars are fast, but they are displaying technology. We saw a renewable fuel Bentley on the mountain today. They will bring another trick next year. It's about advancement. It's about sport. It's about spectacle. It's about all those things that we love so much. And I cannot wait for 2022 for the 100th running of the Pikes Peak. It really is a very, very special event.
And you just have a funny feeling that when we get to the 100th edition, the mountain will be on our side and we will get to 14,110 feet to the finish line. I think it has to be run in its entirety, doesn't it, next year?
You have to hope so, but it only allows what it allows. As they say, the mountain decides, and the mountain decided today comprehensively that victory would go to Robin Shute. He really drove supremely. Of course, the conditions changed, but you know what? We got to the end of the event. People stayed safe. It was a great event, and really that's the key. It's a movable feast here in the middle of Colorado, and I think that's one of the very key elements and why it's been such a brilliant global event since it had its first event in 1916.
Chalk and cheese compared to last year, of course, because now that fans are allowed on site and in the spectator areas, they can get very close indeed to the various competition cars as they work their way back down the mountain at safe speeds. So plenty of people have breached the normal spectator area to try and get a quick snapshot of them in front of their favourite. Paul Dallenbach's car just inching its way down. We must say again, well done to all 6 kings of the mountain then. Robin Shute in the unlimited class, Romain Dumas for time attack, Paul Dallenbach in the open wheel category. Pikes Peak Open won by Raphael Astier. In exhibition class, it was Robin Pobst. And in the Porsche division, Tanner Faust taking victory in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. Thank you so much for your company, not only to you, Bruce, but to everyone who's joined us on the live stream, and hopefully we've been coming through loud and clear on the venue PA as well. It's been quite a day, hasn't it, Bruce? But really enjoyed being part of the coverage on Pikes Peak Live. A final word from you?
I just thought it was an exceptional event. I'm waiting for a larger number of cars next year running the full course. We'll see what the weather throws in, but it's part of the mix. And I think that, to me, is why the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is just such an incredible event. And I cannot wait for 2022.
So that's it for another year from Bruce Jones and from Johnny Palmer from Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One. A very good afternoon.